What is going on, everybody? Happy Friday to everyone out there. Happy Friday. Let's see who we got up here. We got Jordan Dog. What's going on? Happy Friday to you. We got Joseph. Happy Friday to you. And Sports Talker. Happy Friday to you. So, we're going to not even waste any time. Y'all all know by now, I stream the Falcons game. I'll stream the Sunday versus the Bears. Team may be 0-2. I don't care what the record is. I'll still be here. I'll stream the game whenever I'm available too. So, there is the StreamYard link for anyone that wants to come in. I know, because we got 2 people watching right now, I know that we have to have someone that wants to come in. I mean, come on, it's Friday night, so I mean, we have to have someone that wants to come in. So, happy Friday, of course. Last night we had Thursday Night Football. The Miami Dolphins destroyed the Jacksonville Jaguars. Jaguars, I guess, were a fluke in that game versus the Colts week 1. And for all you college football fans out there, I know Chess Hall, SEC football is back. The only real college football that there actually is back on Saturday, and my Alabama Crimson Tide. Oh, are they about to commit a crime? Are they about to commit a crime when they child abuse, son around those motherfucking Missouri, what the fuck ever they are? Oh, I cannot wait for Sunday. But this is an NFL show. College might come up, but this is NFL. I'm an NFL guy. So, I mean, yeah, their StreamYard link is right there. I guess 4 straight week for you on my channel. So basically, I'm probably gonna do this. I don't know how I'll do this or not. I might actually, I might do as much as possible. I might try to do it. And I stream Zachary Stone. Welcome to the stream once again. If you want to join the StreamYard, you can do it right there. Definitely, because y'all make the show. Me sitting over here and talking, and I just get bored at times, and then it just makes me want to end the stream. I don't want to end the stream right off the bat. I want people to get on in here. It's not fun to run a stream without people in it, because people make these streams, except for when it's a game and I got something to commentate. So yeah, just getting ready to see my Alabama Crimson Tide whoop Missouri's ass. Let's see who this is. What's going on? Welcome to the stream, man. I can't hear you, man. You might need to join back. We can't hear you right now. I'm gonna let you join. Okay, I guess he's gonna try to join back. So once again, StreamYard link is right there. I do know that for certain the Falcons actually have a kind of a tough matchup on Sunday. They got a tough matchup, and I saw the injury report. It's not looking good. Casey and Allen are out. You know, what's going on? Can you hear me? Hello? What the fuck? Yeah, okay, yeah, of course, you know, all right, so, yeah, you know, of course, trolls are gonna come into that fucking faggot that wanted to come show his pecker on here. I thought that was someone else, but yeah, that was a faggot that showed their pecker, so, I mean, yeah. So I'm actually just letting everyone know straight up, if you want to be an idiot that wants to come on here and show your goddamn penis, I'll let you show how much of a faggot you are. I don't care. And I'll discuss if I want to take down this stream or put it on unlisted or whatever after. So let's get some people in here not named trolls. So I see we got 2 people watching. Troll, you're not allowed in here anymore. You know what I might actually do? You know, I'll discuss that later. I was maybe gonna make y'all turn on your cameras, but some people might not want to do that. And I get that. I don't have my camera on tonight. And y'all have seen my face several times, you know. So didn't feel like having my camera on tonight. But trolls, I know it was you. You know, 3 dots. There are 3 dots that you can look at. So I know it was you, you dumb motherfucker. You fucking degenerate faggot. Yeah, come in here again, I'll ban your ass from the stream, you bitch. As a matter of fact, I should probably ban you from the channel, but I don't know. I might let my mods, if any of my mods are in here, if you want to ban this troll that is a faggot and showed his penis on my stream, you can do that if you want to. I mean, yeah, you're gonna get the trolls in, but the trolls don't make the show. They don't, you know, as much as some trolls might make you laugh, when you come and show your penis, that doesn't make the show. What makes the show is actual people who want to come in and actually chop it up, want to talk some football, you know. I mean, talking politics is better than, you know, coming in and showing your dick. I don't like to talk politics on here a whole lot. I mean, I will when I have to, but I don't like doing it a whole lot. But, I mean, come in here again, I'll ban you from the StreamYard. So, yeah. Let's see. To those 2 people watching, not named the troll, or I guess 1 person watching, just eliminate the troll. You come on in, man. Chop it up. Let's, you know, or even, you know, at least give me some comments, you know, to respond to. You know, comments, they'll work. I think we can all agree on that. Let's see. Oh, yeah, troll. Let's get this faggot out of here. Yeah, now let's get that faggot out of here. Ban that troll from the stream. So, anyways, trolls, look. I'm smart. I'm not a dumbass. I let you in. That was not the real Zachary Stone. So now everyone has to identify themselves when they come into the StreamYard. That's how it's gonna work. I'm trolls and shit. I'm not having it with the trolls anymore because yeah, but anyways, I see one person watching. Might just be that troll. Anyways, so third week of the NFL, my Atlanta Falcons have to come home, play the Chicago Bears. I think we're losing the game. I honestly do. I do not. I hope to God that my team wins. It proves me wrong. It makes me look like a total fucking idiot. But you never know. Your team, and I think that honestly, my team may lose. As a matter of fact, I won't block you. I'll let you be a typer in my comment section because you can imagine yourself showing your penis in my comment section because it ain't working. Let's see. I know this is probably the troll. He was showing himself for a brief second, but yeah, that was probably the troll. Hey troll, we know your plans. You're probably, you're obviously probably the one that was coming in under that Patrick Mahomes account. Hey troll, we know your plans. We know your plans, troll. Yes, you're blocked from the StreamYard, Patrick Mahomes. You are blocked from the StreamYard. I told people I don't put up with trolls. I do not put up with trolls, never will put up with trolls. So, that was not the real JP. The real JP probably wouldn't even come on here, and I'm not even concerned about who wants to come on here. I'm not. Who wants to come on here has to come on here. I got some. That authentic. You have to come in. All I'm warning you, trolls, is I can see what your channels are, and now. Yeah, I ain't subscribing to you, troll. Yeah. As a matter of fact, maybe to get these trolls away, maybe I'll. You know what? Yeah, I'll block the trolls. Why not? You can't be having these pathetic faggots on here, so. Yeah. You can't be having pathetic faggots on your channel trying to run it, so. Yeah. I see two people are watching. Those two people probably are both trolls, so yeah. But if they aren't trolls, free to come in. You don't have to cam up because I can see what your channel is. And yeah, that is how it's gonna work. I don't play around with trolls, never will play around with trolls. So, yeah, and this is the other troll right here that I know of. So, we'll just block that troll. I'm not playing around anymore. I want to give y'all a chance, but if y'all are going to come in and at least be an entertaining troll, be entertaining if you want to come in. Don't come in and show your goddamn penis. Come in and say something that will actually make me laugh and the audience laugh. Don't prove you're a faggot. God for sakes, do not. So, I personally think the Falcons are losing Sunday. I don't think we got enough ammo to in the tank for us to be able to win on Sunday. I want us to win on Sunday, but I do think, although he was listed on the injury report, Khalil Mack is going to play. So, yeah. If you're not a troll, feel free to come in. StreamYard links right there for you to come on in. And we all know, fuck the fucking trolls. Let me share this link out to anyone who wants to come on in. Maybe feel like, chopping it up a little bit, So, yeah, I see we got 4 people watching now. That's pretty good if you ask me, but we want more, and you never know, those 4 people could just be the no-life degenerate trolls, or even troll. It might just be one idiot that... I ain't rambling on about trolls. I'm going to say this, and I don't want to address trolls again, but I'm sure I probably will. If you're going to troll, and I'm a hypocrite in a way, because I'm first saying this, because I've done stupid shit like this in the past. Similar stuff, so maybe it's karma, but yeah. So, trolls. I don't necessarily see a problem with trolling as long as it's somewhat funny trolling. If it's a funny troll, then okay, yeah, cool. But, if you want to come in and show your penis and shit, that shit is not funny. See what we got. Do I think Julio will improve from last week's performance? Looks like we have Clover up in the house, who I know.
What up?
What up, brother?
Yeah, I knew you'd be streaming.
Well, yeah. I was going on about the trolls, but
yeah, I heard
you're in here. We can chop it up, and I don't have to talk about the trolls anymore. So let me address this question. I don't know, because Julio's injured, and real shit, he might not even play Sunday.
What's the fuzzy sound on the fucking StreamYard?
Yeah.
Is that your cousin?
Yeah.
Tell him I said what's up.
Alright. Yo, join the Streamlab, actually. Hold on, I'll type it, because he's me muted.
Hey.
Yeah, join the StreamYard.
No.
Yeah, you heard that right. I've fucking mic echo. Hold on.
Yeah, it's okay, man. If you don't want to join, you don't have to. I mean, I'm not gonna bitch about it.
Yeah, I think he's joining.
So,
I just changed my mic so that I didn't have echo, but it's just worse quality.
yeah, you want to eliminate the echo, because then that kind of, if you know what I mean, it fucks up how the stream performance.
Yeah, I'm getting a new mic. Where the fuck is... Yeah, why did he just... Alright, he's here.
What up?
What's up, man? So I see we got a little bit of a family reunion up in here.
Yeah, he's a Packers fan, bro.
Yeah, well,
that.
you're going to beat our asses in a week anyway, so...
Bro, I don't know.
As per usual.
Yeah, it's not really, not as per usual, but yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna get totally the fuck stomped, and I mean, I really don't think there's any.
Nah, bro.
But for all we know, actually, we might go beat Green Bay because it's what we do. We'll win against teams that we shouldn't win against, but when it comes to teams that we should win against, we'll shit the bed. So you don't know how that shit could work out. It could work out either way. It just could. I mean,
You're a little too hard on your team. They're not that bad.
let's see.
Eh,
First 2 weeks are your thoughts on how your team is playing and looking forward towards next week. I
Get
think
ready for the rant.
I think my team looks like total shit so far. I think we blew a 20-point lead to the Dallas Cowboys, and all we had to do was follow on a damn football, and we would have won the football game. I think that we're losing on Sunday to Chicago, and I think that Dan Quinn should be fired, but I think our owner is too stubborn to fire Dan Quinn. So I could probably see Dan Quinn, honestly, maybe even lasting the whole season for all we know, since Arthur Blank is so stubborn. Okay, Joseph, that's good, man. Giants fans are not happy right now. Well, they got Devontae Freeman. And look, Freeman might still have something left in the tank, but I think the chances of him having something left in the tank, yeah, I don't think it's really
Absolutely.
yeah, Rise Up, can you answer my long beloved question?
Oh, God. Is it if I'm... What is it?
Where are you from?
Yeah, you haven't answered that once.
Yeah, I've asked you at least 6 times.
I'm from the South, man.
Where from the South?
You don't have to tell me your town. Just
Yeah.
tell me.
Like, what
I'm,
state
from
are you from?
Georgia. I'm from Georgia, so... I mean,
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
It's like nobody picks to become a Falcons fan.
Yeah, let's see. Tank for... I don't think my team is necessarily trying to tank. I just think
Don't
that.
tank.
I think that, if anything, my team is probably going to get... Should... at this point in time, and I don't want them to get a top 5 or top 10 pick. I'd love for us to turn it around and make playoffs, but we're not going to do that. I think everyone knows we're not going to do that. I think we should honestly get an offensive lineman, the way I look at it. And yeah,
Get a cornerback.
Get a cornerback.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably should, because I was running the team. At least Isaiah Oliver's ass would be gone. So, what do you think about your Saints after the first 2 weeks? Obviously, I think y'all are winning the division because I don't see Tampa Bay doing anything. And
Bro, we have the best roster we've ever had, yet we're playing the worst we ever had. Like, holy shit. Sean Payton's play calling has been absolute shit, bro. We can't keep the shit up. We just gotta run the ball with Kamara. It's not that hard, honestly. It really isn't.
Yeah, it's not that hard to run the ball with Alvin Kamara. But, yeah, anyone else wants to join on in, I'll post the StreamYard link. I know that obviously, definitely there are probably a lot of people who are really wanting to, I honestly think y'all will win the division, but I don't see y'all going far in the playoffs at all.
We won't go far in the playoffs if we don't beat the Packers.
I don't think y'all are honestly. I don't really think y'all stand a chance versus. Well, excuse me. I think y'all do stand a chance versus Green Bay, and I think you're beating Green Bay. That's the way
Really?
I see it.
How do your opinion shift so fast?
No, I think he's talking about have a chance in the playoffs, bro. No, we have a chance in the playoffs. It's just we don't have a chance in the playoffs, so we don't get the fucking 1 seed. And we won't get the 1 seed. Seattle will get the 1 seed.
Yeah, I've said Seattle's the best team in the NFC for a few months now.
They're
So
not the best team in the NFC, too. The Saints are on paper the best team in the NFC. They just
on
can't
paper doesn't fucking matter. To me, on paper, the Falcons were a playoff team. They were.
Well,
They
yeah.
had a lot of talent. they were able
It's too early to tell anything though. Like on paper, they are, and I'll stick with on paper until the fucking Saints are 3-4 at week 8.
I mean, on paper, y'all are supposed to be good, but deep down, y'all just ain't good. Maybe Drew Brees is, this supposed to be,
He's
his
not.
last one and shit. Maybe you choked it away already. So, I mean, yeah.
Bruh, I mean,
How do you choke it away already in week 2?
He probably choked. Yeah, it's past 3 years, they've choked, especially 2017 and 2018. 2019, they were the first ones to score in that playoff game, but
2019 was the only choke we had. You've got it a little mixed up, bro. And a couple reasons why we choked is because we were the only actually one of 3 teams to ever go 13-3 and be in the first round of the playoffs, bro. That should say something. It really should. And I'm not saying that's the only reason why we choked. We had so many fucking terrible fucking mistakes. We were locked up. We really were until Drew Brees was so dumb to actually Sean Payton, I should say. Sean Payton is so dumb offensively. We have a great short to intermediate passing game, and we've got an injured Michael Thomas, and we're fucking chucking deep balls down the field. We're chucking literal deep balls.
Yeah, I mean, I think that right now, honestly, at this point in time, I think that the team that I really think, I'm not saying it's going to get the 1 seed. I don't even think they really stand a chance to win their own division. But the team that I really see that could maybe, that no one was really expecting, they were maybe
Cardinals.
expecting to, you know where I'm going. We're expecting to make the playoffs, but weren't expecting to, win the division. The Arizona Cardinals might be the number 1 seed at the end of the year. They could be. I still think at the way that it's going now, New Orleans might still get it, but they aren't gonna. If they have to face Arizona, they might be fucked because Arizona is a beast. That is just a truck at this point, and Kyler Murray is unbelievable.
Nah, bro. So far, my favorite prediction I made was making the Chargers go 9-7, and my least favorite is fucking thinking that the Broncos would be any good and they wouldn't be fucking injury riddled the whole season. Of course, the only bad prediction I had this season was a team that has gotten absolutely fucked by injuries, but also the Eagles. Oh my god, the Eagles look so terrible.
They do. They honestly, I hate saying this about Wentz, honestly, and I hate saying this. Wentz might actually really he might be a little bit of a better version than Jared Goff.
Jared Goff isn't playing bad, though. Jared Goff is playing like his 2018 self, which was
I mean,
quarterback in his system.
I'm talking about Jared Goff from last year. So Carson Wentz, it's like ever since he got that fucking injury, I'm getting shit mixed up in my head, but ever since he got that goddamn injury, he's never been the same. I mean,
last year he was a top 10 quarterback.
Yeah, he was last year, but his MVP form was way better than last year, even. So
I think he just didn't have any receivers. Last year, if he had the receivers and fucking, he would be known as a top.
Philadelphia would have ran away with that division, and honestly, I still honestly think that at this point in time, the Washington football team might actually stand a chance in that division.
Yeah, no, they do. I that was a great prediction by me. Everybody was saying, "Oh yeah, the Washington football team is going 0-16, and they're the worst team in the league, bro." That's
I had a feeling. I was turning it into a meme, but I had a gut feeling the Washington football team might actually
The Redskins.
not go far in the playoffs, but they might make some noise They might make some noise, like going 8-8 or 9-7. They might make some noise.
Yeah. I said if they don't win 5 games, I'll sell you my fucking liver. That's not a bad team. I mean, that defense is just so unbelievably underrated. At least the front 7. I mean,
Chase Young, Ryan Kerrigan.
yeah,
That
right.
defense is amazing.
Bro,
And then
no,
Haskins doesn't look bad. I mean, now you can say that Terry McLaurin is the reason Haskins looks good.
Nah. it's Ron Rivera. That's what's
Ron Rivera. I mean, I hate the Carolina Panthers. I really do. But if he won a Super Bowl with the Washington football team, I would be happy for Ron Rivera, because I honestly think that lots of people saying Ron Rivera was the reason they didn't win a Super Bowl in Carolina. No, it was Cam Newton's stupid. What the fuck is it? Crybaby ass.
No, it was not Cam Newton that was the problem. It was the fucking organization. Cam Newton did have a lot of weapons, but he had great coaching too on the defensive side, but I don't know, honestly. I mean, his best receiver was Ted Ginn in that Super Bowl year. Even though he didn't really need receivers necessarily, his offensive line was, I mean, it was good, but it wasn't elite like the Saints or the Colts or Cowboys, I could say.
Or the football team.
Yeah, the football team have a top 5 worst offensive line in the league. No, it's
Top worse.
Yeah, I said worst. God, no. Oh, yeah. It's a terrible fucking offensive line, but it's not a great offense. I mean, that Sims dude's showing up. I said, oh, well, Haskins is not a great quarterback. I mean, he's a terrible processor. I even said at the beginning of the season, Haskins might not be in the top 32 quarterbacks, and that I regret that too. I mean, that offense I looked at is absolutely terrible, and now they're getting better. If anything, what's that dude? What's that dude on the fucking Redskins name? The running back.
What's his name? I don't know his name either.
His name? Well, there's a couple.
Fucking Darius Dice at one point, but his dumb ass got arrested.
Didn't he beat his wife?
I think he fucking beat his wife or some shit. So.
What?
Nothing.
Also, another prediction I had that was pretty good was, let's think, actually.
A pretty good prediction that I had was that the Packers are going to go 14-2.
That's a pretty bad prediction.
Yeah, I mean, I think Green Bay will beat us, but Green Bay
will go 14.
They're around a 12-1 team.
11-1 team, in my opinion.
Now, I wouldn't be shocked if Green Bay honestly made the conference championship game again. I wouldn't, because I think really after the first 2 weeks, heading into week 3, I think the teams that really stand a chance to make the conference championship are these 3 teams. I think it's the Packers, the Seahawks, and the Cardinals.
Come on, man. You can't say that after week 2, bro. They lost 1 game. You can't say they don't have a chance to make the conference championship after
I don't think
loss.
they do. I mean, the way that they're playing, the New Orleans Saints are playing.
There hasn't even been a fucking. There literally hasn't been a preseason. There haven't been fucking OTAs, any of that shit. I mean, we're 2 weeks in against an underrated Raiders team, if I'm being honest. I thought, the Raiders are shit. They're not going far anytime, anywhere. I mean, that the defense is shit. I mean, they proved me wrong. They just straight up outcoached Sean Payton. Honestly, that might actually be my worst prediction. I had them going 4-12.
And you thought they were underrated. That
Oh,
makes
now
no
I do. Now I do. No, I didn't think they were underrated then. Now that I look at that team.
I thought that they were gonna. Honestly, at this point, I wouldn't be shocked if Vegas honestly ended up. They won't win that division, but I wouldn't honestly really be that whole shocked if they maybe get 11 wins.
I would be pretty shocked if they got 11 wins. I'd say maybe 8. I mean, we gotta really like focus in on who gets 11 wins. It's not like we hand out 11 wins like they're a piece of fucking candy. I mean, the teams I say going 10-6 and above are the Steelers, Titans, Saints. I have the Bucks. I have the Eagles. I think they're gonna come back and be 9-7,
No
10-6. Bro, I'm telling you, they do this every year. They were 6-7
way.
2 straight years, and they made the playoffs impeccably. They're 5-7 last year. I'm telling you, they start off shit, they get good, and then they choke in the playoffs. That's the Eagles. That's the bullshit.
Way. They are
Bro.
best the Eagles could go now. Honestly, is
After
7.
going, bro, you're telling me the best they could do is go 7-9 after being 0-2? Are you
Yes,
joking, bro? The Falcons are 0-2, and they've looked absolutely shit. And I think that they could go 9-7 still. Losing against two teams that aren't bad by any stretch of the imagination isn't a
the
bad thing.
Cowboys might not be bad, but the Cowboys ain't.
The Cowboys are a 9-7 team.
9-7, yeah.
I say
Now the Seahawks are the real deal, but the Cowboys.
13-3 for the Seahawks, 12-4 for the Saints, 11-5 for the Packers, and 9-7 for the Cowboys. But I do think that if Aaron Rodgers ends up coming to fucking New Orleans,
He won't.
we have a problem.
He won't.
'Cause
A
he's
good
got a
problem.
yeah. You don't know anything about football.
Yeah, no, because he's old as shit.
And Drew
And
Brees
he's
is
gonna fucking. His arm's gonna pop out of his fucking socket when he throws the ball.
Aaron Rodgers still is a top 5 strongest arm in the NFL. No cap. Also, I mean, there's teams like the Chargers that I think will maybe sneak in and be the 7 seed at 9-7 because that conference is looking pretty strong right now. I also see the Colts sneaking in at 10-6, but I mean, actually, I think they're 9-7 after what they showed against fucking Jacksonville. That cover 3, cover 6 defense was actually killed. I've never seen Frank Reich outcoached that bad by a terrible coach.
Never. I don't think we ever will. But honestly, the way I feel about all this is I feel that if we're talking about what we hope happens, I think that at this point in time, looking at it, I honestly think that if there's one team that is so far not having a really good season, but honestly can maybe turn it around, you know what? Give it to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
They're having a fucking amazing season for their standards, bro. They're the worst roster in the NFL, and they're 1-2. They beat the fucking Colts. They're a good. If anything, they're 1-2, and they're exceeding expectations. If they go 5-11, they're the 2019 Dolphins. The Dolphins were the worst team in the league last year, and they somehow won 5 games because of Fitzmagic.
Well,
Fitzpatrick?
Fitzmagic.
honestly, no, what I'm talking about is, okay, yeah, but I wouldn't be really that much whole shocked if the Jaguars in week 16, 17 were in contention for the 7th seed. I
would be. I sure as hell would be. I don't know. Also, a terrible prediction I had was I had the Jets going 7-9, and they looked so unbelievably subpar. That offensive line is the worst in the league, and I'm telling you, offensive line means days more than you'll even imagine. Um, there's also teams like what are the teams in the AFC? Let's think. I mean, Denver has a pretty good shot of turning it around if Jerry Judy, Philip Lindsay, Drew Lock all return because they have a decent defensive-minded coach who was a great defensive coordinator in Chicago. And if they end up doing somewhat well through the stretch of the season, they don't have the toughest schedule. That'll be a good win. And I do have them starting 0-3, 0-4. I mean, I do have them losing against the Bucks, but
I do. Here's the thing about Tampa. Tampa might now, after all the injuries, might get the 7th seed. But whoever's the
5
seed, nah, I think 7th seed at best for Tampa.
At best, bro. At best, they go fucking 15-1 and win the Super Bowl. That's their ceiling.
At best, I think Tampa is up. I think that at best, Tampa is probably a 10-win team at best. I
think their ceiling's 12-4 and their floor is 7-9.
I think they'll go 9-7.
I think they'll go 10-6, but I don't. I mean, that NFC is looking a little weak right now. I mean, yeah, I would say the Rams, Cardinals, and Bucks have a shot, but I also think the Eagles could sneak in, and I wouldn't be surprised. The Rams look super solid, but people always forget how the Rams weren't really too bad last year whatsoever.
You know which team I could honestly see who started off 2-0 and could end up having a collapse and missing the playoffs?
What team?
The Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, they did look pretty sluggish against Denver, but Denver's defense isn't bad.
And they let up 30 points to Jacksonville. I mean,
Jacksonville is just surprisingly amazing, and Minshew is a great processor. There's really not much I could tell you about Minshew that would tell you how much I really do value him as a player. And tanking and getting Trevor Lawrence would be the worst they could do possible because they've got a franchise option there. Even though Minshew's not really great against man, as the Dolphins game showed them, since they ran mostly man, but he's really good at picking apart defense, and honestly, he's a Drew Brees-esque player. He doesn't have the greatest arm, but he's pretty accurate.
Well, Drew Brees doesn't have a great arm right now, so he's
the younger version
of Drew Brees, basically. Let me, J-Dub, great point. Tampa Bay is so fucking trash that really Tampa is just so overrated. I've always thought it. It's always what I've thought. What's going on, brother?
Yo, what up?
Dude, you just say that fucking Jacksonville Jaguars were amazing. They were amazingly shit last night.
Bro, I never said the Jacksonville Jaguars are amazing. I said they're exceeding their expectations, bro. I don't know what you're on about.
All right, you did say they're unexpectedly amazing.
Yeah, for their standards, hell yeah. And I say
no, that's not their standards. That's everyone else's belief in what they were going to be.
Standards.
No, their standards, they're not tanking like everyone thinks. It's just Miami last year.
Tanking. I don't.
Yeah, they're not tanking.
You think their standards are low? They're trying. They actually thought that the fucking 6th rounder Robinson beat out fucking Leonard Fournette, so they ditched his ass.
I know. No, I'm saying Leonard Fournette is a terrible running back. One of the most overrated.
I wouldn't say he's terrible, but
I wouldn't say
he's definitely overrated.
Yeah, I should have used.
I was so pissed off at Panthers fans because they were all pissed off. We should have got Fournette. I was like, first of all, he was off the board, and second of all, we got McCaffrey, who I'd take over Fournette any goddamn day.
Well, yeah, they just wanted a power back, and McCaffrey doesn't really necessarily have that element, but he's still a complete back, third down and everything. But I would say Panthers.
So are you worried about your Saints?
Not necessarily. I mean, I mean, a little bit, if I'm being honest, but I wouldn't necessarily be freaking out. I mean, after that game, I was like screaming 9-7 in my head, but now I've kind of calmed down and come to terms with things because I was thinking the same thing after that Rams game last year. We ended up going 13-3.
I don't know. I think you're in trouble this week.
Oh, everybody did. Think of the Seahawks game last year. We had Teddy Bridgewater.
I'm not talking about last year. Fuck last year.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about this
Well,
year.
I mean, it's the same situation. I mean, missing.
No, I knew you guys were in fucking trouble, but I did not expect the unexcusable drop off just because of Michael fucking Thomas.
Yeah.
I mean, you have other weapons, and there's no reason why you can't use them.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's no preseason. There's no
Oh no! You can't use that shit when your whole fucking squad has been together for 7 years.
I mean, their newest addition is fucking Emmanuel Sanders, who's supposed
That's
to.
it. You got some fucking slot receiver who's washed up at the end of his career. Fucking,
Exactly, bro.
and you think that's gonna affect your whole fucking offense? Your offense should be good anyway. No preseason. You guys have been together how long?
Last year, our biggest weakness was not having a second wide receiver, and we can't have a second wide receiver in 2 weeks when there's no preseason whatsoever. What are you trying to get at?
I'm trying to get. That's not what I'm saying. You're changing the narrative. I said, how the fuck do you let yourselves drop off just because you lose your number one? You have plenty of fucking weapons. You have Kamara.
You have Kamara. Yeah, Kamara had 160 yards. Drew Brees is a weapon.
But you don't know how the fuck does Sean Payton not know how to use Emmanuel Sanders?
Oh no, 100%. I think that's dumb as shit to have him running their
wash.
This is you know what the stupidest thing was? Drew Brees has been losing his arm for about 3 years now. And I think the biggest telling thing about that was letting fucking Ted Ginn walk when Ted Ginn was a cheap option that could take the top off of a defense at any moment. But what's the use in that if you don't have a quarterback who can hit it?
I think that Drew Brees' arm is, it's definitely declining, but that's not really what we need. We don't need a fucking deep offense. I mean, it's always great having a decoy or taking a shot at one point, but frankly, I'm happy with the weapons we have. We just need to put them together well. And as I said, I mean, Sean Payton is a fucking terrible play caller so far into the season. I don't understand why we didn't run it with a Kamara every single fucking play. Dude averaged 6.1 yards a carry.
Yeah, you pulled the Atlanta Falcons on that one. We're getting 6 or 7 yards of carry. Let's fucking go away from it. Not to mention, you all right, this is what I don't understand. And this isn't just your team, and I'm not just going at your team. This is what I don't understand about a lot of teams, even us, for a matter of fact, for the NFL. If you have two good, capable running backs, why not do some pro set like the old style with two fucking running backs out of the backfield? If you have one like Kamara or C-Mac, you can not only use them out of the backfield to receive, but you can also have them motion out to like a slot one and really fuck defenses' lives up.
I know, no.
But no one fucking does it. Nobody. Not a damn team in the NFL uses that. You can use a pro set, you can use a wishbone, you can use a pistol, and use two amazing running backs and really make the defense go, wait, what the fuck? What the fuck's going on?
Yeah.
But nobody does it. And what really worries me about you guys, well, not worries me, makes me fucking happy and it's excited, is you guys are supposed to have such a much better defense this year, and I just fucking don't see it.
What do you mean? I mean, I'd see it. I mean, they got all the pieces aligned. It's just Malcolm Jenkins needs to play well. I'm telling you, I did not like that signing whatsoever. Von Bell played amazing. He was super underrated. I don't understand.
Yeah, you signed up a 37-year-old safety to fucking run your back end of your defense. That doesn't make no goddamn sense.
They were I see what they were trying to do, but like, why at the expense of fucking Von Bell?
What happened to fucking Davenport anyway? Is he hurt again?
He's always hurt. He was a bozo.
I don't know, man. With the decline of Breeze's arm, and your O line has been underperforming like a motherfucker. I thought you were supposed to have one of the top 10s.
Oh, they do. No, they're still top 10. They're still top 5. They're still top 3, bro. I'm telling you.
No,
they had one bad game.
Far.
They didn't allow.
I'm gonna go with J-Dub on this one.
1 sack. He had 6 pressures. Great. I mean, not one TFL or a sack last night. I get it. They had a couple holding penalties or not beneficial, but
Yeah, but okay, so you're saying that Breeze has all the time in the world, then what the fuck is the problem? You have Jared Cook, Emmanuel Sanders, Kamara. You have no fucking excuse. As long as you
Yes,
have
you do have
one,
an excuse.
as
It's
long
called
as you have
bad
one,
play calling and not being fucking.
Sean Payton is supposed to be the offensive mastermind.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, you
Yo,
could
what
be an
up,
offensive
Ball Sports Media?
you could
It's
be an
actually
offensive
Ballard Sports
mastermind
Media.
and still be a not great
Oh,
play caller. I mean, you take the
That doesn't even make any sense.
What's up, Rise Up?
because you could draw up a good offense and not be a great play caller. I mean, Sean
And
Payton
there
is
was
unbelievable.
absolutely no adjustments in that Raider game. Like,
Oh, I know. I'm telling you, Sean Payton played like an absolute bum. Not played, but coached like an absolute bum. I mean, the dude
I-
threw a challenge flag on a clear catch, and
well,
he
that's
was down.
from the assistants up in the fucking booth because they're the ones who get to see the replay first and usually call that. But I have a serious question for you, and this might sound like trolling, but I swear to you, it's not. So if it seems like that way, I apologize ahead of time. But let's say you drop 2 out of the next 3 or something like that, and Drew Brees starts really showing his age. Do you think that? I'm not saying just you because I'm not going to make this about you. I don't really know you or anything. But do you think the Saints, especially some of the fans that are getting restless and sick of this shit, will start calling for Taysom Hill?
No, I think they're going to start calling for Jameis Winston, and I
Crab
think
legs.
you're wrong.
Yeah,
Because
I think that Taysom, first off, is probably, and I don't think any quarterback on your team's good. Taysom Hill's a tight end, and Jameis Winston, we know, couldn't have a pickless game to save his goddamn life. But
Well, Bruce Arians' system is set up to take too many fucking chances and throw the ball deep. I mean, that's part of the reason why Tom Brady is fucking up because they take the chances that he was never asked to do in New England.
well, I knew that
Hey,
Purdy was going to have a fuck up because we
But
know
they're paying
Aaron-
Taysom Hill $10 million a year, so they got to have some kind of plan for the guy.
I
You
know,
don't pay
no, they
some
didn't
gadget player
enough.
$10 million a year who doesn't see the field every play.
I mean, yeah, they should use Taysom Hill more as a tight end because I honestly think he has potential to be a good receiver. Honestly,
No,
I just think
no.
that he is the best option at quarterback for.
They already have a good tight end. Jared Cook's awesome.
And they also have Adam
Yeah.
Troutman, 3rd round pick out of where was he from? Fuck, I forgot. Whatever.
Josh Hill's not bad either.
Oh, Josh Hill. I'm pretty sure he tore his ACL.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, but
I don't know.
I
I
mean-
just see your windows closing very fast.
oh
and it
no,
doesn't seem like you have
100% this is the last
any.
year that they're going to be
I'll be
a
back.
top 5 team. But I mean, next year they can open up the offense. You take the cons with the pros. I mean, realistically, Drew Brees is better than Jameis Winston. Drew Brees is going to be a top 10 quarterback, but he's a system quarterback now, and I'm fine with saying that. I mean,
Yeah, but you just said your system is shit because Sean Payton doesn't know how to call plays.
I never said our system was shit. I just
Well,
said
you said. I mean,
say
your
that.
system is your system is your play calling, and you said your play calling was bad.
our
That is your system.
Our system. Well, yes, our system. Technically, it's our play calling, but there's only so many plays that we have. I'm saying the plays we have are necessarily good, but you know what I'm trying to say. Like,
I just don't get how
Sean
you have that
Payton-
much talent and you're not using it
Oh.
because I don't understand it how our Panthers team who had 4 fucking starters on defense that were rookies in week 1, brand new system on both sides, brand new coaches, brand new faces, no Luke Kuechly, no fucking James Bradbury, lost all of our talent, lost our best sacker and Mario Addison, lost everybody, and we went within 4 points of the Raiders, and you got fucking drubbed.
Yeah,
because there's
that's
something called a
that's
matchup.
an interesting fact.
As
Really
I said,
interesting.
bro, no, honestly, as I said, the play calling was super bad, and I'll admit that.
Yeah, but Sean Payton doesn't call the defense either.
Oh no, Dennis Allen played like a scrub too. I'm no, if anything, Dennis Allen played. I mean, called worse than Sean Payton. I'm gonna blame that entirely in defensive play and tempo. I mean, if you look at it, the Raiders held the ball for what 15. Let's actually look that up.
Honestly, while he's looking his stuff up, J-Dub, How's
What?
it feel that your Panthers are now dead because your only player that carries your team is out for 4 to 6
Well,
weeks?
That
Panthers
just shows
are
your
tanking.
ignorance because you don't fucking know shit. CMAC
Oh.
wasn't even 40% of our offense this year. He's like barely a quarter of our offense. So we lose a quarter of our offense. Whoop-de fucking do. If it was last year, he was 50% of it. We would have been dead last year. But this year, we fucking DJ and Robbie Anderson both went for over 100 yards last week. Mike Davis came in at the end and fucking ran for over 6 a carry. We'll be just fine. But in the past, like last year, you'd have been fucking absolutely right. The fucking McCaffrey was in 94% of the plays and was over almost 50% of our entire offense. But this year, it's completely different. We spread the ball out and we do a lot of different things.
Well,
I mean, yeah.
I will give you this. Y'all do have a good receiving core, but, you know, at the end of the day, I still think that we still own y'all.
I'm back.
We'll beat y'all in about
I don't want to
3
hear about what
weeks.
you did in the past, dude. Like it's this year. Until you show me this year, you're fucking 0-2 just like we are. There's nothing else you
Well,
can
What
say.
team do you like, J-Dub?
And you know what sucks about that?
He's a Panthers fan.
You have had your whole fucking coaching squad and all your players together for fucking years. You have no goddamn excuse.
I'm gonna jump in here real quick.
What up, Ballard?
Buccaneers fan.
Oh my Jesus, we got the whole NFC South.
I'm
All NFC South.
gonna tell you this, man. They the Buccaneers play the Broncos this Sunday. There's no reason they should lose this game.
Yep.
Now I know they've gotten a lot of crap because it didn't
You
start
said
out
there's-
the way that it should have.
Did you say there's no reason they shouldn't? That's a double negative. So you mean you should lose?
No. I'm saying there's no there's no. I meant to say there's no reason they should lose
I
on
got you.
Sunday against the Broncos.
Well, yes, there is
because the
actually.
Broncos have
You're
so
going.
many guys
You're,
out.
you're going to Denver first of all, and Tom Brady is 4-7 there, I believe, in his career. Everybody plays shittier in the high altitude, and the Pittsburgh Steelers struggle with them with a great defense. And I'm sorry, but
I've
you
been
don't
to
have a great
Colorado. It's a
defense.
pain in the ass to breathe.
Well, here's the thing: the Broncos
You don't have a
half
great
their team
defense.
out. Broncos
They had
lost
half their team versus the Steelers too, and they made it a close game. You are not on the level of the Steelers. If you
They
think you're going to
aren't.
go in there and get an easy W, you're fucking psycho.
Yeah, I mean,
I have you
I
guys
think
fucking
that the
losing
Bucs
that
will
game.
win. I think that they'll win, but honestly,
They have a
really,
60% chance to win.
Brady doesn't do
You
good
know,
in my
60%
life.
chance of win. That's just some fucking computer analytic
Bro,
bullshit.
no, bro, that's
5.5
some
point
bullshit
spread.
that the fucking Las Vegas betters, of course, they bet for Tom Brady. If you don't bet for Tom Brady,
Yeah,
you're
I
actually
love
a
Las
betting man.
Vegas for 2 reasons. Because first of all, their odds makers have been fucking up this year. They had fucking Raiders as a 4.5 dog. So I took that bet and won $425 because first of all, I knew you weren't going to beat the goddamn spread. And second of all, I took you guys straight out lose because I knew you were going to fucking lose. If we lost by 4 points to these guys, how in the fuck does your team, who's supposed to be the greatest, the cream of the crop in the NFC South, lose by more points than fucking we did? That makes no goddamn sense. If you put apples to apples, not oranges, you should have done better than we did against them.
As I said, bro, coaching and time of possession, they had better game flow.
Time of possession. I mean, all right, coaching. Your coaching has been there for fucking years. There's no excuse. We have brand new coaches straight out of college coaching our shit
I'm not
with a
saying
bunch of
there's an excuse for
inferior
our
talent,
coaching.
and we did better than you.
I'm not you. Yeah, you did better than us. Great. I mean, the only reason that you guys did better than us is because of how. I mean, you like. Let's look at let's look at this. I mean,
I'm
you have
waiting.
CMC. All right, you have CMC there.
You have Kamara. Pretty
Great,
uh,
great.
pretty close.
Kamara's what 7 to 5, top 7 to 5 right now, in my opinion.
You're going to compare weapons. You have better weapons than we do.
Not without Michael Thomas. Hell no. You guys have Robbie Anderson. You have Curtis Samuel. You have DJ Moore. Even though DJ Moore isn't playing
So you're saying our roster is better than yours?
without Michael Thomas, bro. Yes, because especially
You're fucking crazy, dude. Who do we have that compares to Cam Jordan? Who do we have that compares to
I never-
Demario
I'm
Davis?
sorry,
Who do
sorry,
we have
I
that
worded
compares
that
to Breeze?
I'm sorry.
Who do we have that compares to the O-line?
Okay, I'm trying to say
We
you
don't have
better
nobody
weapons,
close to your
you have better
roster, dude. Our
weapons,
roster's
you have
gutted.
better weapons offensively. They have a terrible defense, and we just matched up shit. Also, it's a trap game. We're looking forward to the Packers game, and I honestly thought there was no way in hell we were losing that game. I thought, okay, this is one of the worst defenses in the NFL.
Y'all are delusional because I'll tell you one thing: the NFC South is actually one of the worst divisions in the fucking NFC, and it pisses me off. This is where my anger comes from. It's not because we're all rivals.
Right
It's
now,
because I was sick of the fucking offseason hype saying Matt Ryan, Drew Brees, fucking goddamn Tom
Wait,
Brady.
are you
This is going to be the
basically-
hardest division in the fucking league. And guess what? Our division is fucking 2-6 right now overall. That is fucking pathetic.
That's fair.
Well, Matty
That's fair.
Ice
I
is
get
the
what you're
best
trying to
quarterback
say
in the
there real
division
quick
right
is
now.
And you know what?
think
And you
it's
know
one of
what?
the
You know
worst
what? One of
because
those
it's
wins is
overhyped.
out of the two, we beat each other. So actually, outside of this division, we are fucking 1-5. We are horrible. Our whole
Are you
division is shit
basically
right now.
saying? Are you basically saying it's one of the worst because it's overhyped?
I'm saying it's one of the worst because of the record, dude. How the fuck are we losing to the fucking Raiders and the
Bro,
fucking
That's
not
fair.
even know what they're doing Cowboys and fucking we lost to each other and shit.
How
But you know what I'm
about
saying?
them
The
Cowboys?
Seahawks, that's a quality loss. I'll give you that. But you know what I'm saying? It's not like we're losing to world beaters either.
Right.
And you think it's going to get any better? We all have to play the Chiefs.
Oh,
all have to-
we're all getting murdered in that.
The other two still have to play the Raiders. And if you think the Falcons or the fucking Bucks are going to do any better against them guys, you're fucking crazy. Because they don't have a bad team. I'm sick of people talking about last year's defense. They have a bad defense. No, they don't. They have a top 3 fucking tight end right
Who,
now,
the-
Waller. They
which
probably
team?
have a top 3 running back. Derek Carr's playing well for once. Like, they have a good squad.
yeah.
They still have a top 5 O-line. Their defense has gotten way better. Like, they're a quality team this year.
Well, the Raiders have drafted. Didn't they draft like 500 different Clemson players last year? They drafted Renfro and Barrel and.
Actually, you're pretty close.
Ryan
What they've
Ryan.
actually done is almost drafted exclusively from Alabama and Clemson because they want people
Yeah.
who not only have the talent but have been in
Well,
those
they got
those
Henry Ruggs this year.
impact games. They've been in those impact big games, prime time, in front of the fucking whole
yeah.
world, under the lights.
Like all the big time names that we've seen with Bama and Clemson, like Josh Jacobs, and of course, again, like I just mentioned, they got Henry Ruggs this year too, and again, they got Hunter Renfro and Cleveland Farrell and Trayvon Mullen, who's a cornerback from Clemson, who's still pretty good too. So, I mean, that's what they're doing is taking all the big time names from the big time schools.
Yep, I'm just saying, this really just takes me off because that Atlanta's still Atlanta, the same fucking team they've been the last fucking 2-3 years. Then they were supposed to at least figure something out. They haven't figured out shit. They need to get rid of Dan.
Our head coach is on the verge of getting fired. That's the
He
only.
should have been fired last year.
He should have, dude.
Probably
But
longer
But
than
you know
that.
what? You know what saved him?
2 years
All of
ago.
you fans saved him because you fans were like, well, if we weren't hurt, well, we saw how that worked out.
Falcons
Oh,
haven't
yeah,
been jacked
yeah.
squat since they blew that lead against Tom Brady. That is fact.
I don't know.
Well-
It just drives me nuts because I thought we were going to be a way better division and everybody's fucking sucking it up. We're about right where we need to be and everyone else is just down.
Oh yeah.
Anybody who thought we were going to be world beaters this year, whether it be in my fan base or not, is fucking psycho. But I'm just happy that we're competing and we're.
I had you guys going 7-9.
I don't like doing record predictions, and I don't know where we're gonna be because I don't know. Like the first game, we had little to no mistakes, and we got beat by 4 in a close game. And then against the Bucks, we killed ourselves because we would have murdered the Bucks. I mean, if you watch that game, very first drive, we stopped Tom Brady like he's nobody, march down the field like they're not even there, and then fucking Bridgewater throws a stupid pick that doesn't even make anything, changes the whole dynamic of the whole fucking game. And then what happens? We're down 21-0. And then we march all the way back on them like they're still not there. And then we lose in the end. Like, how the fuck do we look that good against them? I have no fucking clue. And I'm a fucking Panthers fan. Like, we shouldn't look that good against either one of those teams, but we did. And the Bucks game, I'm telling you, we gave that game away. Without those 2 picks and that forced fumble, that game, we fucking win that game every day.
Pretty much.
And there's no reason for that. They have a
Here's
way
the
better
thing
roster
about,
than we do, too.
Here's the thing about the Bucks, though, is that this whole Tom Brady thing, once Tom Brady came here, everyone came out the woodwork. Everyone did. And the only thing I said I said it won't mean anything because the Buccaneers have had one of the worst O-lines ever in the NFL in recent years. They drafted a guy in Tristan Wirfs. I think he's got a lot of potential, but it's more than one guy that you need. But,
He's
you know, when
decent.
you add in, you got to give credit to the receivers, too.
He's
Mike
decent,
Evans
but
and
he's a
Chris
natural
Godwin.
right tackle.
It all comes down to when it comes to quarterback play, Tom Brady's decision making compared to Jameis Winston's decision making, because those 30 interceptions, man. I mean, Tom Brady's not going to go out there and throw 30 interceptions in one season. Come on now.
Nice.
Oh yeah,
He-
what is he on pace for right now? Do the
Some
math.
paper 30.
Yep. He's on pace. He's on pace for about the same fucking amount. Because first of all, it's the system. The system is about taking shots downfield and taking chances, but it's also predicated off getting some run, which you haven't been able to do yet. And everyone wants to say, "Oh, they ran for this many yards on you." If you watch that game, they didn't get any fucking yards running until the fourth quarter when we were gassed because our defense had been on the field the whole goddamn
That's fair.
game.
That's fair.
And then,
I mean-
of course, Leonard Fournette, who had only had like 3 carries that
I can't hear him.
Dude, just
Hold on.
water.
What up?
Hey, J-Dub, are you still there, man?
I could hear him, but like
Your
it sounded-
volume is
It's very quiet.
very
Hold on a
low.
second.
There
Is
we
that
go.
better?
We can hear you now.
My
What were you
bad. Okay, I was just saying. Anyway, Fournette, he probably had like 3 to 5 carries that entire game, and then all of a
Right.
sudden, gassed at the end, he comes in and just fresh and just destroys us, which he's going to do to any team.
Oh yeah.
But
He's
he
a good
ran for
runner.
like 70 something yards in that fourth quarter. Without that, we stopped your run. Like there was no run.
Yeah.
And everyone says it was just Jameis. That's that system, dude. I don't care who it is. And not only that, they were playing from behind a lot. I'm telling you like this. Tom Brady is a system quarterback. You took him out of his system, and he's old. Have fun with
Only
that.
time he played this year,
Gronk has
man,
played
I'm
like
saying.
your tight end core has played like dog shit. OJ Howard couldn't catch COVID, and fucking Gronk is just looks like he hasn't played in 3 years. Oh wait, that's probably about right.
Yeah, it is. I mean, our whole division, I was expecting better out of it. I mean, obviously, I was expecting Tampa to be 1-1. You know, we were all expecting, but it just happened. You know, I was honestly expecting Atlanta to be 2-0. I thought those were 2 very winnable games, but Seattle, what we did was we let that stupid pass interference, you know, take us out of our game and let us get blown out because we were up 3-0 on that 3rd and 23 when that pass interference.
Dude, you
And
were up
then-
so many times in that game. You just went away from your game plan. And I don't know what's going on, but you guys need to establish the run as well. You can't just pass all day and think you're going to keep up with
Yeah.
people because if you get in shootouts,
mean-
you don't have the defense for that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the thing with Gurley is I never said that he was 2017 form, but I think we do have to start using him more. But at the same time, he had 21 carries last week, but that was in the
Isn't
fourth.
Hill still there?
Yeah, Hill's still there. Smith is still there. That Seattle game, yeah. That
It's
was
not
a
the talent, it's your
game.
fucking O line. Your O line.
Yeah. But that Dallas game, oh my god, I do not even want to
Dude,
start on.
I think
I'm
actually
going-
a bigger problem for you guys, I think personally, is Dimitrioff over fucking Dan Quinn.
I think Quinn's the biggest problem on this
No,
team.
because
Him
last
and
year,
Marcus
last year,
Morris.
what'd you try to do? You brought in 2 free agent O linemen and drafted 2 O linemen, and they were all fucking garbage, all 4 of them.
Well, I wouldn't. The 2 we brought in free agency were pretty garbage, but when Lundstrom came back because he was injured most of the year, when he
Oh,
came,
that's right. He got hurt. My bad.
he did have an impact. He did have an impact late in the season, especially in that 49er game when we tried to run their season.
Well, I just hope you guys all enjoy while the Panthers are down because it's not going to be for long, and you guys are wasting your opportunity, and it really just makes me
Well,
laugh
the
because
Panthers. Here's the thing about the Panthers. They
I'm good. I'm good to hear this. I want to know what you
That's-
know better about my team than me.
no. I'm gonna make a good point here. First off, I think they're one of the
Trying to
teams
get
trying to tank.
ESPN.
They're. Go ahead, rise up.
He's trying to go to ESPN. Mr. Ballard over here is
Oh
trying.
yeah.
Yeah,
Trying to be a
let him speak. Let him
sportscaster.
speak. I'll be the
Yeah.
judge of whether he's right or
The
not. Let him speak.
Panthers this year are tanking for Trevor Lawrence.
Nope, you don't
Is
know
that-
what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh my god, bro! I thought I was gonna hear a good point. Oh my god, ESPN status point. No, I mean that was actually a pretty ESPN.
Dude, if
status.
we were tanking, why would we pick up Rasul Douglas the other day as a veteran? Why would we pick up Tremaine Johnson as a veteran? Because we're trying to actually like bring in people to teach these kids so they can learn better and play better. You know, why would we do all this
Matt
shit?
Rule's the
Why
new and
would
young
why
head
would we
coach.
why would we put McCaffrey
He
on
wants a
IR when he
franchise
wanted
guy.
to stay off IR so he could come back? Like we're actually trying to win every game. We didn't tank shit. You think we threw away that game with you guys? You're fucking psycho. We tried to come back. Nobody who's tanking comes back from losing. Why did we only lose by 4 to the Raiders? Because we're tanking? We did better than the fucking Saints did. How the fuck are we tanking? You watch mainstream media too much, dude.
Yeah.
We're not trying to tank shit. If we were trying to tank, you know what we would have done? I'll tell you what we'd have done.
Give the game
wouldn't
away.
we probably wouldn't have signed Matt Rule to begin with. We probably would have kept broke ass Cam Newton. We probably would have not signed Teddy Bridgewater, and if we got rid of Cam, we would have kept Kyle Allen to be the starter because it would have been a cheap option. He won like his first 5 out of his 6 games, so it would have been at least reasonable with the fans. We wouldn't have signed some of the we wouldn't have signed Tahir Whitehead and some of these veterans to come in to teach people and to plug holes. We would have just drafted and taken cheap shit and saved all the money we could. We're not tanking shit. Ain't nobody in the NFL tanks and it doesn't work. What's kind of funny is everyone thought Miami was tanking last year and then they didn't, and they only got the 7th pick, but they still got Tua.
Yeah, I think they ended up with the 5th pick, wasn't it? Either way.
Oh yeah, they got 5th. My bad. We had 7. They had 5th. You're
I
right.
think that because now the 3 teams to me that, were looking like they could get Trevor Lawrence, at this point, I think the team out of all of them that might end up getting it is maybe Carolina, but I don't
The
even
Giants,
know.
bro.
The
I'm telling
Jaguars.
you,
The
the Giants.
Jaguars are in
Well, they got
contention.
Daniel Jones. They will not pick. Giants will not pick up.
Gardner
I mean,
Minshew
yeah.
is probably not the
Gardner
long-term answer
Minshew
for
looks way
Jacksonville.
better than Daniel Jones, bro.
Daniel
mean,
Jones
Daniel
doesn't look
Jones-
that. Daniel Jones doesn't look that bad. He just played like 2 of the top 5 defenses in the first 2 weeks. Because he did play the Bears and the Steelers. You got to give him a break for that. He did play the Bears and the Steelers. I mean, it's not like he played trash defenses.
I know, but I mean,
And he has
when
no
you're-
weapons.
He doesn't have any weapons, but neither do. I mean, I can't say that about Minshew. I mean, Minshew does have some weapons. He's got a pretty.
Well, that's why they got drubbed last night, because they didn't have DJ Chark, and he's their best weapon.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%.
But that's how Daniel's going to have it without Barkley, too, so who knows?
Well, they signed broke-ass Devontae Freeman, but I think anyone in their right mind knows Freeman probably won't do anything. He might get 400 yards and a touchdown or 2, but he'll be worse than he was for us last year with New York. With that O-line that New York has, both of our O-lines like between us and New York, but
I wouldn't
do
talk
have
bad
to-
about Freeman just by himself, but yeah, behind that old line, he's not going to do shit.
Poor Freeman. I remember when he just walked all over the Saints in 2017.
He did it to us once or twice, too.
Man,
I think he did. I mean, Freeman, those 2, and you can count 2017 maybe 2. Those 2-3 seasons, he was the top running back in the league. But after then, and when he got injured in 2018,
He was never top running back in the league. Come on now.
He
You
wasn't
really
a
say
top
he's the
running
best
back,
in the
but
league?
Come
he
on.
was like top 7, top 5, maybe.
it was B tier.
Come on,
B
son.
tier to A tier, not like S tier or any of that dumb shit. I mean, come on, like be a little more realistic.
What I meant was he was one of the top running backs in the league, not the top running back. One of
Maybe top 10.
Dude, he's barely crapped top 10. He probably was 7th overall, tops.
Yeah, 7 you can probably argue in those 2 seasons. And then 2017 was probably like 11th or 12th on the list. But he got injured in 2018. He was just
Well, it's kind of funny because when they actually, you would think it'd be the opposite, but when they started splitting carries with Tevin Coleman is when he started going downhill. He was fucking pissed.
Mm.
Well, yeah. I mean, I do not know why we didn't keep Tevin Coleman, but I mean, yeah. I mean, but
Money.
yeah, money definitely. And we got Ito Smith, we got Brian Hill, and Todd Gurley. Hopefully, he can do something. I still think Gurley might have a thing or two left in the tank. We just need to give the ball to him. Actually, not in the fourth quarter, but more like in the first, like how we did in Seattle versus Seattle. Seattle has Jamal Adams. They have Bobby Wagner. He did pretty good against
Nothing else.
Seattle.
Seattle ain't got no fucking line.
Well, I mean, yeah, true, but they got the best safety in football, and they got Bobby Wagner, who is probably the best.
But if last year was proof of anything, if you have a bad O line, the best safety or the best linebacker in football, who last year was Luke Kuechly, can't do shit against the run when they're getting fucking hit by guards on the first level. Like we had Luke Kuechly last year and Shaq Thompson, but with that shitty O line, we were last in the NFL in run defense, because it doesn't matter how good of a linebacker you are when a guard's hitting you before you can even read the play.
Look at Khalil Mack, bro. He lost Hicks. Wait, was it Hicks? Yeah, it was Akeem Hicks. He
Yep.
went down, and he had.
We lost KK Short last year. That's what fucking murdered our fucking D line. And everyone's like, "Oh, you got Don Terry Poe and Gerald McCoy." I'm like, they're fucking washed, first of all, and second of all, without KK Short, who was the best D tackle we had, our defense ain't shit. And Luke Kuechly was like getting fucking hit by linemen right away. Everyone knows Luke Kuechly is that guy who runs around and reads all the plays. But if you have a lineman on you, you ain't doing shit. I don't know. Hey, Ballard, I got a question for you. So it sounds like these two guys are blaming their coaching for their bad start, or injuries too. I guess one wide receiver ruins your whole offense. But what do you think is your problem there in Tampa?
For right now?
Well, I mean, why such a shitty start? I mean, you were supposed to be fucking world champs.
I honestly don't know what the heck's going on.
You want my take on it?
Sure.
Since you don't know, Bruce Arians is a decent coach. He's a good coach, and you have decent weapons all over, right? I mean, even the defense, even people who don't know better, your defense has weapons. Shaq Barrett, I think, is very underrated.
In New England, I swear.
What?
Are you going to tell me that it was all Bill Belichick?
I'm not even just talking about Brady. I'm talking about your whole team. See, that's the whole problem with the Bucs fans. They thought you buy one guy off the street who's the GOAT, whatever. You fixed everything. There were deeper problems than just Jameis Winston. Jameis Winston is not the complete problem with the whole Bucs thing. So you can't just buy a tight end and buy a quarterback and fix everything. That's the whole Buccaneers problem.
It wasn't even the main problem.
The O-line is terrible. The run game is at least inconsistent as heck.
I think it should be great now. It doesn't make much sense, because if you went old school traditional football, if I had that team, well, this is what I would do. I would start Leonard Fournette, and Ronald Jones would be my third down back, just like the old school days. Pound them with Leonard Fournette, bring in Ronald Jones in passing situations and third down.
Yep.
Unless it's third and short, and then let Fournette do his thing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's no reason why you can't do that. I would run double tight end set with fucking 2 wideouts, and if I didn't run double tight end set, I put 3 wideouts, because you have plenty wideouts. You have Godwin, fucking Mike Evans. You have a bunch of young guys. You have a bunch of young guys who can ball the fuck out.
Watson and Scotty Miller are pretty young.
Scotty Miller is fucking gonna be a boss. Scotty Miller is gonna be good once he gets fucking experience.
Oh heck yeah, a lot of potential.
I'm not as big on Watson, but I think Scotty Miller is gonna be a star.
Yeah. Definitely.
So you have that. You have 2 fucking tight ends that are both great. You only bring Gronk in on running downs or goal line. Don't let him play every fucking down, because he's not that guy anymore. OJ Howard's the guy who needs to do it every time. And you need to keep OJ Howard in the game, because he needs to get more consistent and get his fucking timing and shit down.
That's the thing too, man, because I'm also an Alabama fan as far as college goes. Yeah.
Well, see, you got to think about this. OJ Howard has never been allowed to be the number one and been in there all the time, because even before Gronk was there, they used Cameron Brate more than him.
Right.
You need to let
Cameron
that kid
Brate wasn't
play.
bad.
I'm not saying Brate's bad. Brate was better than him. Bray was better than him, and that's why they started him. But he's a kid who
Right.
needs to get his feet underneath him. He needs to play all the time to get in sync. Like he's never got the
He was
chance to.
really electric at Alabama. He was probably one of the best tight ends Alabama's ever had, and now he's in the NFL. What is he doing?
What really confuses me is your fucking
Let him
defense.
unleash his
'Cause
potential.
your defense really confuses me even more, though, because your offense, I knew your offense wasn't going to be everything they said. It just
Oh, of
wasn't
course.
possible. But
Yeah.
your defense doesn't make any sense. Shaq Barrett is a rising star in this fucking league. Vea
Oh,
is actually staying healthy, which he should be good. Levante David is probably the best middle linebacker in the division now that fucking Luke retired, except for maybe Demario Davis. But
It's Deion Jones, man.
you are psycho.
Bro, Demario
Deion-
Davis is technically an outside linebacker.
Did he just say Deion Jones?
Yeah, bro, come on,
I
man.
mean, you can't.
Nah, dude.
He might
Nah,
not
he
be
ain't all that.
the best, but he's
He's
definitely
your no.
up there.
He's the best for splash plays. He's the one who's going to give you that pick six. He's the one who's going to give you that fumble
Well,
if
yeah.
they happen to blitz him. He's a flash guy, but he's not an every down like going to tear you apart guy. He's just not that. Levante David, I'd take 10 times over him.
Oh yeah.
I would almost take Demario Davis over him. I'm not
Almost.
disrespecting Deion Jones.
Bro,
I'm just
Demario
saying.
Davis is
Wasn't
not-
Deion Jones converted from safety or some shit too?
No,
I'm
that
sure.
was that Vic Beasley was the one that they would convert from, linebacker to pass rusher, linebacker to pass rusher. That was the guy that Quinn would do that with. It wasn't yeah. So I actually got a question, just random off topic real quick. I know the Falcons are going to start allowing fans in week 5 versus J-Dub's Panthers. J-Dub, do you know if the Panthers are going to allow fans in at one point?
I'm not sure yet. We don't have any plans for sure. They're working hard to try, but I think even if they do, they're going to have some of the smallest amount allowed in the whole league because they're worried more about health and shit. They're not worried about. It's not like our home field advantage is worth the shit anyway. Everyone knows that.
Yeah.
Our team is too young. Our team
Yeah.
is too young because it's more like if we play the Steelers, there's more Steelers fans in the fucking stadium. It's just
That's
one of
kind
those.
of how it is for us too. We don't.
Oh, we know. We used to pump in crowd noise before it was allowed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
I remember that fucking game we played against y'all too. It was for us to make the playoffs. You guys weren't playing for anything. There was more Carolina fans in the old Atlanta Stadium than you guys had. And fucking it was third down at the end. And it was louder than fucking. I'm like, how the fuck is it so loud when they have no fucking fans there? It's all Carolina
Right.
blue. And later we
They
found out you were
blasted out with
cheating
speakers
and
and
pumping in
stuff.
fucking stadium. bro.
wasn't it like 2013 or something?
I believe
was it
so.
the
It was
year-
something like that.
Was it the following year when the division was whole shit and y'all won at like 7,
8 and 1. Yeah.
Yeah, it had to have been because we faced each other week 17 both years. And
Yeah.
so, that whole division was shit. And, the thing about that 2014 was, if we didn't beat New Orleans before y'all came here and y'all whooped our ass and stuff, New
Yeah,
Orleans.
Matt Ryan had a great game that game. Yeah, I think he
did.
threw as many touchdowns to us as he did you.
I mean, Matt Ryan is right now the best quarterback in the division if you look at it after 2 weeks.
Oh.
Off of wins losses, he's the best quarterback in the division after 2 weeks because Bridgewater hasn't played, and like
Bridgewater doesn't have a big enough sample size to make it legit.
Yeah,
Tom Brady's living off of what he used to do, but also I think Matt Ryan is too. I think Matt Ryan is a great quarterback when it comes to throwing the ball. When it comes to like pre-snap reads and audibles, he is one of the worst in the division. Probably the worst in the division. Like he doesn't know when to switch to run plays because he'd rather just pass and have it in his hand. He doesn't he has trouble getting rid of the ball when he should, and when he does get rid of the ball, sometimes it's sketchy. Like I don't know, man. Matt Ryan has all the talent in the world. There's no excuse for Matt Ryan.
The thing with Matt Ryan is I've always loved him, and I love Julio. I think they're the two best players in franchise history. But my one problem with Matt Ryan, to me, it always seems like, and it hasn't been this year, but more notably last year, in his first year with an offensive coordinator, that he can't adjust. Whenever he gets a new offensive coordinator, it's just the first year he cannot just come out and adjust to that new offensive coordinator immediately. Now,
I don't see. This doesn't make any sense because I could fucking go there and call Madden plays and make your offense get fucking 300 to 400 yards of passing. It's the fucking run game or the lack thereof that just drives it nuts. Like,
Yeah.
and people don't realize back in the old school days, you ran the ball, set up play action to set up the pass. But you can literally do the complete opposite right now and use the pass to set up the run, but they just don't do it. You do like shotgun draws, you do other shit, and you guys don't do any of that. Anytime you guys run, it's like I formation, fucking single back set, and it's obvious. Everyone knows what you're doing. Like there's no creativity whatsoever.
I mean, the thing with Matt Ryan is he doesn't have the deepest arm. We all know he doesn't have an Aaron Rodgers arm or a Patrick Mahomes
I mean,
arm.
he's still hitting them boys in stride deep. So
I mean, he does. I mean, you know,
there's
Matt
nothing wrong
Ryan-
with Matt Ryan's arm. His physical talents are there. He can do anything. I mean, that's the only reason he was MVP of the league and he is as good as he is because he's got the talent. It's something else. I mean, some of it's the O-line, but I think that's kind
some
of a
of it to
cop-out.
me is he can't get rid of the ball when he needs to.
What do you want him to do? He
Sometimes-
threw over 400 yards against the Seahawks. What else is he supposed to do? Throw for 5 or 6? Jesus, he can't do it by himself.
Sometimes, from what I've seen,
what do you want? What do you want from him? He threw for over 400 yards. What else is he supposed to do?
Who do you
That's a
think
lot
best
of fucking
quarterback
yards.
is in the league?
Sometimes, to me, it kind of seems like Matt Ryan, he has it all there. I think that if at his
Not at
best,
all.
he could be a top 3 quarterback in the league at his very
Right now? No. No way in fuck.
Right now, no. I put
Patrick
Mahomes
Mahomes
over
would
him.
fucking murder him. Lamar Jackson over him. Fucking Kyler Murray over him, and that's 3 already. So there's no way he's top 3. No way.
Kyler
in fuck.
Murray and Kyler Murray, probably yes. Patrick Mahomes, absolutely. Lamar Jackson, as a matter of fact, I want to say this about Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson, now he's been improving as a passer, you know, he so far this season has, but he faced the Cleveland Browns and the Houston Texans. So, I mean, you know, wait until he faces Kansas City on Monday night. Now, he'll probably
He
carve
fucking
them up
did. I mean, he
because they're
fucking did
beating.
last year, and he did just fine, and he improved on throwing this year.
He
So
did.
I don't know what you're really saying.
Bro, what are you
Um,
talking about, bro?
Lamar
Kansas City has a
the point
not
I'm
good.
getting to
Their
is-
secondary isn't good. They have like what round was their rookie cornerback drafted in? Because that dude was like starting, dude. All they did was lose talent, and he lit up the Chiefs last year. I don't know what you're on, bro.
Yeah,
Dude,
I
wait
mean,
till this Monday. Wait till this Monday when you think Mahomes is better and fucking the Ravens go in there and fucking spank the shit out of them.
oh, I think that
Mahomes is
honestly,
still better, but the Ravens
honestly,
will spank the shit out of them.
I'm gonna say this. I think the
I
Ravens
don't know if
will be
Mahomes is
winning
better.
the
Did you see him last week? He looked like fucking hot garbage for 3
Oh, I
quarters.
mean, the Chargers are a top 5 defense.
Well, yeah, to be fair.
That's debatable. Their
I mean,
secondary's
that-
beat up. They're missing one of their best defensive players in Derwin James.
I know,
Yeah.
and I still think that they're at least top 10, even without Derwin.
I would say top 10. I wouldn't say one of the best in the league. Top 10 is top third. That's not best in the league.
Yeah, but they're a good defense. I think that Mahomes will probably he'll
Dude.
probably have a good day. He'll have
Dude,
his fair
I'm going
share
to
of
laugh my
carries.
fucking ass off if we score 30 plus on that great defense without McCaffrey. I will laugh my fucking ass off. Because honestly, I think the Bucks and the Raiders have a decent defense, and we did just fine.
I'm gonna say this back to the whole thing. I really think that Lamar Jackson he's meant to be a running quarterback. Now he's improved on his
Duh.
passing, but he's more meant to be a running quarterback. And to me,
It
those
doesn't matter
are
what he's meant to be, dude.
just-
The guy can sling the ball. I'm telling you, dude.
I
He's
mean,
worked on
yes.
his arm. He was a Heisman Trophy winner, not by running. It was by passing. Like, he can pass. He just has he's like Mahomes in a lot of way with his mechanics. They don't have mechanics. They just sling the ball. They don't give a fuck. Oh, you're not supposed to sidearm it? I'll sidearm it. Or you're supposed to look at your receiver? Fuck that. You know what I mean? Like, you're supposed to have your feet set? Nah. That's the only thing you can say bad about them. They don't have traditional mechanics, but the proof's in the pudding. The guys have great completion percentage. They don't throw picks. Like, there's nothing wrong with their passing at all. Like, he wouldn't have got MVP of the league last year if he was just running. I think Michael Vick proved that shit. And Michael Vick could sling the ball too. So,
I mean, okay, yes, but overall, my problem with Matt Ryan and where I'm getting to is, to me, sometimes not really this year, but more in like 2019, 2017, especially 2017. From what I've seen, Matt Ryan, when he should just, either throw the ball away or worst case scenario, take the snap, he'll throw it and it'll get intercepted when he knows he's going down. That's my problem with Matt Ryan.
I don't know. My thing right now is Dan Quinn needs to be gone.
He needs to. We all know it.
As far as I'm concerned, I'll do a little analogy for you. I would say Bill Belichick can win without Tom Brady. Sean Payton, I don't think he can win without Drew Brees. I really don't. I mean, even the Drew Brees without an arm, he should be able to fucking scheme and figure out shit, and even without Michael Thomas.
Honestly,
we're fucking doing this shit
that
in Carolina with a lot less talent. You can say Robbie Anderson is great, but he's no Michael Thomas. And honestly, when it comes down to it, he's just a little better than Emmanuel Sanders. Like, we don't have that much better talent. C-Mac's better than Kamara, but we're about not to have him. We're about to really see what goes on. And we're not even using C-Mac like that. Like, we weren't even using him like that. I'm just saying, like, it doesn't make any fucking sense what's going on with your guys' teams. It just drives me nuts. Like, Atlanta should have never lost that game last week. The first week, the Seahawks are a fucking great team. Well, I'm not going to take anything away. I mean, their secondary is fucking garbage, and so is their D-line. And you can say Jamal Adams. Well, he's one safety, and they have him in the box sniffing around a lot. So you can't cover when you're in the fucking box or blitzing. I mean, he looked like a world all-star beater because he played on the shit Jets defense where he was the only guy. Like, he is not as good as people think. If you are on a bad team and you're good, you look like a superstar. And I mean, he has those splash plays, kind of like Deion Jones, where you have plays where you're like, oh my God, that guy's great. But he's not like Polamalu where he has the splash plays, plus he plays every down like he's awesome. Like, the only reason they picked up Jamal Adams is because management wouldn't let him pay for Clowney, which is what Pete Carroll wanted. Because Pete Carroll knew we need pass rush. But past Clowney, there was no pass rush available.
Really wasn't at that point. I mean, Seattle doesn't have any D-line. I really think that they have Dallas this week. Personally, I think that it's hard to tell because when healthy, Dallas can still have a not going to say the best O-line.
The only way Dallas wins that game is if they run all over them.
Yeah, exactly.
Because if they get in a shootout, Russell's going to outshoot them.
Oh yeah, because let's face it, at this point in time, Seattle is just, I think they're the best team in the NFC at this point. But, what are your thoughts about the Arizona Cardinals? I think
the Cardinals are the best in the NFC right now. Not even close. You have to look. If you look at last year, I know I always say it's this year, but if you look into last year, going into this year, the last 6 weeks of the league, their defense went to top 10, I think top 5 actually, and that was without Isaiah Simmons. That was without. That was when they first moved Chandler Jones back to his actual natural position. And his Vance Joseph, who's one of the greatest defensive coordinators in the league, he's not a head coach. He didn't do well for the Broncos as a head coach, but a defensive coordinator, defensive mind, he's one of the greatest. And now he's got all the weapons he needs. Kyler Murray has a better O-line because they fixed it. And he's got D-Hop. And they're fucking set. Like, both sides of the ball are amazing. They're going to just get better with time, too. I think they're going to win the West. I think they're going to beat Seahawks. They had the Seahawks fucking number last year. They played in week 17, and everyone's like, oh, well, that was a meaningless game to the Cardinals. It wasn't a meaningless game for Seattle, and it was in Seattle with their crowd, and they got beat by the Cardinals. And that was before they fixed their defense or got D
Not
Hop.
just
They're in
speed.
fucking trouble. And the Niners are way trouble. And I don't think the Rams can fucking put up the points with them.
Oh, yeah. The thing about that Arizona game, I think for like a whole, that whole second half, I don't think they had Kyler Murray in that game.
And they still won.
They still won. And not only just won.
Because Cliff Kingsbury is a fucking offensive genius. Well, I will put this with a grain of salt because everyone said Sean McVay was an offensive genius, but there's two things that you have to have. First of all, when you first come in, you're going to be a genius because no one's ever seen it before, and people are going to get film and they're going to figure it out. Two, you have to have the talent. And once he lost his bell cow back and Gurley, that all fell apart for McVay. But they have Drake. They have another, I can't remember the kid's name. They have another kid who's awesome at running back. They fixed their O-line. Kyler Murray can be all the running game you need. They have Kirk, Larry Fitzgerald, and D-Hop catching balls. They have everything they need on offense. And their defense is worlds better. They're going to be a fucking menace this year. I'm really not happy that we have to play them as the only West team this year.
I'm going to say this. I think that the two best receivers in the NFL throughout the first 2 weeks have been DeAndre Hopkins and Calvin Ridley. I mean, now Calvin Ridley, he is going to be.
Calvin really has an unfair advantage because Julio gets all the attention.
Yes.
But Calvin Ridley's awesome. I don't know. It's great because, all right, and you know how we picked back-to-back that draft. We picked DJ Moore. You guys picked Ridley. And the fan base, some of the fan base was loved the pick. Some of the fan base hated it. And I just said, hey, we're going to see for years who was better. Second round, same thing. We picked Dante Jackson. You guys picked Isaiah Oliver.
Oh, now
these guys are going to get fucking compared together for years because we're both rivals and they were back-to-back picks.
Oh my God. If we could go back and pick Deontay Jackson, trade up a few spots, I would, because Isaiah
Jackson's been hot garbage for us, to be honest. Like, he hasn't been good at all. I mean, you guys see he's like the splash play guy. Like, you see the picks and the pick sixes, but he gets burned every fucking time. He's not very good. Like, we moved him to number 1 this year out of necessity, and none of us liked it. We all hated it because he's just not ready. I mean, he's got the speed and the talent, but he does not know football. He does not know technique. He relies on his speed too much. And he got hurt in the first game against the Raiders because we were on goal line defense, and he doesn't like tackling either. So he tried to tackle Josh Jacobs. You know what he did? He went for his knees and spun while he was in midair. So his back went towards his knees first, and he hurt his ribs. It's like, dude, you don't tackle goal line by slinging your back at somebody. Especially somebody like Josh Jacobs, who's a power runner. Like, that's just stupid.
I'm going to say this about now DJ Moore and Calvin Ridley. Honestly, at this point in time, DJ Moore, to me, he is kind of like, in a way, the more reliable guy. The guy
I would say the opposite, actually, because DJ drops a lot of balls. But I think they're apples and oranges. It's hard to compare them. Calvin Ridley is more of a speedster. He's going to take the top off the defense. He runs pretty crisp routes. DJ's worse at routes, and he's worse at catching. But DJ is 20 times better after the catch. Like, DJ is basically a running back in an open space after the catch. He can power you. He can spin, he can juke, he can everything. And he also has fumble security. But, I mean, it's really hard to compare them, though, because they're so different.
I'm going to address this about DJ Moore and Calvin Ridley. Honestly, I would much rather have Ridley on my team, at least right now. But DJ Moore is not that bad. And I really think that he can maybe be that next Steve Smith for y'all. I don't think he's anywhere as great as Steve Smith, but he could be that next good receiver for y'all.
No one will ever be Steve Smith, but he can definitely be our number 1. And that's all we wanted. We wanted a number 1. And people who say he's not and he's not capable, he was 9th in the whole league last year in receiving yards. 9th. He had more than D-Hop. He had more than Jarvis Landry. He had more than Odell Beckham. He had more than all these guys. And that was with an undrafted rookie quarterback, Kyle Allen. And he only played 15 games. Like, he was 9th in the entire league. Do you understand what I'm saying? 9th. He was top 10 in passing yards or receiving yards. That's fucking unreal. And no one puts respect on his name. And it's like, if he ever puts it all together, he's going to be dominant in this league. See, Ridley was a way better choice for you, which, I mean, you didn't have a choice because you picked after us. But he was way better for you because he's more of a, like, he's way better at slot. He's way better as a complementary, like, second or third receiver than DJ could ever dream of being. But you have Julio Jones, so it works perfect. I mean, and I think eventually he can be smart enough and good enough that when Julio maybe goes somewhere or whatever happens, he will be ready to go.
Well, I would like to say Julio won't go anywhere else and he'll retire as a Falcon, but after this whole Tom Brady stuff, you don't know. But I think Julio should retire as a Falcon. But
we never thought Smith would do nothing but retire as a Panther, and we saw how that worked. So you never know.
Yeah. I mean, I think it would give a lot of Falcons fans, probably every Falcons fan, a nightmare if it happened because, I mean, you do not want to see probably the most beloved player in franchise history for your team in another team's uniform. So, I mean, that's
as long as it
really
ain't in the same division, it doesn't hurt as bad. But yeah, I understand what you mean. The big thing is if he ever starts playing like half worth his contract because he makes so much money, I could see you guys being like, okay, we'd rather not see him in another uniform, but it's time. You know what I mean? With us, it kind of sucked because we were only paying like $8 million for Steve Smith, and we actually lost money by getting rid of him. So it made absolutely no sense. But I'm sorry if I chased your friends out. I didn't mean to. My bad.
Oh, it's okay, man. It's all good. You've been really controlling my stream tonight, and I'm thankful because obviously and we're gonna get Andy Rod in here. What's going on, man?
What's up, guys?
Who are you? Why do you have TTC in your name?
Because I'm in the TTC.
Are you? That's funny. I'm in the TTC. I don't even know.
Yeah, I am.
You put out a intro video?
Yeah, I did on my channel. I've been on YouTube for 5 years.
How long you did TTC?
How long?
Just this
I'm
year?
barely doing what's it called? Yeah, I just barely realized it this year because what's it called? I mean, even though I did football videos back then, but I never knew what the TTC was. That's the thing. Until like right now.
Do you know Chief Urag?
Yes, I know Chief Urag.
Have you talked to him and shit? Does he claim you or? I'm not saying that makes you TTC or not. I'm just asking.
Yeah, I think he has claimed me. I mean, I talked to him like a bunch of times.
Right on. I'll have to sub you up and go check out your intro video because that's my biggest thing. As long as you do an intro video, as long as you do hate weeks properly and do proper crow, that's all that matters.
I'm a rookie and I never have claimed to ever be a good trash talker. I'm not right now. I know there's AR-10 in this fan base, but I don't really know.
Sergeant AR-10 is basically all you got at this point. I mean, there's really nobody else.
Slitta left the TTC a few years ago.
Who?
Slitta.
Oh, Slitta's not TTC. I mean, okay, this is how it goes. When you're TTC for life. But he's not in the current roster of TTC, if that makes any sense. Like, basically, if you go TTC, you can go retire, quit, go do better things. But at any moment, anybody can go after you. That's just how it is. It's blood in, blood out. The only way you get out of the TTC is you die. I mean, but you don't have to do hate weeks. You don't have to be part of it. But once you're in, and you're really in, you're in. Like, but he's not a current roster member. Like, he doesn't do hate weeks. Nobody really respects him as a TTC member. You'll be fine though, Andy Rod. You probably won't have to crow too much. I'm on my I think I just did my 10th crow in a row. Counting last year and this year.
Well, I've been doing Chief videos for 4 years, and guess what? I did crows, even if I wasn't in the TTC. I did crows already, like for the past 3 years.
I wasn't coming at. I didn't mean to come at you like that. This year there's been like so many people that think it's that's pretty cool. I think I want to do it, but a lot of people don't know what it's really about. Like, you have to have thick skin, and you have to understand. Like, it's not this whole personal doxing going on people's Facebook bullshit that some of it has become. It's just about football and talking that shit, and you got to be able to take it.
I mean, honestly, because
it's going to be really easy for you because you're a Chiefs fan. But
But it's fine, J Dub. I mean, I got attacked already by freaking Sev Shaneros. I don't even know you. I don't know if you know him.
Oh, Savage Sev is a boss. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a Broncos fan, which makes sense because I hate the Broncos.
Well, your rivals got to go at you. That's the worst. Like your rivals go at you most.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
I mean, and I know for our fan base, Preston, and obviously I wasn't around when he was around, but
Yeah.
I've heard about him from like
He was a
Slim.
dickhead. He was a dickhead, but it's sad how it ended.
It is, man.
Wait, who? Preston, the Falcons fan?
Yeah,
Oh, I knew of him, but I never like talked to him.
Falcons
Yeah,
for life.
He was a shithead, but yeah, it's sad. But no, for the Falcons, I mean, the most respected for me from my time in it was Falcons for Life was cool. Aries Falcon was badass, but he's gone now. He does a pod. He's on a podcast or something. That's like,
Podcast.
he's like on the like fourth highest podcast in Atlanta or some shit. He does legit shit now, which a lot of TTC members, that's what they end up doing. They go legit or they have their own shit. Like EDP, I wouldn't say he went legit. He's just a fucking shithead, but he's got such a following. He can go live today and get over $1,000 in fucking super chats. So, and he was on, and actually, when it comes down to it, a lot of other TTC members won't admit to this, but I'll tell you one thing. He is the one who actually made it first because he was on Tosh.0, the TV show. We had a TTC member in Tosh.0. You can look it up. He was on Tosh.0. It's fucking insane. We made cable network TV. And Bad Dog, Mr. Bad Dog is one of the original OGs.
Oh, I know.
And he runs a very successful channel. Copizzle for the Giants runs a very successful channel. Like there's a lot of people that have gone on to bigger and better things, but Uncle Lou, who does sports videos for Georgia Bulldogs in college, he was original TTC member. BVD was a TTC member. Like TTC has had some major people come through.
Yep. Bad Dog used to be in the TTC, but not anymore. But I remember him attacking Slitta.
One of his last hate weeks ever was against me. Actually, I think it might have been his last hate week. I had him and Meet the Mets and a bunch of old classics come out my rookie year 2 years ago. And that was the one we beat them with a 63-yard field goal at the end of the game. And his reaction video went viral and got fucking ungodly views. And that was him seeing us kick the 63-yarder to beat him. It's a great video. Those are the two videos you should look up, though, if you want to know like how big it's gotten. Like the Tosh.0 video or the Tosh.0 appearance with EDP is fucking badass just because it was a TTC member on fucking MTV.
Now, let me address this about EDP. Let me ask this. He's claimed he hasn't been TTC. So does that really make him TTC?
It's just like Slitta. TTC made EDP. EDP was fucking garbage when he came into TTC. He didn't know how to make videos. He actually looked like he wasn't that big of an Eagles fan. He didn't have no Eagles fucking gear on. He didn't have Eagles shit all over his
doesn't
wall.
he live in California?
He lives in
He lives
Bakersfield.
in Bakersfield.
Now, to be fair, I saw he went to the Super Bowl and they won it. He went to the playoff game in
Yeah,
January.
he got that fucking ticket bought for him by somebody else. So like EDP, I'm not sucking fucking EDP's dick. Nobody does. We don't fucking like him. But at the same token, he's one of the biggest names that ever came out of not in the TTC, but he's one of the biggest ones that ever came out of it. You know what I'm saying? Like he went on to other things. But if it wasn't for the TTC, there would be no EDP. If you ever I don't even think you can find him anymore, but his original videos, there was no Eagles memorabilia on the wall. He was barely ever wearing nothing but a hat of the Eagles. He didn't have no passion. He couldn't trash talk. I mean, he had the little rants when he lost and people started liking him for that, but he learned his fucking other shit from us, from this group. Like that's how he got as good as he is.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
like some people are natural talents. Like Bad Dog is the complete opposite. Bad Dog came in and could talk shit with anybody. He's that fucking Guido from fucking New York that you always typically, that stereotypical Guido that will talk his shit and you can't beat him talking shit. Like
Yeah,
the Giants could be.
Slitta and Bad Dog. I mean, Slitta's my guy. He's helped me a lot with my channel, and I'm thankful for him for it. But Bad Dog just ripped him to shreds. I mean,
Slitta, I mean, for an actual, like, not TTC, but for your actual channel, Slitta will help you and be very nice as long as you're cool. And there's nothing wrong with Slitta. I mean, he's a fucking narcissist. And he's 50 years old and still lives with his mom, and he's a manager at Publix. But I mean, I'm not just dogging him, but I'm not just dogging him either. He is a nice guy. We get along for the simple reason that we're both Braves fans, and he's always respected me. He won't disrespect me, but I don't disrespect him either. I mean, I can talk trash to somebody and not be disrespectful. There's a big difference. But,
Yeah.
I mean, hey, D-Rod, I'll tell you this. The only Chiefs fan in the TTC that I know of and actually acknowledge, really, because that's the only one who really does it, was Chief Urag, but he doesn't even do hate weeks anymore. So you do your shit right and you do it proper.
Yeah, I know.
If you do your shit right and you do it proper, when we meet head on, I'll do a proper hate week with you and it'll be fun.
Yeah, you're a Panthers fan, huh?
Yes, sir.
We see you in week 10, though. I believe
for the last almost 2 years, I've been the only Panthers fan in the TTC. It looks like CPG just made a video, hate week video this week to the Chargers, so it looks like he might be back in, but he just started this week, so who knows?
What about 8 Camel Toes?
8 Camel Toes hasn't done hate weeks in 3 years.
Oh wow.
He will do one or two, like if sometimes when we play New Orleans, he's gonna do one against JP just because they're buddies and just because he likes to fucking toy with him because that's his toy. Or if there's a really good one that comes out and says something, he might. But other than that, he's moved on into another direction too.
Yeah, I feel you. I mean, go ahead.
No, but I mean it's the same thing. It's like I said, he still claims TTC, he still is TTC. I mean it's kind of like I said before, he's not active roster. You know what I mean? Like it's almost like retired players. They're still part of the NFL, but they don't play in the NFL.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I mean, and some represent it and some completely don't claim it. But at the same time, they know they're fucking still part of us. They know. Bad Dog still comes around. That's how the Bad Dog Slitta thing happened. Other than Slitta going and being disrespectful.
Yeah.
And
You do not want to mess with Bad Dog.
out.
You do not want to mess with Bad Dog. Hell no.
Well, and dude, honestly, Slitta had it coming, and he got everything he wanted. He got attention out of it. That's what he wanted. I mean, he wanted attention. He wanted shout outs to sub and get views, which he didn't. He thinks just because they were quote unquote friends and they were in the TTC together that he deserves that, which is not true. And not only that, but you got your exposure. A lot of people saw that video when you got destroyed. So there you go.
Yeah.
I even saw it and I was like, I like Slitta.
I'm just saying, y'all are lucky that you ain't in back in the day because y'all would have got fucked.
I know.
And trust me, hey, I'm not saying I'm any better. 2 years ago, this is my 3rd year. So 2 years ago when I started, I would have got fucked up too. Like it ain't just y'all. I'm not just saying that. Like there's some heavy hitters that were when they were in here, they didn't get fucked with. I mean, they got fucked with, but good luck.
Yeah.
But I started off. I'll tell you my history. Okay, I would say this is my 3rd year, so 2 years straight, and then I did 1 year of just watching. I just watched the TTC. I was a fan. I loved it. Like I loved the TTC. I thought it was awesome. Then the next year I started commenting. Like I would watch almost everyone's video, especially anything that had to do with the Panthers. Of course, I was on there, and I would comment, talk shit. I would go into their. Back then, we used to do Google Hangouts. Yeah, the Google Hangouts, and I would be in all of them, whether it was season or not, and I would be talking shit down in the fucking comments, and you're good when you're talking shit and making jokes, and the people up on the panel bring it up, and they're like, "Dude, you see what fucking that J-Dub guy said? That's fucking hilarious," like, and then people, Mosh and Camel Toes, and a bunch of the guys were like, "Dude, first of all, your football knowledge is out of this world. Second of all, you can trash talk." I was like, "Yeah, but I don't make videos." They're like, "Dude, you don't have to know how." And I was like, "I definitely know how to edit." They're like, "You don't have to, dude. Just talk shit and bring your passion for the game and your knowledge, and you'll be fine." Like, you have to have one thing that's good. You don't have to have the best editing. You don't have to have the best trash talking. You don't have to have the best knowledge. You have to have two things. You have to have a love for your team, first and foremost. And you have to have one of those other three things. You either need to be able to edit, trash talk, or you have to have extreme knowledge on your team. And if you don't have one of those three, you're already done.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest thing
Like,
is
you gotta
repping your
stay
team.
loyal, right? Like loyalty.
No, that's what I said. Number one. Number one is your fanhood. Your fan. Like you
Yeah,
have
yeah.
to. That's why I said your intro video is the most important thing I'm getting in. They just be like, hey, this is me. This is my name or my nickname, what I go by, and then explain like this is why I'm a fan of this team, or this is how long I've been a fan, or whatever, or your favorite memory or something.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what brings you in. That's what people respect. That's why the first thing I asked you was, did you make an intro video?
Yeah, I did make an intro video saying that I've been a Chief fan for 9 years and stuff like that.
Okay, well, that's fine. I mean, I'll go check it out. I'll sub you up. Your name's Andy
Yeah.
Rod TTC.
No, it's just Andy Rod
421.
421.
What? 421.
Yeah, 421.
I'll find it.
Yeah,
I'll
but
sub you up. And if you don't have me subbed up, sub me up. But
All
yeah, I
right, for
just
sure.
subbed you up like a. Yeah,
'Cause if
man.
you want-
I just subbed you up
because if
like
either honestly, if either one of you guys want any help, have any questions, just ask. I'm a nice fucking dude. Like I'm gonna talk that shit, but I mean, I've been there. Just 2 years ago, I was a rookie, so
Yeah.
I was lucky because my first hate week was the fucking Cowboys. I don't know if you know the history of the TTC, but
oh, I
it originally
watched
started with the
people
NFC
like,
East.
I watched
Oh.
the people like Simus, like
Oh,
I
don't mess
watched
with
it.
Simmons.
But
Oh,
Simus
last
hasn't been
week,
Simus
I
hasn't
had
been
a
TTC
hate
for
week.
years though.
I had a hate week with Duke Bothers and Cowboys Face.
See, Duke Bothers is an original. Duke Bothers is awesome. So the fact that you got him to come out and shit, that's awesome. That's badass. And Duke Bothers is a nice enough guy where he won't care. He'll chop it up with you. It doesn't matter what. Like he is awesome. He's an original. Like I said, my first hate week ever was against the Cowboys. I mean, all the I would say legends were gone by then. D-Town and fucking J Watt and J Hutch and fucking who else? Simus. They were already done. But Duke was still there and he's a legend. Actually, Cowboys Face was part of my rookie class. So we had rookie on rookie that year. But I had Mosh, Beast of the East, Duke Bothers, Cowboys Face, like all these guys. And then it was just
Boys
me and
for
Campbell.
life.
And Campbell actually was starting off that year still in the TTC. He did a hate week too. But then we had a big flag troll fucking thing happen where Mosh's channel got flagged down, done for 3 months at the beginning of the season. Beast of the East, flagged down, channel done for 3 months in the beginning of the season.
Oh, Beast of the East, the one who faked his death? Oh, no.
Yep. He got flagged down. Mosh got flagged down. Campbell got flagged down. Like these guys, you know how bad it is to be a TTC member and say you're going to do it for the year and then you can't make videos for 3 months? You're
That's
fucked.
fucked.
If that
Yeah.
ever happened to me, I'd probably go ahead and make another channel because
See, you can do that because your channel's fresh, and I'm not talking shit about it, but it's fresh and it's new, and people know you well enough that if it happened, we'd sub up a new one. That was kind of like Beast of the East when it happened to him. He just started a new channel. We all rode with it, but when it came down to like Mosh and Camel, they had their channel for fucking years and had thousands of subs. They're not just gonna start a new one. That's just stupid. Like you're fucked. Like it's stupid. You're just like fuck it. I don't even care. They made backup channels and they still made videos, but they weren't gonna hate week and shit. Why? Did they get that fucking flag down? It kind of sucked. It kind of almost ruined my first ever week. But oh man, did I get those fuckers come out and I get their respect? Because my first ever video, I didn't even cam up my face. I literally pointed my camera at a fucking homemade Panthers blanket that my friend's girlfriend made for me, and just talked shit on them. And they were like, "Holy fuck, you talk great shit." And not only that, but you know your stats, you know your players. That shit was epic. Like we did not expect that out of you, but because I wasn't comfortable yet. And my first few times on camera, I wasn't comfortable. I was like looking off to the side and other shit, but it came with time. I mean, nobody, even the legends in here, their videos didn't start off great when they started. So don't worry about that shit. Just show up and do what you're supposed to do, and the rest will come with time.
yeah, I mean this week we got the Bears. I know there's one creator, Ghost of Judah Tribe. I just found him like a few days ago. I was literally trying to
I don't
find.
know. I don't know if he'll talk to you, but yeah, he's the only one really.
I
A lot of us don't fuck with him just because he's on another level.
Yeah, Judah Tribe is something else.
Well, I mean, he believes the Earth's flat. So
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah, we
God.
all know that. We all know that.
Are you?
Yeah, he believes the Earth is flat in his, freaking philosophy.
That is
you know,
lunacy.
and we won't even go to his religious beliefs. That's what the Ghost of Judah tribe, the name is actually talking about. Let's not even go there. Like I'm almost worried because we have a hate week, and I'm probably going to be forced to hate week him, and I'm not looking forward to it. Not because I'm scared or anything, just because it's not going to be fun. Like that guy's he's weird.
Yeah, that dude is
I
something else.
mean, you know, I made my hate week on the Bears, and at the time, I didn't know any fans. I just found the guy like 2 fucking days.
You need to get a few people like. I mean, I don't even know if Slitta would know, but I could tell you, or there's other ones I can tell you. Noah would tell you. You know Noah, 44 Legendary.
Yeah, obviously.
There's Duke Bothers would tell you, just talk to one of us if when your hate week's coming up and you're going against somebody, just be like, hey, is there anybody that's in the TTC? And you don't need to even necessarily bring them up, but it's one of those things where you just talk shit on their team, and then we'll tell them like, hey, this fucker made a video on your team, man. If you want to rep it, he didn't even say your name, but he's talking shit on your squad, and he's a rookie. Because see, that's the biggest mistake rookies make. You don't just put if you're face the Eagles, you don't put EDP in your fucking title to get views and get attention. What I did my rookie year, I mean, the Cowboys week was a little different because I knew a lot of those guys already, but every other one when I didn't know them, I would just come out and destroy their team and talk so much shit on their squad that they had to say something. First of all, that helps you because then they come out and like, who's this fucking rookie? That gives you some exposure, and people are like, who is this rookie? Then not only that, it gives you ammunition because you don't know these people. Okay, you watch their video and now you can respond. And that's so much easier to respond in an argument or a debate than it is to bring it up and start.
That's how, because like I knew Duke Bothers and Mosh and Cowboys Face and Boys for Life, but I think now bringing that up, I might have done something smart because I didn't bring any of those names up individually in the hate week video. I just went out, talked my shit on the Cowboys, and Duke Bothers came, responded, and then the only one I really went at, was Boys for Life, which that was probably a big mistake, honestly, really looking at it. But that's the only one I really...
Did he respond?
Oh, he responded and he teared me up, and
No. See, then you already have it all wrong. As long as you got somebody who, Boys for Life, as far as I know, like I don't even remember when he joined. I mean, when it comes to Cowboys, he is. If he hears this, he can talk shit. He can come after me all he wants, but he's not even top tier. He's not even close. But the fact that you got a response from any VIN maker is a good thing. Even if they fucking destroy you, it's a good thing. You're not supposed to be the best at it when you first get in. You're not supposed to already know how it goes. But the fact that you got an established member to respond to you is a good thing. And honestly, more than him, to get Cowboys Face and fucking Duke Bothers is a lot better anyway.
Honestly, because I know the NFC North, the only two I know about was me and Hetman. We chopped it up once in CPG stream a few months back one time, so I know him.
That's the only thing that sucks. I don't think 313 Hitman even knows that I fucking exist, but that's fine. He will know when we play.
Well, anyway, guys, I gotta go, man. Sorry to interrupt, but I gotta go, guys. Well, nice
You're
talking
good,
to you
buddy.
guys.
Hey, I'll sub you up, and when I sub you up, hit me back, and like I said, if you need anything, just comment on my shit, and I got you, man.
Yeah, thank you so much, J-Dub.
Yep, peace out.
Peace.
Yeah. I mean, the two fan bases that I know, because, I got a list of Saints fans I want to go after. Probably not even in TTC that I chop it up with, outside of here. And
that's fine. I mean, when it comes to TTC, I don't really know that many Saints fans, and they're in my fucking division.
I know there's JP and
Noah really doesn't. Noah isn't TTC anymore. Like not active.
He interacts with them, but
yeah, he interacts like that's what I was talking about by like active roster and non-active roster. But JP is the only one. I mean,
isn't there Uptown?
Saints Uptown's probably the biggest, but he doesn't TTC anymore.
Yeah,
he hosts hangs out. He hosts the StreamYards and shit, but that's about it.
I mean, and the two fan bases I'm looking for fans for, because I got a Fizzle Production who I know him
Broncos
as a
fan.
Yeah, and
actually your best bet is Sev. because first of all, I mean,
Oh,
and that's like you said, he might destroy you, but it's not a bad thing. Don't worry about that. It's not about who wins the hate week or anything, because no matter what, if your team beats him, he still has to fucking crow to you. And not only that, it's going to get your name out. You're going to get respect either way, win or lose, or get destroyed in the hate week, or win or lose the game. And you'll get more subs, you'll get more views. I mean, we're not all of us are viewing sub whores. Like shit, I only have like 300 something right now, and I've been doing it for years. But the respect I have is way more worth than all the subs and views in the world. And like last year, one of my videos it didn't go viral, but it went mini viral. I mean, it went viral for my channel. I had over like 11,000 views on my 49ers hate week. Not only because of the fact that I talk shit to that. Not only because of the fact that I talked shit to that fan base, but we got destroyed afterwards, and somebody had shared it on one of their Facebook groups or some shit, and then I had them coming by the droves. But what made me proud about it more than those 11,000 views was the over 6,000 views that came back for the Crow video, and half of them that were talking shit were like, "You're all right, dude. You're pretty good. We thought you were just one of those guys that run your mouth and would disappear when you lost. But the fact that you crowed up and gave us respect, you're all right by me." And that's what it's all about.
The real thing is, I got 3 teams that we faced this year that I don't have any fans that I even know of in this whole stuff.
Let me guess. The Redskins, the Packers.
We don't play the Redskins. Nah, Packers.
Oh no, we play the Redskins. The Packers are definitely one of them.
Vikings.
Stario Ravish is his name. I'm not sure if he's doing videos this year, but he's the only one I know from Minnesota.
And then
his name is Stario Ravish. Stario with 2 R's, Star IEIO, and then Ravish, just like it sounds. But he's the only one. They haven't had anybody else. That's what sucks. We played the North fucking couple of years ago, and I had nothing to do. Like, it sucked. I just talked shit.
But
when you don't, just like, and you should be doing it anyway. You shouldn't really be going after people. Just go after their fan base, go after their fucking team or their legacy or anything. You know what I'm saying? Or what they are now. It doesn't matter. You can always find something to go off of. I know you like to talk that shit enough where you can find something to go off on. I've seen that. Because I've seen a couple of your videos. I'm not going to lie. It wasn't just like I heard there's this Rise Up ATL kid, there's a punk fucking blah, blah, blah. I watched a couple of your videos and saw you talk shit, and I thought you were a little bit crazy on some of the shit you said, but at the same time, you rep your shit, and that's all that mattered.
And the third fan base is the Chargers, but I wouldn't expect anyone on here to rep the Los Angeles Chargers.
I don't know if there's any Chargers per se in TTC, but LA Original is like the best. He actually fucks with the TTC a little bit, but he's never been in it. And actually, I know him well. I just came on. He does a live show every once in a while, and I was on it the other day, yesterday actually, just to chop up X's and O's, no trash talk. But he mentioned a few people like going around, so I can talk to him and see. Because we play them this week. That's why I don't know if you saw my hate week, but my hate week video, I didn't even go off. I was like, not so much hate, because there's not really a lot of hate. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have a lot of hate for the Chargers. We don't play them all the time. And there's no fucking fan in the TTC to go after. But
holy shit, the Braves won on a walk-off.
I don't even give a fuck. We're already in the fucking playoffs, baby.
No, man. All we're wanting at this point is that 2 seed.
I don't even give a fuck about that, man. I hope I don't know if Hamels will come back and even be a factor. I heard Fried is fucking actually healthy, so that's fine. As long as we can keep our bats good, our relievers are good, like, we have a chance to do it this year, but we'll see.
Yeah, but really the whole thing is the guys that I'd probably say, and I went into JP's stream one time, and when I mean A-bomb obliterated me, he did. I mean, if there's one guy I probably have respect for the most in this, it's probably A-bomb. I watch his videos all the time. Are you there, man? Or
yeah, I'm here. I just had to take a piss. I didn't want you to hear it. No,
Yeah, but
A-Bomb's cool.
A-Bomb,
I have no problem with A-Bomb. Like, you know, Camel's the main one who brought me into this motherfucker. I mean, he's Panthers. He was one of the ones. He actually knew me longer than anyone in the TTC before that because I was always on his videos, whether it be just commenting, typing, whatever, you know. And he was one of the ones. He's like, dude, like your knowledge for our team is way better than mine. He's like, your trash talk is right there. Like, you could do this. You need to do this. Him and Mosh were like the main two who were like, dude, you've got to start doing this. They were the ones who made me because before I was like, I just like typing and I like being involved. I was known well enough that people know when I type on your fucking video who I am at least. And the ones who didn't were like, who is this fucking loudmouth motherfucker? And then when they figured out I wasn't a troll, they were like, damn, he's not even a troll. God damn it. But
yeah. I mean,
him and A-Bomb were always mortal enemies. So I mean, he wouldn't even fucking acknowledge me back in the day, but he knows now. I mean, like I got a lot of respect because when I first came in, that was when it started dying. So the people who actually went in every week and did their hate weeks and did their crow actually ended up in the long run, especially the ones who stuck around, gaining a lot of respect because we're the only reason it didn't completely die because it was about dead. I mean, it's still on life support, but I don't care life support or not. I'm going to rep my team anyway, and I love talking shit. So either way, even if TTC could officially died, I don't care. I'd still do my videos.
Still do hate weeks, still do victory laps or crows. And
Yep.
The real thing about this whole thing is the way that I found, you know, this whole community, the trash talking circle, was on accident. I found it in 44's stream. When he just explained to me, like, there are two sides of YouTube, the analysis side and the drama side. And he basically described the drama side as the TTC. And I was like,
it never used to be that way either. It sucks.
Okay, I'll try it out. And then Camel came in and he came at me and, you know, I mean, all that. And ever since then, I've been the TTC, but, you know, I wasn't just going to be one of those people who would just come in and, you know, just at the beginning, I really didn't, you know, acknowledge it that much. But now my channel is basically hate weeks. And, you know, I mean, I'll talk about the Falcons, you know, I mean, like personally, I think we're losing Sunday versus Chicago because I think Chicago has the defense to probably stop us. I think that, and I know Khalil Mack was on the injury report.
Honestly, the two hardest parts about the TTC and making hate week videos, at least for me, is A, going against a fan base that doesn't have a member because it sucks, and B, going into a game knowing goddamn well and knowing your team well enough that you're probably gonna fucking lose. But there's different ways to get around it. Like okay, so when we played the Raiders. Like I've already been higher on the Raiders than most people just because my football knowledge is better than most, and I knew they were going to be better this year because I always said, like when Gruden first got his contract, I'm like, they're not going to win this year, they're not going to win next year. But that first year in Vegas, bet if they don't fucking make some noise because he's building himself for that point, the third year. Any new coach by their third year, you need to see results, and that's what I expect out of Matt Rule and us, everybody. Like, not everybody just goes in first year and does great like McVay. That was just, he got a great roster and knew how to use it. And the people before didn't know how to use it. But you know what I'm saying? Like, so your biggest thing, so that first Raider hate week, if you watch my hate week video, I don't talk shit about the current roster or the matchup basically at all. I talk shit about their whole fan base, their legacy, and everything. Like, just go at that, or go at like what you don't like, or anything like that. You can go about, like, that's the whole thing. There's no rules. You can go about anything. You can pick one player and just be like, I don't like this motherfucker. It doesn't matter. If you're gonna lose that week, or if there's nobody to go at their fan base. Like, because if you go out their fan base, you'll get those random people that search it and find it and are like, this motherfucker's talking shit. And that can be some of the greatest things, because if one of those fuckers don't like it enough, or if you happen to lose like you think you're going to anyway and get destroyed, they're going to be rolling in like, ha, 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 and you'll get 300 thumbs downs. Hey, views are views, and exposure is exposure, and respect is respect. You come back into that crow, you come back and do that crow and do it proper, and you're good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I really, hold on, I'm having a little bit of sound difficulty.
Let me get. Don't worry about it. No worries. Do what you gotta do, bro. It's your channel. I don't ever tell nobody shit on their channel unless they're fucking up hardcore.
All right. I think I got my sound fixed. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because I mean, I was actually just watching, and I mean, my sound in a way, kind of to me, it always sounds like it doesn't sound really good, but
Your sound's fine. Don't worry about it, dude. You're on an actual like fucking
Yeah,
what
I'm
are you
on
on,
a
like a
computer.
laptop or tablet? I'm on a
Yeah.
fucking cell phone, dude. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
Like, see me, it's not the quality of how I sound, it's what comes out of my mouth. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, don't be worried about any of that shit. Don't worry about the quality of your videos. As long as you don't have it like going left and right when it should be up or down, which you don't have a problem with that. You'll be fine. Some people are gonna honestly be turned off about like messing with you or going on you or anything because you're a kid, first of all, and that's nothing personal. It's just you're a kid, and like you want to cuss and talk shit and stuff like that, but some people aren't comfortable. I think that's part of the reason why Cowboy's Face had his daughter go after you. I don't think it was anything about girl guy thing. I think it was kid. But I mean, I think he did that out of respect, and it turned out. I mean, honestly, overall, that turned out great for both sides. No matter win or loss or anything, that was a good thing. But honestly, when you go against the Broncos,
yeah.
fucking, you're not gonna have to worry about Bronk Nuts. But if he comes after you, that's great because Bronk Nuts is a fucking OG. He's been around for years. Savage Sev is, I think he's a newer guy than I am even. But Savage Sev has a lot of respect in here because no one questions his fucking fandom at all. Like I said, you repping your team and holding your team down no matter what, and that doesn't mean you can't talk shit about them. You're fine on that. You're good on that. But like that gains so much respect, and he's already chopped it up with rookies this year. So I mean, he's willing. He doesn't care. He reps his Broncos. He's a good one to go, and he's a stand up dude. He's one that he could trash you, dog you, put you in the dirt, and be like, "Good job, young buck. Good job, fam." You know what I mean? Like he's a good dude. So if you go Broncos, I mean, you don't have to bring up his name or anything. But and if you're not going to, there's a quality way of doing it. First of all, don't put anybody's name in your title. That looks like you're clout chasing. Second of all, do your video like you would, no matter what. Talk shit about the matchup if you think you're going to win. If you don't think you're going to win, talk shit about the fan base or their history or their colors or their fucking mascot. Who gives a fuck? But at the very end, be like, I know there's a couple. At the end, be like, I know there's a couple people in here like Savage Sev or Bronk Nuts or whatever, but I don't know them well enough yet. We'll see if they come out to fucking to back their team. That's perfect right there. You're setting the bait. You didn't call them out. You're not clout chasing. You already did your own video and it's already basically done, but you mentioned them, and that's actually a form of respect too. There's ways you can go around it without calling people out and be clout chasing. You know what I'm saying?
Honestly, if you were asking me personally, I think that as far as the whole hate week last week with Cowboys Face, I really feel that because at first when I saw it was his daughter, I kind of felt, do I really want to like go after a girl? But I decided, I'll go in the comment section and I'll talk shit. Obviously, boy, girl, it's a difference.
Hey, when it comes down to it, use your proper judgment, and that's what you did. No one, I mean, I can tell you whatever, but it's your channel and it's your fucking videos. You don't have to do anything. The only thing you have to do is you have to show up every week and you have to crow when you lose. That's it. There's no other rules. If you make a bet, you have to pay it before the next kickoff. That's it. Like some people say within 24 hours for crow and for that, but I always say as long as you get it done before the next kickoff for either their team or your team, you're fine. Like as long as you do those two things, you'll be fine. And you made a good judgment call, especially for a young kid. I'm not talking shit, I'm being honest. If you don't feel comfortable going after her, don't. Just don't. There's no reason to. Like and honestly, when it comes down to it, she was basically coached up or reading a fucking written thing that he had told her to do. It's obvious. But that's fine. I don't think he felt comfortable coming after a kid, but he still wanted to give you respect and give you some exposure. So he did it that way. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? It was good by both sides. Honestly, I think you made the right decision. If you don't feel comfortable doing it, you're going to look silly or you're going to come out looking not like you, like a dickhead. You know what I mean? And there's no reason for either one. So if you don't feel comfortable doing it, don't do it. You crowed up, and that's all that fucking matters.
Yeah, I
If
mean,
you lose,
and
you have to crow.
despite the fact that I crowed, I made several rants about, why we need to fire Dan Quinn, which is long overdue at this point. Was due last December.
But most of the TTC guys aren't going to watch that. They're going to watch your hate week, or they're going to watch your crow,
Yeah.
or you know what I mean, or your victory lap, depending on what happens. But
You're talking about bets. I got a bet this year with Ballard.
with who?
And I'm going to say this. This
Who do you have a bet with?
Ballard.
Oh, okay. He's one of your friends.
It's a bet where I'm going to explain it, and it was really the only bet I could think of, that the loser had to come on here and rep the winner's team for the next week.
Honestly, that's pretty close to what some of us have done this one where, it's really the best usage is like before their bye week. But honestly, we've done ones where like you literally have to make a hate week video for the next week's team. You know what I mean? Like say it's you and me playing, right? And say you guys play the Bucks next and we play the Saints next. Well, whoever loses, you have to make a hate week video against the Saints if I win, and I have to make a hate week for the Falcons against the Bucks if you win. That's basically the same thing. So that's actually a pretty decent bet, especially off the top of your head.
And I know Ballard isn't TTC, but the way I look at it is we play Tampa 2 out of the 3 last games of the season, and the game
We play them
in
twice a
between-
year, regardless, every year. So just to get that connection, to get that tradition, even in the rivalry, even if it's outside of the TTC, works great. Because all right, like say this year when we go against the Saints, I can go at JP all I want. In past years, he didn't want to go at me because all he cares about is Camel. There's nothing I can do about that. I'm not going to sit there and call him out every fucking hate week video and try to fucking beg him to make a video if he's not going to do it. See, Noah 44 Legendary, we have a lot of respect. So I can do a hate week video, not talk shit about him, but be like, hey, Noah, you want to make a wager? And he would do it hands down. Wouldn't even fucking blink. He did one with Raider Cousin, and he's a rookie. You know what I'm saying? There's ways to get
Raider
exposure.
Cousin, he's really the only Raider fan I know of that.
Pistol 213 is the only old school one, but he doesn't really do hate week videos and shit. I mean, he's kind of back into it. I'm not sure if he's fully into it because he didn't do shit for our week, but he did for the next week with the Saints. So, and now he's doing one because they're playing the Patriots. But that's what's hard these days. Like, you don't have the everydayers that you know for sure they're coming out every week. So, like I said, just do your hate week videos no matter what. And like I said, if you don't think you're going to win, or if there's no one to go after their fucking fan base, go after their matchup, do whatever you got to do. But just do your thing, man. I think for a young kid, you're actually pretty smart about this. And I'm not just saying that being a dick, because like you said, with the judgment about Little Miss Face is what I call her. Little Miss Face, Cowboys Face's daughter. You didn't feel comfortable with it, so you didn't do it. There's nothing wrong with that. And,
I mean, I wouldn't
is,
necessarily say I didn't even do it. I just typed. I didn't feel like making a video necessarily.
well, no, you acknowledged it, which that's cool, but you didn't. You didn't go above and beyond. You didn't do anything you didn't feel comfortable with, and that's fine. I mean, that's the best way to do it, especially because you're a kid. Like, if you don't feel comfortable doing it, don't fucking do it. There's no rules that make you do shit other than, like I said, you have to come out every week to be considered like serious, especially if you're a rookie, and you have to crow, and that's it. You don't even have to victory lap. Victory lap is just fun. Like, victory lap is a joy, and it's fun, and it's good to do. It's cool to do. I know you haven't got to do it yet. Trust me, I've been there, but at the same time, like, you don't have to. Like, victory lap is not a must. I mean, you should, just because, like I said, you never know when you're going to get the next one. Trust me, it's been like 10 weeks for me, but from last year to this year. But at the same time, you don't have to, but you have to crow. And when you crow, it's not just to the person you went against. You have to say the whole fan base, like to all of their nation, all of their, whatever they go by, just respect to all of them. And you'll gain a lot of respect that way, even outside of the TTC. And that can be.
I mean, personally to me, really, I do my crows live because I stream the games.
Okay. I'm going to cut you off, and I'm sorry, but the only thing wrong about Hate Week and Crows live is they go fucking too long. Ain't nobody going to watch no 20, 30-minute video about a crow. Like no one's gonna do it. So you can do it live all you want, but you've got to make it time limit. Like you got to limit your time. And you can do it and then cut it off and start a new one and do the rest of the talking you want to do. But if you do some 20, 30-minute fucking crow video, ain't not a goddamn fucking person watching that.
That's
They ain't got
really
the
the
time.
mistake I did make, actually.
That's why I stopped you and said it, because I seen it, because I saw your crowd. I'm like, dude, I ain't watching this whole fucking thing. You got to be out of your mind. You think you're going to take 20, 30 minutes out of my day to watch your crow video? It's not even my matchup. Even if it was my matchup, I just want to hear my name and hear you say it, and I'm going to be done. Well, so like, if you're going to do it, you can do it live. That's fine. I did all my fucking hate week videos for like the first year or so, like live, because I like to do it like I don't need fucking edits. I don't need second takes. If I make a mistake, you'll hear it, but that's raw me. This is Josh Dubrill. This is J-Dub. This is all you fucking get. So I don't get to edit. I don't get to make sure I sound perfect and rehearse my fucking words. I will just go live and rip you apart, and you don't have to fucking deal with it. You know what I mean? And I gained a lot of respect because of that. I can't fucking do it anymore because they changed the rules, and you have to have 1,000 subs to go live on mobile. And that's all I do is mobile on this. I don't fuck around with other shit because people try to dig in your shit and be dumb and all that. But I mean, I don't think you'll have to worry about that. But I've gotten in on some people and got in their feelings. But I mean, I'm just saying, like, so if you're going to do your crow video, make it, don't ever go past 10 minutes, like 5 to 7, get it done, you know, tops, like just get it done and then cut it off. And then you can start another one right after and do whatever you want. Cause I know you're going to want, like, especially in a loss, you're going to want to talk about it and get everything out, but don't do it in your crow video. Cause no one wants to hear you talk about your team and what you fucked up. You like, in those ways, it's best to don't even talk about your mistakes. Just be like, you beat up, talk about the things that they did right. Like you had the time of possession, you won the turnover battle, you were better in the red zone, you know, or you made this decision, or just be selfless, be completely like you lost everything, and people will respect you way more. Like Crow is supposed to be Crow. You're not supposed to be like, well, the refs made that bad call, or you got lucky on this. Like, people are gonna be like, dude, you ain't fucking Crow, and you're making excuses.
Yeah, I mean, you know, now that's probably my mistake these first 2 weeks.
Hey, you're new. It's fine.
Yeah,
you live and you learn.
What I'll probably do Sunday, because Sunday I do expect a loss, although I really do not want a loss. I want to see my team win and get
Who you guys
win
play?
the end of the year. But you know, I mean,
Who do you play?
Chicago, and that's a 50-50.
Oh, I think you guys win. I'm not saying it's gonna be
Honestly,
pretty, but I think you guys win.
I see everyone picking us to win, which I'm actually kind of shocked about.
I'm
What?
not saying you're guaranteed. I think you should win though. But between the urgency that should be in your guys' fucking team, obviously they don't dislike Dan Quinn, or they'd have been calling for his head 2 years ago, 3 years ago. I just think that this is one of those that you should like. I mean, their defense causes some problems for you, but I don't. I mean, eventually expect your defense to figure it out and show up, because I mean, it's not like you have a horrible one. It just hasn't shown up yet.
Our defense, the thing with our defense is our D line. Our D line is not bad. It has top 10 potential. Our linebackers are not that bad. I don't know if you saw Luakon on Sunday versus the Cowboys. I don't even know if you know who that is, but he forced three.
Sadly, I don't. I haven't paid attention to the division as much as I normally do. But I'll be totally honest with you, I haven't done that this year because of COVID, and because with us doing a rebuild, I'm in like scramble mode trying to keep track of my own fucking team. To be like, but we've never had this much turnover or change ever in the history of our team. So this is a way different year. But usually I would know your guys' players, your backups, your fucking scheme, this is just an off year for me. I've been focusing on my team. So when people ask me, I can be honest and like back up what I say for my team. You know what I mean? Like I was invited to the Just Win Baby podcast first week with Raider Ben, who was an ex-TCC member who does it legit now. I was invited to a podcast yesterday for the Chargers things, just to bring the X's and O's and to have their fans ask me questions. You know what I mean? Like, and that's cool. That's respect. But I have to know my team to do that.
Yeah. I mean, one of the interesting things is I don't want to go into rebuild mode. I really don't. I don't think anyone
Well,
does.
you guys
But
and the Saints are pretty fucking close to that spot, though. Like, I
oh,
mean,
the
you roll with the
Saints.
same amount
I
of
think
people.
that I'm in a. I don't know if you know what Discord is or not. You might have heard of it, but
Discord?
yeah,
Yeah, I know what fucking Discord. I mean, I'm not into all the social media, but I know what Discord is.
yeah.
Master at Work
I'm in a
Tyson. Master at Work Tyson fucking started one for the TTC years ago, and I talked shit about it at first because I was like, this is gonna take away from YouTube. And people don't want to fuck with it. And then I joined it, and he threw me off, and we had a beef for a little while. But I know what Discord is. I know that some people use it, but I just don't like it for the TTC because it allows more sneak dissing and shit. I was like, if you want to say something to me, put it in a fucking comment section or make a fucking video. Most of all, like that's what this shit's supposed to be about, is making videos. If you want to be a typer, be a fucking typer. If you want to be a fucking content maker, make some content.
You
But
know,
I'm not dissing Discord, but I just didn't like it when he was trying to take over the TTC and move it over to Discord. And I was like, nah, because we're not going to get as much exposure that way. On YouTube, you can blow up. We've seen it. We have ex-members, Copizzle, the Giants fan, EDP, Bad Dog. Like, there's countless ones that have gone on to do great, amazing, have huge channels shit.
Uncle
And you
Lou.
would not have that without YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm in a Discord full of Saints fans, which
I know. I saw your little thing that one time. Like, the one guy's like, nobody wants you in the Discord, and you were like, why? Because I talk shit better than all y'all and won't shut up.
Yeah,
Dude,
I mean,
that's the only thing. Like, all right, I'll be 100% honest with you. I like the way you talk shit. Your knowledge is pretty damn good, especially for your age. But your age is what kind of bothers me. That's what's gonna bother most people. But you seem pretty cool, and I'll be respectful of you, and I'll try to help you out. And if you want to go at a full off hate week, we can go on a full out hate week. You don't gotta look no further than me. And I'm cool with that because honestly, the Falcons fan base doesn't have too much to go at. AR, no disrespect to him, but our hate weeks are fucking boring because he just doesn't bring it. He's a fucking soldier. He's a fucking almost a Boy Scout. Like, it's no fun. Like, and it was really no fun, especially because we lost to y'all so many times. He's just like, all he say is, we own you. We own you. We own you. Yeah. Well, we see the history, but the history doesn't make a damn difference when it comes to Sunday. And that's the whole thing. I hate when people bring up the past so much. It's like the past has nothing to do with right now. Right now, does the past mean shit? No.
you know,
You can use it. You can use it to back up points, but don't make that your whole hate week is we own you. Okay, whatever.
you know what? I'm gonna say this. I saw Preston's old channel on Private Fox, and saw
Yeah.
his week on Carolina, and it was amazing. I'll admit,
Yeah, honestly, him and Aries were the only ones who brought it. Like the few years before I came in, they're the only ones who from the Falcons fan base that actually brought it. Like that Joe Rock, fucking, he's just a fucking drunk idiot, and he runs his mouth. Like nothing he says holds any fucking water or anything. But Falcons for life and fucking Aries Falcon were awesome. And Aries Falcon has a stutter. And Aries Falcon doesn't like when you talk about a stutter. But he still came in here and repped his team, and he would destroy you with facts and knowledge, and his trash talk is just on another level. He's a trash talker from Atlanta. Like a real trash talker from Atlanta, you don't want to fuck with that. But because I'm from the low country of South Carolina originally. I live in Iowa now, but like I grew up and was raised till 13 there. Like, I get it. That's fucking epic. Those two were the greatest.
I mean, I've always really, kind of found it weird. I mean, and obviously because I'm young, but, and I was born here as a Falcons fan. I've lived in Georgia my whole life.
Yeah.
I've stayed in Georgia my whole life. I went to Florida for a few days when I was young, and I went to Alabama literally to eat at an Applebee's like about a year and a half ago. So I basically have been in Georgia my whole life, have been in the state lines of Georgia. So, yeah, I am a Falcons fan and never will be another fan of another team unless I lose this bet to Ballard week 15. I'd have to rip the Bucks for 1 week.
It doesn't mean you're a fan. You just have to rep them. There's a difference. Because just think of it this way. Think of it this way. Say, all right, Ballard's a Bucks fan, right?
Yeah.
Just think of it this way. Say we all right. We're both 0-2, right? Let's say we both went out going into the final week. So we're 13-2, right? And it's Bucks Panthers week 17. But if the Panthers lose, you get to fucking win the division. Wouldn't you be a Bucks not fan but supporter at that point?
Yeah.
You would want the Bucks to win so you guys could get the division, right?
Mm-hmm.
Think of it that way. Let that be your motivation. Because you don't have to like them, but you want them to win this week. Just use it that way.
Yeah. I mean,
it's really easy to think of that way because week 17, you always have the divisional rivals playing each other, and you don't like either one of them. But if one of them winning helps your team out, goddamn if you ain't cheering them on. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to like them to cheer them on for one game. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, I get it.
Just use that. Just use that as your ammo. Just be like, just pretend that like whoever they play, if they beat them, your team gets to go to the Super Bowl or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, just think of it that way, or your team gets to win the division. If they just get this one win, you'll be like, fuck yeah, I'm riding with them.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I've always never really understood about fans is you become a fan of a team. And I'm kind of am hypocritical of this because I'm an Alabama fan. But the reason I'm an Alabama fan is because a lot of my friends were Alabama fans. That's why. A lot of my friends that
How old are you, buddy?
15.
Okay. You're actually older than I thought you were. But no disrespect, I'm just saying. But dude, at your age, as long as you stick with what you have right now, you're fine. Just don't jump and you'll be fine. You don't need to explain why. And if anyone does ever ask, you can explain why, but you really don't have to just be like, dude, I've been a fan since blah, blah, blah. Like for me, everyone's always like, okay, I'm 35, right? I know I look younger, but I'm 35. They're like, wait. Carolina's only like 25 years old. So who you're a fan of before? I'm like, you can slow your fucking roll right now. All right. I can't say I was born in Carolina because I was born in San Diego, but I was a Navy baby. We moved to Carolina when I was 1 month old. I mean, that's as close to as born and raised without being born and raised as you can be. I was 1 month old when we moved to South Carolina. I don't remember San Diego. There's no way. And when we were there and I grew up a football fan, I was a fan of the NFL in general, period, first of all. And I would just cheer on Dallas because that was my dad's team. The second, October 26th, 1993, you can look it up. And everyone's like, how can you be a fan of the Panthers of 95? No, 93, bitch. And actually it goes further back than that. We had been trying to get a team since 89. I was 4 in 89. But I knew there was this guy named Jerry Richardson that was trying to get a team in the Carolinas, and he actually grouped the market wasn't big enough, so he grouped North and South Carolina together and said, well, this market's big enough. And he tried and they wouldn't let him, and then they were going to do expansion, and they announced we're doing expansion, and I was like, oh, this is our fucking chance, we can get it. We're not as big as Baltimore. We're not as big as Jacksonville. We're not as big as any of these markets. But goddamn it, the following won't do it.
At least to me, probably it's because I'm young, but Jacksonville and Carolina, at least North Carolina, are basically the same value of market.
No. We're North and South Carolina together. We're 2 states, 1 team. That's what made us the market to compete with these fuckers. If it would have just been North Carolina, they never would have got it. Because you had Houston at the time. No, not Houston, Tennessee. You had Tennessee at the time. You had Baltimore at the time. You had Jacksonville at the time. You had LA at the time. You had all these fucking big
and you had Atlanta
starting.
Because remember, Atlanta
had the Falcons.
Yeah, they did.
I'm just saying these markets that didn't have teams. They said they announced we're giving out 2 teams. Who wants it? And me and my dad helped get the Panthers. I don't care what anyone says because people don't understand marketing. You know what they did to test the marketing? They brought arena football teams to all these cities and had games. And they had one in Charlotte, North Carolina, and they had one down in Charleston, South Carolina, which was like 30 minutes from where I lived. When they brought one down to Charleston, me and my dad, we bought 20 tickets for the two of us. We wanted to make sure it sold out, and we sold out in the first 3 minutes. But that
Damn, so
you know who sold out second out of all those big cities?
who?
Jacksonville. Who got the two teams? Carolina and Jacksonville. They were
Yeah.
testing the market. They were testing the thirst for football. They were testing who would be willing to shell out the money. Dude, we sold out before LA. We sold out before Jacksonville. We sold out before everybody. And when they announced it, they didn't announce Carolina and Jacksonville. You can look it up. They announced Carolina first, and then they came back later and announced Jacksonville. They said with the 29th franchise in NFL history, the new franchise is awarded to the Carolinas. And it was October 26, 1993. You can look it up. I'll never forget it. It was the day after my sister's birthday. I was 8 years old. And that's when I became a Panthers.
I bet you were happy as hell.
Oh, dude, though, I mean, they even said they're going to be out of North Carolina, but it's both states. There was like barbecues and shit all that weekend. We were partying like we had won the Super Bowl because we didn't have fucking football. And then we had football. And South Carolina and Clemson were already big, huge college shit, and people don't realize how big they were. And I always used to say, because we were Clemson fans, I was like, dude, with their home field advantage and their tradition and shit, if they ever got a good squad and a good coach, they would dominate college. And everyone's like, you're stupid, you're stupid. Huh, look at them now. And I said that when I was a kid. I knew, because Death Valley ain't no joke. It's in the valley of two of the Appalachian Mountains. And I'd been to, in 92, 93, I was at a Florida State, Florida game when they were number 1 and number 3 in the nation. And that was the loudest game I'd ever been at until I went to a Clemson, South Carolina game and it was louder. I'm like, how is that even fucking possible? But it was because when you yell, you can hear the reverberation come off the fans on the other side. And then there's another one that comes later off the fucking mountains. That place is built just to hold noise. Almost like the Century League field for Seattle.
I mean,
It's made to hold noise. And I was like, dude, if this team ever got good and got a good coach, they would dominate college football. And now they do.
Yeah.
But it's just one of those things. But I became a fan when I was 8 years old. And they're like, well, they didn't get a team till you were 10 years old. No, we got awarded one in 93. They just didn't start till 95. Because it takes time to build the stadium, do everything.
yeah, I mean, and really the whole thing was, with Carolina, obviously they're one of the more younger franchises. And I know the Falcons came into existence the year the Super Bowl came into existence.
Yeah, that's the whole thing I always talk trash to you guys about. I'm like, yeah, we both have no Super Bowl.
Your speaker's cracking. Your volume is low again.
My bad. Is that better?
Yeah, all good.
No, but though that's only one of the things I always gave you guys shit about. I'm like, we haven't got no Super Bowls and you ain't got no Super Bowls, but you've had like 30 more plus years to have a chance at it than we did.
And I mean, the real thing is,
And we've been to the same amount. We've been to 2.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a I'm a shit talker, trash talker,
Oh, I can see that.
Yeah. And I mean, I hate the Panthers.
It comes naturally to you.
Yeah. I hate the Panthers, and my hatred for
fine.
the Saints is big. It's big. Also for the Panthers, it's big. And now, since this whole Tom Brady stuff has came on to Tampa, my hatred for the Bucks is obviously, I think, at this point overjumped the Panthers, because what are the Panthers going to do this year? Nothing. We're going to sweep them.
Okay, buddy. You think that the way you guys are fucking playing right now, anybody can beat you.
Well, I mean, yeah.
This is the whole thing. This is the whole thing. You guys have all the talent in the world, and you're fucking it up, and there's no excuse.
I mean,
We don't have any talent. We have every excuse, but we're still not making excuses. We're just doing the best we can.
And if you think you're gonna come in here like the old school days and just fucking roll us, you're fucking crazy, dude. You better come correct, or we're gonna fucking beat you. Is all I'm gonna say. I'm not
You
saying
know,
I'm confident we're gonna
I'm
beat you.
gonna say this.
Honestly, I'll be honest with you. I had us in a split this year, but
I gotta be honest. I had us sweeping y'all. I gotta be honest.
you guys always have us swept by y'all because to Falcons fans, you own us because of history.
Well, to be fair,
And
now
you like to bring up
the
and you
way
like to
we're
bring up
playing-
that 1 year that you were the one loss.
Well, I mean that is true when Julio absolutely destroyed Keith Lee.
Dude, a linebacker on Julio, anybody's gonna get destroyed. Let's be honest.
Well, I mean, yeah, that was dumb, and that
And
was
it wasn't Luke. It was that one play that Luke got beat. See, that's what I don't like about you Falcons fans. You take one game or one play and just run with it. History is history, yes. In the recent history, you guys have owned us, and there's no doubt about it. But when it came to games that mattered for both, we have beat you. Then
You
that's
know-
all there is to it. But we haven't had that many games that meant that much to both of us, other than rivalry. You know what I mean? There hasn't been too many times we face each other when we were both that good. It's usually one of us is really good and one of us is not. And we always have crazy, awesome games. It reminds me of you guys and the Saints, too. Like, it doesn't matter where you guys are at, you always have crazy games. The only thing that always pissed me off about this division is the Falcons and Saints fans like to think that they're the best rivals and no one's even close.
Well, I
Because
mean, honestly, it is true because our rivalry.
actually it wasn't true because
Wow.
after 2015, this division was created in 2002. And when we won in 2015, we were the outright champs of the division all time. We were the outright champs. We had won the division more than anyone else ever.
And y'all were the
And now the
And
Saints
they
took that
don't-
over, but
Yeah.
you guys weren't even. You guys were third
and my problem
in this division, and they want to talk about the old NFC West. Well, we were in the NFC West when we first became a team too. Like, I don't know. I mean, the Bucks seem like the odd child out when it comes to Meade because they used to be in the NFC North in the old school days. They were playing the Packers and Bears.
Like that right there. The Bucks are as south as you can get. I mean, they're not South Florida, but Florida is the southest state you can get. They're in the fucking north. Like, the NFL has to not know their fucking geography.
Well, that was back in the day when they were part of an expansion in the 70s. When expansion happens, it takes a while for it to figure it out and realign. When they realigned it, they did it right. There's some weird ones like the Cowboys are in the East, even though the Cowboys are like central. But I mean, that's tradition. They had to keep that the same.
Yeah.
I don't know, they did all right. They missed a few opportunities though. Like, I think when like the Baltimore Ravens came in and they did the realignment, they should have put the Baltimore Ravens with the Colts. You know how bad that rivalry was? The Baltimore Colts left Baltimore in the middle of the night to sneak because they were afraid the fans would be pissed to leave to go to Indianapolis. That would be the hugest rivalry in football. But they were like, oh, we're going to do Baltimore and Browns. Like, okay. Like, no one really cares.
You know, I've heard stories about that, and I've just sat wondering, how can a team move simply over?
Oh, you should watch the video if you can find it. They moved in the middle. Have you ever heard of Mayflower? It's a semi-truck company. I don't even know if they're in existence anymore. Anyway, back when I was growing up, you always saw these Mayflower semi-trucks. They're like green and yellow, and they say Mayflower. They have a picture. It's like snowing in Baltimore. It's in the middle of the fucking night. It's like midnight. And they're literally packed their whole team up in these semis and just moved in the middle of the night all the way to Indianapolis. And they did it because they didn't want any trouble with the fans and shit.
And that's insane. You know, they packed up literally their locker rooms.
And all their equipment and just went. It's fucking crazy. That's why I was like, they missed an opportunity to create an insane fucking rivalry right there.
Missed it. I mean, and you know, the real thing is really to me is, you know, the Bucks always to me, what annoys me, and I'm sure you and everyone else not name the few Bucks fans that have actually, had, enough courage to come on and rep their team, even with their team only being 5 wins, is, say all you want about the Panthers, Falcons, and Saints. One thing we can agree on is basically the Bucks have been non-existent, even in any type of form. They've just been nothing. But and if they are something, it's been Jameis Winston stealing crab legs from Publix. That's the only thing they were even known about. And now they have Tom Brady, they have Gronkowski, and they're gonna win the Super Bowl. They're 15-1 Super Bowl champions. Like, no, they're not.
Buy a team. You can't buy a team. Okay.
Your volume's doing it again.
Oh shit! Hold on a second. I know why. That's because my battery's dying. Hold on a second. I'll plug this shit in real quick.
You're good, man.
All right. Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. But
all right. No. What their problem is, and this is a lot of fan bases. When you've been bad for a while, and then you make a lot of free agency splashes, and you get big names, everyone thinks that if you had a decent team and you add like a couple, 2, 3 superstars, you're going to win it all. And that's just not the case. You might be a little young to remember it, but in 2007, this shit happened with the Philadelphia Eagles.
2010, it was the 2011 season. I've done my research,
It was 2007, dude. They got what they called the Dream Team. They got Nnamdi Asamoah, who was the best corner in the league, but he played for the Raiders, so no one cared. They got fucking Vince Young to be their backup. They got fucking they bought like 7 big free agency names, and they named themselves during training camp the Dream Team. You know what the Dream Team did? The ones that were preseason Super Bowl. They went 7-9, dude. They didn't even have a winning season. They were fucking garbage.
Man, it had to have been. I saw at one point it was 8-8, but 7-9, 8-8. Oh, they were mediocre as they could get, and that's just sad. I mean,
dude, 7-9 is what I'm saying. They weren't even even keel. They definitely weren't winning. And I don't know. It's just funny to me. That's not how you build a team. That's not how the Saints build their team. You know how the Saints build their team? They added some free agents here and there, but they built their team by the draft and how you're supposed to fucking build it. Same thing with the Falcons. You guys didn't go hire mercenaries to make it to that Super Bowl that year. You drafted most all them players.
We got, the 2 greatest things I'll be grateful for the Metroff for, and I can hate the Metroff for. I think he's a bad GM, but I can't hate him for. He got a quarterback from Boston College named Matt Ryan and a wide receiver from Alabama named Julio Jones.
Dude, the Julio Jones trade, he'll be epic for forever because everyone thought, how the fuck can you give up all these fucking draft picks for that? What are you doing? But when you're giving them to the Browns and the Browns do what they do with them, you look a lot better no matter what. And Julio's Julio.
Yeah, I mean, and the fact that the Cleveland Browns could have had Julio Jones, we just
back then a lot of people, there was an honest discussion, kind of like with like Manning or Ryan Leaf or any of those. It was, who do you take? Do you take Julio Jones or you take AJ Green? And they're both good in their own right. Don't get me wrong. I think AJ Green got thrown in a horrible spot, and then injuries took over too. I think AJ Green is just as talented, but he just never got the chance. Like, he's a great receiver. You go to the Bengals and play with that fucking squad all them years and get those injuries. What are you going to do? But Julio Jones was, I think overall he was the better pick. It's hard to say in hindsight because if you swap them teams for all these years, who knows? But they made the right choice, and they saw what they needed. They really needed a receiver so bad. They needed a receiver so bad back then.
Well, we had Roddy White, and
Roddy White was getting up there in age.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the leaders in the division back then were Steve Smith, Roddy White, and fucking Joe Horn. But Joe Horn and Roddy White were way up there in age. Like, they were getting old. And even when Julio first got there.
I'm going to cut you off for a second. That's kind of like now with the Calvin Ridley thing. how we had Julio Jones and Roddy White, Julio Jones and Calvin Ridley. Now Julio shows no sign of regression because Julio is Julio. I mean, yes, he had the bad game Sunday versus Dallas, but look, he was injured. He had a hamstring injury. Honestly, if anything, sit him for this game versus the Bears because honestly, our season already at this point, we don't want to risk getting Julio Jones injured for all we know. So
Well, definitely not for the rest of the year.
definitely not for the rest of the year. But I mean, the way I look at it is, I think that say Julio is still showing good production in about a year or two, and Ridley's just up there as a monster. I think that the Falcons do have potential to be a very scary team.
But how long does Matt Ryan have left?
Honestly, if you were asking me, I think that because Matt Ryan and Julio's contracts, I believe, in about the same time, they might be a year apart. I think that looking at it, probably around 2024, we're probably fucked, and we have to go into like what y'all are doing right now.
You think you got 4 more years of this shit, huh? Damn. I think you got maybe 2 tops. And that's including this year. Like, I don't know. Like, this is the whole thing. We knew what we had, and we moved on from it. And we made that choice. It seems like the rest, like, especially you guys and the Saints, you're rolling with the old shit still that has never worked and trying to think that you're going to get different fucking results. I mean, good luck. But I'm not saying they're bad, but I mean, it's never worked. I mean, the Saints went and won a Super Bowl, but that thing was marred by all kind of shit, by Katrina, Bountygate, Katrina, all that kind of shit. Your guys' run, you guys should have won it that year, but you fucked that up, and we all know what happened. But same thing with us. But the difference is after that, we moved on. We've already started for the next generation. So, I mean, even if you do peak in 2 years or 4 years, it's a little late, first of all. And second of all, we're going to be that much better, and we're going to have the young, great team. Like, we're ready to take over this division. If you look at it right now, in 2 to 4 years, we're going to be the best team in the division by just looking at the roster right now. Looking at the setup right now.
I'm not going to argue with that. I think that Carolina might compete for a Super Bowl come 2-4 years from now.
Might. I'm not saying I would hope for that, but I know what you mean. Like, we have set it up like we're not going to be the greatest now, but in a couple of years we're going to be fucking damn good. I mean, we knew, and actually the Luke Kuechly thing is a blessing in disguise because I mean, we wouldn't have tried to address that. And he'd have been getting up there in age, and it's one of those things like you can't get rid of somebody because you want him to retire there and all this shit.
I mean, and
we got his best years, and now he's gone.
I remember I was literally just got out of the bathroom from taking a shit, and I saw on the TV Luke Kuechly retires, and I was like, what the fuck have I just saw? And I'm like, I don't know if I should like it or hate it, because as much as you might hate the Carolina Panthers, you can't really hate Luke Kuechly.
Yeah, I respect that, because, I mean, if you love football, you love Luke Kuechly. Like, he was just amazing. We'll never see that again. I never saw it before him my whole life. And I'm not just saying that because I'm a Panthers fan. I never, ever seen anybody just sit there and call out somebody else's plays before they do them. That shit's absurd. Even in the Super Bowl against the Broncos, Peyton Manning said he called out like 40% of the plays. That's ridiculous. Like, calling it out loud. Hey, they're running off tackle to the right. What? And Peyton's like, God damn it. How the fuck does that guy know? Like, that's his physical talent thrown away.
But his mental talent.
His mental talent was we've never seen that. The closest thing I ever seen to that was either Urlacher or Ray Lewis.
Kuechly's up there with the greats. And say that, the brain stuff doesn't happen, because we all know he was worried long term.
I thought he was going to retire the first time when he got hit and he was crying after that concussion.
You really
I don't
did.
know if you remember that.
Oh, I do. It was against the Saints Thursday Night Football. I remember watching that, and I was like, wow. You
Yeah, a
know?
lot of people trolled us and talked shit and were fucking horrible human beings. And hopefully karma bitch slapped them. But that, like, I was like, dude, I hope he retires. Right when it happened, I almost cried. And I was like, I hope he retires. Like, seeing him be a vegetable, like Muhammad Ali shaking and not being able to control it, like, I don't want to see that. I'd rather him just live a good life. Like, I'd rather him go fly fishing and just love life than fuck this. Like, it's not worth it. And as much as I loved him on our team, as much as he made us better, it's not worth it. Like, to see him cry like that, and he wasn't crying because he's a bitch or anything. If you ever had a concussion like that, you can't control it. It happens because you're lost. You're so scared because you don't know where you are. You don't know what just happened. You don't realize what's going on, and it takes a while for you to figure out. You're like, what the fuck? Like, it brings you back to childhood state, basically. Like, where's my mom? Like, it's a thing that happens, and there's nothing you can do. You can be the baddest ass motherfucker in the world, and it doesn't matter.
You know,
And that scared the fuck out of me.
honestly, that how you were with Keith Lee, how it sounds like I'd probably be with Julio because I love Julio. He's my favorite player in franchise history, probably will be. But if I ever saw Julio or Matt Ryan like that, I'd probably just be, as a Falcons fan, and maybe even as a person, shaken to my core because these are.
Well, that's why, like, I didn't care if you're a Falcons fan, a Saints fan, a Bucks fan. Anybody who laughed at that and enjoyed that, like you said, they're just a shitty person. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, that's just human being. Like, you see a human being brought to that sucks. Like, you shouldn't enjoy that shit. If you do, there's something seriously wrong with you. But, like, I don't know. I would never wish that on anybody. I wouldn't wish that on Julio or Matt or Drew or, like, I hate Drew with a passion, but I wouldn't wish that on him. Like, I don't want to see his
I don't hate
legacy.
Michael Thomas with a passion. I hate Michael Thomas with a passion.
Michael Thomas is overrated. He's going to be a flash in the pan. Give him like 3 years, and that's all he's got. He's not even that great. He's a system wide receiver. He's not even good at what he does. Like, all he does is quick slants and easy shit all day. He doesn't go deep. He doesn't run great routes.
I mentioned to you, I was in that Saints Discord. These Saints fans in the Discord are literally talking about how Michael Thomas is the next Jerry Rice. Like, are you fucking dumb? All he had was one good season, benefited off the fact Drew Brees had no fucking wide receiver number 2, and his wide receiver number 2 was his tight end.
Dude, we had James Bradbury, who's not even the greatest corner. He's never been the greatest corner. He's not even the greatest corner in Panthers history. And he used to fucking shut down Julio, shut down fucking Evans, shut down Thomas. And maybe not shut them down, but they're going to get their yards, but just don't let them beat you by themselves. You know what I mean? Like, maybe not shut them down, but they're not going to win the game by themselves. And that's all you got to do. And it's like, dude, and he's probably like top 15 corner in the league. Like, that's not even that great. I mean,
what I'd probably say, I say Thomas is a top 5 receiver. I think he was top 3 last year. And granted, I don't wish an injury on anyone, but, really my thing is a lot of people, what got on my nerves was a lot of people saying Michael Thomas was a tough motherfucker. He's out 4 to 6 weeks with an injury, which I don't wish, but he's out 4 to 6 weeks, and he's a tough motherfucker. Now, injuries happen in the NFL. Happens to everyone. We all said Julio was a tough motherfucker until 2013 came around, and he was out for the rest of the season with that injury.
Well, being a tough motherfucker doesn't matter with certain injuries. Certain injuries are going to take you out. Doesn't matter how good you are or how tough you are. Certain injuries, you're just done. What made me laugh about the Michael Thomas thing is him and McCaffrey had the same exact injury. It's, first of all, for normal human beings, that's a 4 to 6 week injury. 4 to 6 weeks. McCaffrey is one of them I'm not going to say he's bullheaded like Cam, but he's tough. He is a tough motherfucker. He missed like the end of the Jaguars game, and that was it in his whole career, and that was last year. And that was just because he was gassed. I mean, he had like 30 something touches that game, almost 40. But
They didn't want to risk
it's
getting him injured.
it's a 4 to 6. And he said, I'll be back before that. He goes, I'm not quitting this team. We have duty to do this year. We're not done.
He's on IR now.
And they put him on IR. They put him on IR, but even that IR this year, short-term IR is only 3 games, like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
So I mean, he could be back in 3 weeks. The fact that fucking they didn't even put Michael Thomas in there for 3 weeks and they're thinking about bringing him back, I hope he fucking plays this week, because he's gonna get fucking hurt, or he's gonna be ineffective and look like dog shit. Like either way, they lose. He's not going to do well. A high ankle sprain is worse than a low ankle sprain, and a low ankle sprain sucks dick. Like that sucks, especially those motherfuckers play on turf. Yeah, that's going to work great. Trying to cut and do all your job with a fucking high ankle sprain. Have
Is
fun with
this
it.
Sev that you were talking about?
What?
Sev.
Yeah, that's Savage Sev.
Yeah.
What up, Sev?
Yeah, but I mean, the thing about the Michael Thomas thing is, look, I don't wish injury on anyone, but I agree with you. I think that personally, what I want to see is, and actually, you bring up him, you wanting him to play, he is not going to play on Sunday. The Saints confirmed it.
Yeah, but the fact that, okay, so this is a second week miss, right?
Yeah.
If they had put him on short-term IR, he'd be available after next week. Why didn't they just do it? It's only 3 games. They didn't do it because they're scared without him. They're fucking scared. And it showed on the Raider game. They didn't fucking attack the Raiders. They sat back and tried to do their bread and butter. Wait, but your bread and butter is fucking Michael Thomas. Your other bread and butter is Kamara, and you use Kamara, but you didn't use Jared Cook properly. They don't even know how to use Emmanuel Sanders. They haven't done shit with him, which every other team...
I do think that the Saints are going to win on Sunday versus the Packers. I do.
You're psycho.
This is coming from someone who absolutely hates the Saints. I think that, really thinking about it, I do think that Sean Payton's realizing
they're not winning that fucking game. First of all, Aaron Rodgers blows the fuck out of the water Drew Brees. Like, it's not even close. And not only that, the Packers realize, first of all, everyone said their first 2 games don't even count as wins because they played a shitty Vikings team and a shitty Detroit team. Second of all, this is one of those games that in the seeding, especially with this whole 7 playoff team format, is going to mean a whole lot in the end, probably. Whether the Saints win the division or get second, which we pretty much all agree they're probably going to do, that this game's going to mean a lot in the NFC. You think the Packers, who are just doing fine, rolling through their shit, are going to just lay down? The only thing is I heard Devontae Adams might not play. And if that happens, the Saints have a really good chance because then it's equal. They both are missing their best target. But I just don't see it. Rodgers this year is fucking tearing it up, dude. He's pissed off. They drafted a quarterback in the first round.
That's the thing. I don't know if you watched last year, but I'm sure you heard. We beat the 49ers and the Saints last year. Now, we should go to Green Bay on Monday night, totally get our ass stomped into Lambeau Field. Aaron Rodgers should easily, with his eyes closed, drop 45 on Isaiah Oliver's weak ass. But for all we know, the Falcons might win the game because it's what they'll do. They'll come out on the road against the good Green Bay team that's absolutely lighting it up, and they'll win. But against a team like, a Dallas team that was crippled with injuries, they can't win. They got to blow a lead against.
I don't know, man. It's gonna be crazy. So wait, you guys play the?
You play the
Bears at home?
Yes, this week, and then next week
you guys can win that game.
Yes.
And honestly, offense versus offense, you win that matchup. Defense versus defense, they win that matchup. But at the same time, I don't think they're going to hold you guys, especially your passing offense, that far down unless they start The only way they actually destroy you guys is if they start sacking the fuck out of Matt Ryan. But they haven't sacked the fuck out of nobody. And and they played the Giants and the fucking Lions. Like, seriously? They're not that. I mean, their defense doesn't look that great this year. Yes, they're keeping them in the games and winning it, but I mean, they haven't fucking played nobody. Who they beat the Giants and the Lions? Who gives a fuck? Like, the Lions and the Giants suck dick. Like, that's the whole thing about this rebuild for Carolina that I love. Like, you have all these teams that have been together. Like, the Lions team, they've been together for 3 years. The Bears team, they've been together for 3 years with their coach and everything. And they're doing this? Like, have fun with that shit. We're in a rebuild and we're just fine. I mean, we're 0-2. I mean, it's wins and losses. But when you actually look at the play on the field, we're not that bad. And the fact that all these teams that have been together that are doing this shit, they fucking suck, dude. It's like, there's no excuses for some of these teams. And they're like, oh, and I'm so sick of everyone saying, oh, well, there was no preseason. There was no OTAs. If there's any team that should be fucked over by that, it's us. We had all brand new players, all brand new coaches, all brand new schemes, all brand new playbooks. And you don't think that hurts us more? And a brand new quarterback? All these teams don't have none of that shit. They had the same quarterback, same fucking coach, same fucking scheme, same fucking plays, same fucking players, maybe a few added. There's no fucking excuse for all y'all.
You know,
when you compare it, I mean, when you compare it to us, there's no excuse. You know what I'm saying, though?
Yeah, I think when you look at it, I do think you're losing versus LA this week because I think that LA's offense and how Herbert was able to play last week, he played pretty damn good. And
there's two things about that though. First of all, nobody knew Herbert was going to play. They didn't even know Herbert was going to play till like 5 minutes before the game.
Oh yeah,
so nobody got the scheme
before the game. As a matter of fact,
your defensive scheme for Tyrod Taylor is going to be way different than your scheme for the rookie. And they didn't adjust well. And not only that, I think they were looking. I don't think they took the Chargers that seriously, to be honest with you.
And honestly, if you're asking me, I think they're going to Baltimore and losing on Monday.
I think they are too. I'd be damn surprised if the Chiefs win, to be honest with you. They don't. I mean, they have all the talent in the world, but they haven't. I mean, the first game they looked good, but I don't think the Texans are that great. And the second week they didn't look good. So honestly, I mean, we've seen them do what they're supposed to do and not do what they're supposed to do so far. So they have question marks just as much as anybody else.
Honestly, if you were asking me, I really think that Kansas City, as long as they have Mahomes, they should be in a ball game. They should get, 11, 12, 13 wins per season. But, that's the thing. If they didn't have Mahomes on Sunday, they would have gotten blown the fuck out by the Chargers.
That's what I'm saying. The rest of their amazing roster didn't fucking do shit. Nobody fucking showed up to that game. Their defense has never been all that. And they're supposed to have this new Edwards-Helaire. He didn't do dog shit. Their line didn't look good. Mahomes couldn't fucking find people. Their scheme didn't work. Like, nothing worked for them until the fourth quarter and overtime. Nothing worked. Like, their shit was horrible. They looked like shit.
I catch that fourth quarter and overtime because I was too busy ranting about the Falcons because I just watched the work.
Because you got disemboweled by the Cowboys. You were having PTSD from fucking 28-3.
Yeah. I mean, but I watched that fourth quarter and overtime and I watched Mahomes. And he threw a deep pass to Tyreek Hill. That was a touchdown, the second or third quarter.
That was what blew it. If it wasn't for that play, I think they would have lost that game.
Yeah.
Easily. And anyone who thinks they're not beatable is fucking psycho. First of all, I think they're going to lose this week. And people will be like, well, it's the Ravens. I'm like, dude, they almost lost to the Chargers last week. And if you think the Chargers are all that, you don't know shit. Because, the Chargers defense is good, but they're missing people. They're not all there either. I think the Chargers are capable of amazing things. They're one of those teams that never puts it all together.
I think that, honestly, the Chargers are in a retool mode.
Yeah, I like that word, retool. It's not rebuild, it's retool. Throw in a few people here and there, and you're going to do better. I think they can. If they keep Justin Herbert in, I think they're going to do fine. I mean, I'm not saying they're going to be world beaters, but dude, that division is going to be crazy this year because the Broncos ain't no joke, even with their injuries. The fucking Chiefs are the Chiefs. The Raiders are way better than anyone's given them any credit for. And the fucking Chargers can be as great as they ever put it together. I mean, their squad is good. They just need to put it all together.
Would you necessarily be shocked if either the Raiders or Chargers or even both gave the Chiefs a run for their money in that division this year?
Definitely say I'm not going to fucking not pay attention to those games. Especially with no fans, dude. In the division, home field advantage means a lot. I mean, it doesn't matter whether you talk about Denver, the black hole that used to be with Oakland, obviously Arrowhead with the Chiefs. I've been there. That's what my picture is, me at Arrowhead right there. Like those home field, the only one that doesn't have one is San Diego, LA Chargers, you know what I mean? But the rest of them, like that home field is serious. And actually that helps Denver Broncos this year because they still have a home field. The altitude doesn't leave because of COVID.
Honestly, if you were asking me, just weird off the top, I cannot wait to see SoFi Stadium Chargers or Rams games, especially Chargers games when they let fans in. I cannot wait to see.
Why? To see all the opposing fans there?
I cannot wait to see how, beautiful that stadium is. And
with fans.
Yeah.
I understand what you mean because like that stadium and the Las Vegas stadium, it's just so sad that there's no fans in them.
And like, Atlanta. I mean, Atlanta's been beautiful.
Fuck Atlanta. We've seen your stadium full. I'm just saying those stadiums.
Well, I mean, honestly, talking about the stadiums real quick, I think Atlanta's the nicest stadium in the NFL, probably just because of biases.
Of course you do, because you're an Atlanta fan.
Well, yeah.
I mean, it's beautiful. It should be. It's one of the top 5 newest ones. I mean, if you have a top 5 newest one, and it's not one of the best, then you're fucking up.
But yeah, both SoFi and Vegas they're both really, really nice. And
dude, their stadiums. You know what's funny?
Yeah.
You know what's really funny? Those stadiums are worth more than your fucking team. Think about that. Your team is not even worth as much as the LA stadium. Our team is, but yours isn't. We're top 20 in the world. People don't know that. We're actually top 20 in the world. I'm talking football, soccer, basketball, baseball. We're top 20 in the world. It was put out in Forbes. And everyone's like, well, you only got sold for 2.4 million. Yeah, he bought the team for that. Then he went and spent another $2 billion buying out all the minority owners. Our team is worth like $4 or $5 billion. And that's what that stadium costs. Your team ain't worth that much. And it's sad. And the Saints ain't worth that much. We're number 1 in the NFC South for value of team. And that's facts. Go look up the Forbes list. Go Google that shit.
Yeah, I probably will. I mean, that is very
interesting. Go ahead. You don't believe me? Google that shit, motherfucker. It's facts. I don't spit nothing but facts. Dude, seriously, like we're like top 5 or 10 in the NFL for actual value for our team, and people don't realize that. And they're like, well, that doesn't make any sense. First of all, you got 2 states repping and all that revenue. And not only that, we made a huge international following in 2015 when we almost went undefeated. Like we were all over getting spread word about us because no one had ever seen that. Like that's that Cinderella team. Like we've seen Cinderella teams like the New York Giants when they won those 2 Super Bowls. Like the one time they were a wild card. No one saw them coming out of nowhere. That's a Cinderella story. But they're a history franchise. Like a true Cinderella is that rags to riches story. Like you were nobody. And no one cared about you, and then the celebrations, the handing out balls to kids, because people don't realize in that 2015 season when we were handing out the balls to kids, we were getting fined over $22,000 per ball we were handing out until about week 4 or 5, and that's when the whole world and the United States and every fan base, even Saints fan base, were like, dude, this is bullshit. Why the fuck are you charging them money to give out souvenirs to kids at fucking games where their parents pay hundreds of dollars for them to sit there and watch. Like, that doesn't make any sense. People
What
can catch
website was it?
people can catch a foul ball at a baseball game. People can fucking go to a basketball game and fucking be right there in front for cheap. But when you go to an NFL game, even if you're a child, you pay hundreds of dollars to go sit there and watch. And just because they hand a ball away, you're going to penalize them? Go fuck yourself.
You know
Even
what?
our whole division had our back first in that one, which I love. That's why I love this division, even though I hate it. Because even our fan base was like, dude, you're going to get, I mean, they didn't like the dancing. The Falcons and the Saints and the Bucks hated the dancing. Everyone hated the dancing, but don't let us score. That's an easy way to stop it. But giving out balls to kids, like giving out balls to children in the stands, why does anyone have a problem with that? Why are we getting fined for that? Makes no fucking sense.
Makes absolutely no sense. What was
that's the
that
only
website you can see how much a team is worth? Do you know what the website is?
Forbes, dude, it's the Forbes. Google that shit. Google it. Just Google like the worth or most expensive sports franchises. Forbes list. Like there's a Forbes list every year on it. Dude, we're top 20 out of the whole world. And you guys aren't even fucking close. And you guys have been in the league longer. It doesn't make no damn sense. At least the last one I saw. It's truth. I'm not lying. Like, it's true.
I gotta say, I'll say this,
You know who's number one?
I'm not shocked that Dallas is number one. I mean, I probably bet Dallas is number one because
Dallas is number one. But that's because Jerry Jones cares more about money than he cares about winning. And there's a fact about this. Okay, their practice facility, right? Indoor, doing everything. They have luxury boxes in their fucking practice facility. These luxury boxes can be bought by anyone. They're like private businesses or whatever. You don't think a private business from the Eagles or the Giants or the Redskins can fucking buy one and watch all their fucking practices? It's actually a proven fact this year. You know why? You know what Mike McCarthy did this year at the end of training camp?
Yeah.
He made the players stop wearing numbers on their jerseys so no one could know who was doing what and who was the best players and who was doing what. Which had to be hard for the coaching staff and the general manager to try to cut people at the end. Who made that play? Who sucked? But they did that because anyone can watch them. It's Jerry's world. He's all about money. He cares about money more than winning. And he didn't before, but that was before the salary cap when he could use his money to dominate the league. You know, the first year the salary cap was 1995. And the last year the Cowboys won the Super Bowl was 1995.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting.
It's fucking facts, dude. He couldn't. All right. I'll even explain it better. 1994, NFC Championship. 49ers versus Cowboys. 49ers beat their ass and go win the Super Bowl because of Charles Haley and Deion Sanders. Next year, what does Jerry Jones do? Buys Charles Haley and Deion Sanders, and then they win the Super Bowl. Can't beat them, join them, or make them join you. Money talks. And that's when the NFL said, nope, we're done with this. You're not buying the Super Bowl every year. We're done.
You're getting a salary cap.
Yeah, that was the beginning of the salary cap.
And now, Tampa Bay.
And 25 fucking years later, they haven't done shit since. Because you can't buy a fucking championship.
That was my focus point of the hate week versus the Cowboys.
I'm just saying, dude, I'm knowledgeable. Look up all this shit. I'm not lying.
I mean,
by the way, I gotta ask you a quick question. Do you understand what the little thing next to my name is?
Honestly, no.
It's a middle finger.
Well, yeah, now looking at it, I probably
There's no emoji for that on the StreamYard, so I made my own.
I mean, I know what a middle finger is. I mean, and all that.
I just meant there's no emoji, so I did that the other night, and since when you go back into StreamYard, if you change your name, it automatically logs in the name you had before. I can change it. I mean, you can click on it and change it while you're going too, but
You're okay, man. Yeah, it's okay. But this very sad thing, we talk about the Cowboys and shit. The Cowboys have done nothing since the salary cap, but they've crumbled. They haven't made not even an NFC championship game since the salary cap came into play.
Yeah.
And now, wasn't it like, what, 10 fucking years that it took them to win a playoff game from the late 90s until like what, the early 2000s, or what, maybe even late 2010s, like 18 years?
You know what my favorite thing is? I told you already, which I gave you ammunition for no reason. A lot of people don't know it, but like I used to cheer on the Cowboys with my dad. You know what's funny about it? I quit that year, 95, and they won the Super Bowl. And that was our first year of existence. That was our first year playing, was 95. Very next year, they win their division. Or no, they got a wild card. We won the NFC West. Second year of existence, we won the NFC West. And that was the 49ers, the Falcons, the Saints, all those teams. We won the division, second year of existence. They have to come to Charlotte as defending Super Bowl champions to play Carolina in Charlotte. And we whooped their ass. We hurt Michael Irvin. We stuffed Emmitt Smith. And we destroyed them. And that was the beginning of their futility in the playoffs. Was playing in Charlotte in 1996. You can look it up. We fucked Troy Aikman up, sacking him nonstop. They couldn't do shit. They were defending Super Bowl champs in Charlotte. And we fucked them up, and they've never been the same since.
Yeah, I mean,
they even played us again later with like Quincy Carter and Greg Ellis and all these great players, and we fucked them up again. Like we've always fucked them up ever since that. Like our existence, we fuck up the Cowboys. It's great, and my dad hates it. He literally after that next year, when we beat them and everything, he was like, "You should have never switched over." I'm like, "Dude, it's my team. That's your team. This is my team." And then like later on, he came out and said, "Dude, we've never been good since you quit fucking cheering them on." And I'm like, "Sorry for your luck. I got my own team." But it's like I live in Iowa right now, right? So everyone who lives in Iowa, they don't have a team. Kind of like South Carolina back in the day when I lived there, there was no team. So if you don't have a team, you have to root on somebody else, right? So people here,
Iowa. It looks
people
like
in Iowa, they're either Chiefs fans, Bears fans, Packers fans, Minnesota fans, Lions fans, because they're all the closest. But I always tell them, you can't tell me if they got an Iowa NFL team tomorrow, you wouldn't be a fan. And they're like, well, no. I'm like, yeah, you might be if you got your own team. You can't say you wouldn't. And the fact that I was 8 years old, fuck yeah, it was my team.
The way that I look at it is, take a state, for example. Take the Dakotas, for example, North and South Dakota. Say they got an NFL team. They're a lot like Carolina because they're Dakota. It's just North.
You could call them the Dakota Dodgers or the Dakota whatever. You could have North and South representing. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, lots of those. From what I've heard, many of the Panthers fans before Carolina came into existence, not talking about you because you were like 8 at that time, but the ones who were either teenagers or grown.
Or adults.
Yeah, they probably, 3 teams they probably either rooted on was the Cowboys because they were the hot thing in the 90s. The Falcons because they were the closest team for the people in South Carolina. Or North Carolina, I guess would be like, say,
the
Redskins.
You're actually right on the point. You know what the 4 biggest fan bases in the Carolinas were before the Carolina Panthers? The Dallas Cowboys, the Atlanta Falcons, the Washington Redskins, and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
And that's just facts.
So, I mean,
and it sucks because it's still that way to this day, and people get pissed off because like we don't have home field advantage like we should. It should be way better. We have a great stadium, blah blah blah. And I was like, just wait till the next generation, because the next generation they're going to grow up with their own team when they're born. They're going to have the Carolina Panthers. the generation before, it's like you said, whether they were a kid like me or they were teenagers or an adults, they already had a team. And not everyone's going to switch. And people, like, if people knew that in TTC, a lot of them would ride me. They ride Camel about it. Camel was a Dallas Cowboy fan. He'll admit it. But then we got our own team, and they dog them for it. They're like, you're a two-teamer. And I call bullshit. Because imagine it the opposite way. Say the Carolina Panthers were a team the whole time, and you had everyone in our division, but Atlanta didn't have a team. And then all of a sudden, you're like 8 to 10 to whatever years old, and all of a sudden, here's the Atlanta Falcons. You don't think you'd be a team, or like a fan? Come on now.
The way I look at it is, if the Falcons never existed, but all 31 other teams did, it would be hard for me to decide who to root for, honestly.
You're a kid, but when you're a kid and they're playing in your backyard, like, I don't know. It's just different. It was big for it would be different for you because you would already have the Atlanta Hawks. You would already have the Atlanta Braves. See, Carolina had nobody. Like, the only team we had were the Hornets. Other than that, we had no sports teams. None.
And almost everyone in Carolina represents the Braves.
Oh yeah, dude, I'm a Braves fan till the DIE.
Brave country runs.
That's one thing. See, that's one thing is different. Like what we were talking about with the age thing, because like right now, if Carolina got an MLB team, yeah, I kind of root for them, I guess, but I'm not giving up my Braves. And if they're in the same division, fuck them. I hope you get second every year. But
I mean, the way I look at it is, well, Braves country is all throughout the South.
we just clinched the second seed. Sorry. We just clinched the second seed.
Oh, let's go, man.
We beat the Red Sox, baby. We're the second seed now. I told you don't worry about it. Yeah. I told you don't worry about it, dude. We got this shit, dude. Dude, if we had, you have to understand, the Braves lost all 5 starting pitchers this year, and we're still doing what we do. Like, if we had Cole Hamels and all of our starters, get the fuck out of here. We would have dominated this year, and we're still doing great. That offense is sick. I'm sorry. I just got a notification that we just won the second seed.
Who's the first seed?
Dodgers.
Yeah, I'd probably expect that, honestly.
And that's the only thing we have to worry about. So guess what? Worst comes to worst, we have to play them in the NLCS. Fuck them.
Yeah.
Then at least it's one. We need to win a fucking series, period. Not a World Series, a series. We haven't won a series in fucking like 19 fucking years or some dumb shit. Like, it's time for us to win a playoff series.
I mean, this really, the thing about the Braves is I've always repped them, I mean,
fuck yeah. That's one I've never wavered on, not even close. Like,
it doesn't
Braves all day. That's why like I said, me and Slita get along really well just because of that. Because of the Braves. That's the one thing that we can talk shit all day, talk dirty, nasty, fuck you, hate you, your person, like whatever. But when it comes to Braves, it's like, yeah, and go Braves.
But here's the thing. If you live in Georgia, probably most of North Florida, because who roots for the Marlins at this point? And honestly,
the Marlins didn't come around till way later.
Who roots for the Tampa Bay Rays at this point?
And they came way later.
So, yeah.
No, and in the Carolinas, even like over to Tennessee and shit. Tennessee doesn't have a team. Like, it got like the Braves are huge, and not only that, it was because Ted Turner, when he owned the team, they were on TBS every day.
I'm looking right now, with the exception of Florida, because there are probably some young fans that rep, the Braves and the Marlins, but all of Georgia, all of the Carolinas, so that's 3 states. Alabama, you can probably agree on. Tennessee, so we got 5 right there. Would you count Mississippi and Louisiana as 2 that could rep the Braves?
I mean, it's possible. I'm not going to put it out of
We
anything.
got
You know what I mean?
5 states that you can probably put a guarantee on that rep this team. 5. So, are you still there?
Yeah.
We got 5 states that rep one baseball team. That's how big Braves country is. And there are probably more fans, around the country. So
Okay.
Braves
Hey.
country is really big.
So
Now,
hey, you know what's fucked up? Since you didn't pull it up, I pulled it up right now. On the top franchises of all the world, the New Orleans Saints are number 50. You know who's number 49?
Who?
The Jacksonville fucking Jaguars. The Jaguars are worth more than the Saints.
Oh,
You know who's 40? You know who's 47?
Who?
It's a tie between the Chiefs and the St. Louis Cardinals.
Oh, but that shit about
46
the Jaguars. That shit about the Jaguars being worth more than the Saints. That's going to be a lot against Saints fans. Jacksonville.
And this one Carolina's 38, but they're still. Oh, and the new one. Oh, you guys actually jumped us now. You guys are worth more than us now. And the new one.
Yeah, we're worth.
You guys are.
Are we worth more than New Orleans?
Yep.
Worth more than Tampa.
You guys are worth. Yeah, you guys are worth the most in our division now. You guys just barely beat us. But that's just this year. But guess what? Your total value is still worth less than the LA Stadium.
Well,
that's what I'm saying. You know what your value is right now? $2.6 billion.
Wow.
So you're worth less than their stadium. That's what I'm saying. Like, people don't realize that shit.
Well, I mean, if we're worth more than the Saints, then that and everyone in our division, that's
the Saints ain't worth shit. The Saints ain't worth shit. First of all, their dome ain't worth shit. So fuck that. That their team ain't worth shit. That they're a one-hit wonder who are traditionally dog shit.
To me,
but number one is the Cowboys.
Ain't shocked.
I was gonna say number one is the Cowboys. Number 2 is the Yankees. Number 3 is Real Madrid. Number 4 is Barcelona. Because you have to bring in like full sports into all this. You know what number 5 is? Surprisingly, the fucking New York Knicks.
Wow.
They're still worth that much. But the second best NFL team is New England Patriots. They're 7th.
Well, honestly, that's not a surprise either because of the Super Bowls.
Here's a surprise. The New York Giants are 10th.
Well, honestly,
that's location. Because New York is a huge market.
And
yeah, dude, it's funny.
Yeah, I mean, the other really interesting thing about all this is I'm not shocked that Dallas and New England are 1 and 2. New England because of the Super Bowls. Dallas because Jerry is just he cares about the morning money.
I shouldn't do this, but I'm gonna give you ammunition here. Your guys are worth more than the Ravens, and you guys are worth more than the fucking Steelers, dude.
Wow.
Yeah. See, people don't know about net worth. Miami's worth both. Miami's worth. Oh my god, that's fucking hilarious. Like, this shit's funny to me. Like, people don't realize about the worth of teams. But we're right there. We're at 2.3. See, we went down.
I would like to actually know a question. I know you told us I know you told me we're 2.6. I like to know how much those fucking Aints are worth. The money.
Oh, the Saints? God damn it! I just exited out. I'll bring it back up real quick. Hold on, give me a second. Like, I just had it up. I'll bring it back up quick. How much are they worth? You want to know?
Yeah. How much money are they worth?
Hold on, let me reboot this shit. But boom.
And wouldn't you probably say market wise, not the net worth, but market wise?
New Orleans market is not good. And that doesn't help them. Atlanta's a bigger market. We're a bigger market.
New Orleans is
here. I'm looking at the new updated one. Scrolling down. Dude, the NFC East has got a stranglehold on all this shit because of they're some of the originators of all these the rivalries bring a lot to it, and the markets do.
Yeah, I mean,
how much are the Aints worth? Dude, we're still more than the Aints. That's fucking hilarious, dude.
And
New Orleans is worth. They're worth $2.2 billion.
I'd probably honestly say
so they're like 400 million less than you.
Wow.
Hold on, let me double check. Let me double check that to make sure.
I'd probably rank the markets.
Oh, you guys are worth 2 point, and the newest one, you guys are worth 2.7, and they're worth 2.2, and we're worth more than them.
Wow.
Yeah, they're third in our division. Dude, and honestly, I don't like this list, to be honest with you, because they say our value is worth 2.4, but our stadium is worth like at least 1, and our team is worth like 2 something. Like you, honestly, you the reason why you guys are so high and higher than all of us, there's only one reason, and that's because the stadium's included. Like your actual franchise isn't worth more than us. It's not. Neither one of us, but your stadium is the best out of all of us. You know what I'm saying?
It is. You can't deny it. I mean,
because you have to. That's equity. That's value. You know what I'm saying?
Honestly, I'm gonna
actually,
say
if you look at that, that makes you like that makes you guys look really bad when it comes down to it. You know why? Because your stadium is worth like $2 billion of your whole fucking value. So your actual fucking franchise is only worth like 700 million. But the fact that you have that beautiful stadium. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like a used car, or I mean, it's like a brand new car. The second you take it off the lot, it's not worth what you built. So like, your $2 billion stadium is only worth like probably like maybe 1.5 now. So it's not completely that, but it's kind of funny to me that that's like why you're beating all of us.
Honestly,
your stadium.
If you were, asking me,
because if you take the stadium out of the equation, it's either the Saints or the Panthers are the most like expensive valued franchise.
You know what? Tell me how much Tampa Bay is worth. I'm gonna laugh at this.
They're not even on the list. It's only the top 50 in the world. They're not even on the
list. And yet they're
but no, you have to understand also, this is like the whole world. I mean, we're talking.
Hold on, you cut it off. Are you still there, man?
What up?
Are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you cut it off for a second.
Oh, I don't know. Like my shit's kind of fucking up.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. My plug went out.
Yeah.
That's why. Sorry, I'm on my phone. So like,
I bet you Tampa Bay isn't even.
I'm on my phone and it's kind of dying, and the charger just came unplugged. That's why I did that.
No. I bet you that Tampa Bay probably isn't even worth $1 billion.
Probably not. They have an old rundown stadium, and their fucking team and their merchandise ain't worth a shit. Like not only that, but it sounds weird to say it, but their colors actually come into play. Because merchandise, if people don't know your team, they like the colors they like. That black and blue we have, that's a beautiful color scheme and everything.
I'll admit, yes.
You guys have black and red. That looks cool shit too. I hate your new jerseys. They're fucking fugly as fuck.
Honestly, our new jerseys get some heat. Now, I think our away jerseys are amazing. And our graded net ones, the ones that go from red to black, they are fucking amazing. And everyone's hating on them. The only jersey I can maybe understand us getting hate on is the black jerseys, our black on black jerseys, our home jerseys.
Someone's asking if you got room up here, which is funny because StreamYard holds 6.
Yeah, I actually didn't see that. If you're still watching, there's the link if you want to come in. Anyways, what
I'll
I'm
give you about 10 more minutes and I got to get the fuck out of here. I mostly wanted to come in because I saw there was 2 out of the 4 representatives from our division, and I was the third, and then we actually had 4 out of 4 there for a little bit.
Yeah, for
I was, and honestly, hey, I'm just saying this. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to like take over, and I didn't attack every fan base. I was trying to make you guys think about what's going on with your team and the whole division in general.
Well,
That's
you're
all I was
okay,
trying
man.
to do.
Oh, you're
And
good.
then
man.
after that, I was trying to make you guys learn about the TTC.
Oh, you're good, man. You know, honestly, if you were asking me as far as markets go for these cities, I'd probably would you put Atlanta at 1 or New Orleans at 1 for market?
I would not put Atlanta at 1 for the simple fact that you have to share your market with other teams. Because you have the Braves. The Braves take a lot of your market away. They're going to take money away from you that would be going to the Falcons, right?
Yeah.
You also have the United, Atlanta United, and that might not sound like a whole bunch, but you guys have won a championship, and soccer is growing in this world and in this country. You have to share your market. So just because you're bigger and better doesn't mean you're better. Like, there's no money to go around in Carolinas. No one really reps the Hornets have always been around and they've never been good. The Panthers have gone to 2 Super Bowls. So people rep the Panthers more than they rep the Hornets. And that's the only market for 2 states put together. And not only that, it's a big military following. People get stationed there and they like to go for the home team. And whether they go somewhere else or they already had a team, they still like the Panthers. And there's kids who were born in those bases that they're going to be Panthers fans. Like in New Orleans, fuck New Orleans. The New Orleans market is horrible. They're lucky they have a team. Katrina almost, like, if Katrina would have done its job, there wouldn't be the New Orleans Saints right now. They'd be San Antonio or some shit.
Honestly,
and that's facts. And that's facts.
I can never make fun of Katrina as much as I hate the team because that killed thousands of people.
Hey, I lived in the fucking Carolinas and you live in fucking Georgia. When you see a fucking hurricane coming, you can evacuate. And if you don't evacuate, that's your own goddamn fault. It's not like all right, I moved from the Carolinas to Iowa and people are like, oh, we deal with tornadoes. God, I don't know how you could deal with hurricanes. I'm like, fuck you. I'd rather deal with hurricanes than tornadoes. Tornadoes just, boom, they're there. Like, you don't get no time to think. They're there. Hurricanes, we watch them come all the way across the Atlantic Ocean. You watch them for weeks. You watch them. They could become, and you watch, and you could evacuate. You can leave and go somewhere else. That's your own fucking fault. And I'm not saying the cost of life ain't worth it, but not only that, they ruined their wetlands. They did not take care of nature. And if you fuck with nature, nature will fuck with you. You know who has the most wetlands?
Who?
Preserved in the whole nation? That's the Carolinas. And you know who doesn't get flooding problems and you don't hear about floods ever? The fucking Carolinas. Because if you pay attention in your science class and your nature shit, wetlands can hold 80% extra water than their fucking surface. That's what they're for. They're like a sponge. They're a filter from the fresh water to the salt water. And they also hold more water than they're supposed to. They're like a sponge. But when you destroy the wetlands, you fuck up your ecosystem and Mother Nature will fuck you back. And I'm not saying it's those people who live there, especially the people in poverty. I get it. But you can you can leave and go away for a little bit and come back when it's over. I was there in 89 and I survived a class 5 hurricane and we stayed, which was stupid, but we stayed. But we could have left for like a month to a couple weeks before that. You can always fucking leave. Just go and then come back when it's done. It's not like it's a flip of the switch like a tornado when it's on your ass. Like, you can watch it come all the way across. And for New Orleans, it's even worse. It made it all the way across the Atlantic and Miss Florida, and it's still coming at your ass, and you still don't move? Come the fuck on. like I don't have no. I mean, that's your. I mean, I might sound heartless, but natural selection, motherfucker. Get the fuck out of there. Go away. Like leave. Come back when it's over. And they broke down their levees and they fucked up all that shit. That's their own damn fault, dude. Because you won't see that happen to the Carolinas. You won't. Yeah, people might die. People are like, I ain't leaving my house. My family's owned this forever. Whatever, dude. And then you made that choice. That's a life decision. I'm
Honestly,
just saying.
if you were asking me, I think that as far as that goes, I can never, because Katrina, as much as none of my family was involved with it, people still died, and I can never make fun of something like that.
I'm not making fun of it. I'm just saying, like,
No, I get it.
all right.
I get it. You're trying to.
I wasn't talking shit about Katrina or what happened. I was talking shit about the football team. Like the football team should have got taken out by Katrina. The only thing that was beautiful about the football team with that was they used their stadium as a shelter and helped a lot of people out, and that's a beautiful thing. And B,
That's great.
Drew Brees became a hero whether you like him or not because of that. Like he helped with the rebuild. He helped people stay and like rebuild their communities. That's why Drew Brees is one of those guys. I fucking hate him, but I still respect him. I mean, he's a fucking moron on all levels. Like the shit he said about kneeling to the flag and the anthem and shit. Fuck him. He's a retard. But he's done so much good, you can't hate him. Like I hate him, but I don't hate him. I don't wish any ill will on him, but he's a fucking idiot.
Honestly, Drew.
You see what I'm saying? Like I'm not saying I'm awesome. People die. I just wish the team would have moved. I wish they would have lost their team because they don't deserve a team. They really don't. You know how they supported their team when they were losing? By wearing fucking paper bags on their head.
Yeah, that shit is just.
Who else have you seen do that? The Browns. You know why the Browns did it? Because they fucking stole their team. They took it away from them. Of course they did. The Saints are the only fan base in history. Well, I think the Bucks might have done it too, but whatever. Like, there's only a few of them that have ever done it.
The Falcons, a few Falcons fans tried to pull that shit, and the Dolphins did it last year.
Hey, guess what? Then we're the only ones in the division who've never done it, and we went 1-15, 2-14. You know what's funny? When I first came on here, not first came on here, but when people first saw me, I was wearing a number 1 jersey that was blue, and it said J-Dub. I'm like, oh, you got that because of Cam Newton. Like, that's kind of funny because I bought it for myself for Christmas one year. When I spent like $3,000 on my family, they had a special deal. If you join NFL Shop, you can get a customized jersey for $100. So I got a number 1 Carolina blue J-Dub jersey. Like, oh, it's Cam Newton. I'm like, that's funny. I got it the Christmas year when he was at Auburn and he wore number 2. So there's no way it could be Cam Newton. I just did it because they were number 1 team in the world, the number 1 team in my heart, number 1 team in the nation. They're like, but you were 2-14, or we were actually 1 and something at the time. But I was like, yeah, I just did it because they're number 1. So fuck you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just rep my shit. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, that's called a true fan right there. Someone that it doesn't matter if your team is 13-3 or 2-14. You'll rep your team no matter what. And
I will admit one thing. When we won the second game, I got really pissed because we almost lost the first overall pick. And Andrew Luck was rumored to maybe come out, which I didn't think he would because he's a Stanford guy. He's smart. He wanted to get his degree. And the other one was Cam Newton. And I was like, fuck, I'll take either one. We needed a quarterback so bad. And it really sucks because that was one of the greatest drafts ever for talent. All through the draft.
Julio,
Von Miller, all of them. You can go up and down. But we didn't get a chance to because we had to have a quarterback and we had to choose first. We didn't get a chance to enjoy all those picks because we had to take what we had to take. So everyone else got to have a field day like, fuck yeah, we're taking like all generational talent here at fucking 3 to fucking 20. And we're just like, well, we had to take a quarterback and we're taking Cam. And we got we got criticized for that too. Don't tell me it wasn't the right decision.
Cam, honestly, the thing that's really pissed me off about Cam all the years is Cam Newton to me always seems like one of those quarterbacks that he always, gets triggered easily, and he's supposed to lead his team, yet he doesn't really come off as a leader. But in New England, these first 2 weeks, he has done pretty damn
Okay.
good.
Okay, I'm not even going to talk about our history with Cam because you don't understand, whatever. We'll just look at present day because you understand present day, so I can have this conversation with you as a young guy, and you know it because it's right now. You go into the Patriots, right? First of all, he's making next to nothing. He spent 86 days on free agency, which is a joke to every team that's 0-2 and dog shit with a bad quarterback right now. Second of all, Belichick is so fucking uptight and fucking down to business and talks shit about everybody and doesn't have fun. If you don't believe me, look at that book, The Destiny, or The Dynasty, sorry. He used to call Tom Brady, he used to talk shit to Tom Brady after winning like 4 Super Bowls. He talked shit to Tom Brady like he's nobody. And Cam Newton went in there and re-energized the whole fucking franchise. Like, even Belichick's like, normally he wouldn't let anyone dance. He wouldn't have music. This is time to work. This is business. And he's like, no, it's cool. He brings energy to a bad roster and makes them play better. Like, that's one thing that none of you guys realize about Cam Newton. Like, if you want to see anything, look at the 2015 season. That's Cam Newton. The motherfucker's just not used to losing. Like, he went to high school and dominated. He went to college and had to sit behind Tebow, and he was miserable, and that's when he fucked up. And he got fucking kicked out of school, and he made a stupid mistake. He's not used to not playing, not winning. So then that happens. He goes down to JUCO and wins the national championship there. Then he comes back up to Auburn, wins the national championship there, wins the Heisman there. Then he comes to us. Well, the NFL's a different story, but he's going to work his ass off and make it work. But then injuries happen and stuff. But then the 1 year when it all clicks, when everything's right, when he feels perfect, when he's got a team to support him, you saw the 2015 season. And that's that contagious shit. Everyone thought it was showboating. It was excessive. It was.
I remember going into that 2015 season, seeing a lot of people say, y'all were only going to win 5 to 7 games.
Dude, no. And that was before we lost Kelvin Benjamin. Kelvin Benjamin was supposed to be our number 1. He tore his ACL in training camp, and everyone's like, they're done. They're done. They're fucking done. They're destroyed. There's no way. He lost his biggest target. They're done. I'll say this. In March of 2015, I was in Las Vegas at the Venetian. I went to their sports page betting, and I looked up at the odds just because I was fucked up having a good time, and I'm like, how the fuck are we 4th worst in the whole league? This is March. That's before the draft, mind you. We haven't even drafted yet. And I'm like, how are we 4th worst? Because here's the lineup before us. You can probably guess it. The Cleveland Browns, the Jacksonville Jaguars, and the Oakland Raiders. And then it was the Carolina Panthers. And I'm like, how the fuck? I know we just won the division at 7-8-1, but if you think we're that bad, you're fucking psycho. Like, if you think we're 4th worst in the league, you're fucking psycho.
I mean, even me. I mean, you know.
It was 250 to 1 odds to win the Super Bowl. So me being drunk and being a Carolina fan and knowing way more about football than these fucking faggot retard idiots, I put $100 down. If I win, I get $25,000. That's what the odds were. And guess what? I was 1 game away from it. We made the Super Bowl. We just didn't win it. If we'd have won that, I'd have won $25,000 because I knew better than everyone else. And that was before Kelvin Benjamin got hurt. That was before the draft. I know my fucking shit, dude. Like, I'm not just talking it. I know my shit. Especially when it comes to my team. Like, you can question my knowledge about NFL all you want, but don't question my knowledge about my team. I know my team better than anybody. That's why, I've said, I've cut down my knowledge even about the division, which I pay attention a lot to, because I'm trying to keep track of my team. There's so many new faces, so many new players. Like, it's hard. It's really hard to keep track of it. Maybe
And
someday soon you'll figure out, because I mean, you guys are heading that same direction, and like 3 to 5 years you're going to be in the same boat. But until then, you won't understand what I'm talking about. Like, when everything changes for your own team, it's hard to focus on anything else, because I like knowing every player. I don't like looking at my team and going, who the fuck is number 58? You know, like, who the fuck is that?
Yeah. honestly, I know a lot about the Falcons. I can tell you I can tell you that Jaden Graham is our third string tight end that absolutely fucked it up for us versus Dallas on that onside kick. All he had to do was fall, and he could have
No,
gotten.
that's honestly first and foremost that's on your special teams coordinator. But honestly, people are giving him way too much shit. Like honestly, when first of all, it should have never came down to that play. Let's be honest. It should not come down to an onside kick to decide the game. You guys should have won the game anyway. First of all. Second of all, they played it perfect in every single way. When you do an onside kick, you do it towards your own sideline. They did it towards the Cowboys sideline, not the Falcons sideline. Because if it had been at the Falcons sideline, they'd all been yelling jump on it. It went to your sideline, and you have Hayden Hurst, right? He was the guy that was standing there.
Yeah.
If you look at him, this is what happened. It was so perfect of a kick. If an onside kick does not go 10 yards, it's dead, and you get the ball as the receiving team. They didn't think it was going to go because it was spinning so crazy. They were like, no, it's not going to go. But the English kept going, and it kept fucking growing. Like, that was the most perfect onside kick in history with the new rules, because you can't run up and, like, hit people. And because the old school onside kick, you kick it up or you bounce it, and then you can go the first wave of people, knock out their hands people so they can't get it, and your backup people will catch it. That's how you get it. You're not allowed that anymore because of concussions and shit. You can't run up to it no more. So now you have to do some tricky shit like that. So, all right, it's to their sideline, so no one's yelling to go for it. And that Hayden Hurst, he did fine. If you look at the replay, he's looking at it and he's sitting there, and then he realizes, oh shit, it's gonna go, and he tries to dive in, but it's too late. Like, he was right there, and he had his awareness, and he was set. He was good. Like, it wasn't there. I mean, when you get a perfect kick, there's nothing you can do about it, because if it doesn't go 10 yards, you just sit there and watch it spin out on the turf. And even if it only goes 9.5, it sits there and stops. And guess what? Your ball, game over. So it wasn't like they didn't just jump on it. They didn't think it was going to go 10 yards. That's what really happened.
I mean,
it wasn't bad coaching or anything or none of that. But honestly, like, I mean, and it's one of those things, like one of them big guys jump on it or something and it accidentally squirts out, especially on turf, and it goes to them anyway. You look like a fucking idiot anyway. So either way, you look like an idiot. But if it went at 9.5 yards and you don't touch it and it just sits there and you get the ball, you look like geniuses. That's football.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I really
You can't blame that. You can't blame that. If you blame that, you don't know football anyway, because it should have never got to that point. You guys had that game. Just like the 28-3. Should have never got to that fucking. It should have never got that close. Should have never, ever happened. Never.
You know, why
the fuck do people switch their schemes when it's working?
When we made the stupid decision to go for 2 instead of kicking the extra point.
Yeah, if you kick the extra point, that's a tie, and then you go to overtime. And they have all the momentum, but you're like, no, we're good. I mean, they did a good job. They got back. But guess what? Once it goes to overtime, then what do? You go back to what worked. You don't change your scheme. You go back to what worked, which they should have never went away from anyway. And then you win that game. I'm just saying, you can't blame the onside kick. And I didn't like how they covered it anyway. Like, everyone's like, oh, first of all, Dallas did it perfect. Jim Fossil is the best special teams coordinator in the league. And anyone who didn't know that, welcome to Jim Fossil. That's who he is. And he went from the Rams to the Cowboys. And what did he do? He's like, if Zerline's available, we're getting Zerline. Because he might not be the greatest field goal kicker ever, but everything else he does perfect. And actually, he's really good at field goals too. But I want my guy with me.
J-Dub, he got. What up? Guess what he did? He did kick that one field goal that we will forever be thankful for.
Yeah. No. And if you want, you want to bring up that's a whole nother. I'm gonna make it short because I don't want to go on a long rant and make you listen to me. But they want to bitch about a call. You got the coin toss.
Oh,
you had the chance to win. And Drew Brees threw a fucking interception. So cry all about the refs all you want. You threw away that game. Drew Brees threw away that game.
Guess who was the guy that pressured him when throwing that interception? Dante Fowler. That Dante Fowler's on the Falcons now. So Breeze is going to have to deal with him twice a year.
Oh, they don't even want to look at his face or shake his hand before the game.
I probably don't want to because they're crybabies that can't take you. You know, my thing is, okay, shit the car, but also you had several opportunities to win that game. Why did maybe I'm gonna sound stupid when saying this, but if you're such a great offense, you would take a gamble like this. You would have gone for it on 4th down instead of kicking that field goal. Are you still there?
Just because I mute doesn't mean I'm not here. When I mute, there's a reason. Just so you know, mute is on purpose. If I start cutting out, that's not on purpose, but mute is on purpose. Either I'm grabbing a beer or a drink or doing whatever. You know what I mean? I do it out of respect, so you don't have to hear background noise.
Yeah, you're good, man. But
anyway, no. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can't, if you blame it on that fucking onside shit. First of all, no other team there's 31 or no, there's 30 other teams because you're one of them and the Cowboys are the other. There's 30 other teams in the NFL. Nobody does that onside that perfect. And honestly, the Cowboys wouldn't do it again. If the Cowboys had to do that same exact play right now, and you guys had to do that same exact play, not even knowing what happened when it happened, it wouldn't turn out the same. That was a perfect fucking kick. And you know what's funny? We did the same exact onside kick in our game versus the Bucks to try to win the game where we were down by 7. And the only thing that happened with ours, our guy kicked it too hard. So when he kicked it too hard, it went past 10 yards and they got it. But he had that thing with perfect English and it was on turf instead of grass. Ours was on grass. Like on turf, it just sits there and spins. First of all, indoor, outdoor, that's already a difference. Second of all, it was perfect. Like, you never get it perfect. They couldn't do it again right now if they tried. The Cowboys could never do that again. It was perfect. Like, when it comes to that, there's so many variables. It's indoors. And the only things they did smart is anytime you do an onside kick, you kick it towards your sideline because you guys will sit there and fucking they're not going to yell at you to jump on it when you should jump on it. And then if it's a scrum and there's 30 people in the pile, they're not going to fucking sit there and say, we got it. Or they got it. They're going to say, we got it. I mean, everything was perfect. And it would never happen again. Like, if they did it right now in the same situation, or if they did it 9 times out of 10, it would be failed 9 times out of 10. That would be the one. You just happen to get that one. But like I said, it should have never got to that point. The halftime lead, the original lead, like, it should have never got to that point. I don't know how Dan Quinn didn't learn from any of that shit, and you don't understand that if you're destroying somebody, put the pedal to the floor. Just, people say running up the score, fuck that. This is the NFL, dude. Don't let anyone come back. Don't ever let them come back.
What I don't think you'll understand, because I know you know a lot about football. I'm not even going to, challenge that anymore. But what I am going to tell you, you are a Carolina Panthers fan. Dan Quinn is now the type that we know he doesn't learn from his mistakes, because if anything, he makes the same mistakes. It looks like J-Dub left. I'm gonna repost the link for him. If he doesn't want to come in, he can J-Dub, that's the link for you. If you want to come back in, then you can. If not, it's okay. Yeah, you can come in, man. Of course. Yeah, you can come in. Yeah, Sports Talker, you can come in. That's the StreamYard link for you to come in. All right,
Sorry,
man.
Sorry about
good.
that.
Yeah.
My fucking shit I got a call. So that's what kicked me out.
Okay, yeah. But
no, go ahead. You saying about Dan Quinn? I was listening.
Oh, Dan Quinn, he doesn't learn from his mistakes, is what I don't think a lot of people get. Even the most sports knowledgeable. You will not know about Dan Quinn unless you're an Atlanta Falcons fan. This dude does not learn from his mistakes. A
Oh, I do.
3-year-old has more brain cells than this fucker. Freddie Kitchens
No.
is probably more smarter.
No. I will say this. The
And
big
the-
thing that hurts you guys is, first of all, he's never had the squad that he wanted on the defensive side, and he's a defensive coach. He's never had the offensive guy that he trusted other than Kyle Shanahan, and after that, he was gone. And he can trust all he wants for the offensive side, but unless you have that guy to actually execute what you think, there's nothing you can do about it. That's the same thing with us. And the reason I understand this is because we had a great defensive mind. We had Ron Rivera. But if you don't have that great offensive mind to go with it, I mean, you're what are you going to do? You can tell them to do whatever, but you don't know so much about offense. You can be like, well, run it. Well, you can't tell them what to run. You can't. I mean, he can kind of give you advice because he can be like, well, their defense is doing this. I know defenses, but that's about it. I mean, you're kind of handicapped. And in this league today, I hate to fucking say it, but offensive coaches win these days. I mean, unless your name is Bill Belichick, offensive teams, offensive coaches win this fucking league now.
Yeah,
It
that's
sucks.
something I realized about a year ago. Defensive coaches cannot do it unless you're Bill Belichick. But
I mean, some people would consider John Harbaugh one of those, but John Harbaugh's kind of like Matt Rule. Like Matt Rule, people think he's a fucking defensive coach, but if you look at his resume, he's on offense, special teams, defense. Actually, John Harbaugh is a special teams coach. When he was at his greatest, before he was a head coach, was a special teams coach. Which I like that because he understands the in and outs. He understands like holding the ball, and then he understands like field position and shit like that, the little things. But I don't know. It's just tough. Like, because if it wasn't for us being division rivals, I wouldn't be like these other fan bases laughing at y'all. I'd feel horrible for you guys. Because especially back in the day, your offense was fucking like your offense has always been great. Like, has there ever been a year when your offense wasn't great and your defense, like, oh man, especially being in the division, heard so much shit. Our defense is so much improved, and then it was either, well, the coordinator sucks, so we got rid of him. Oh, well, we got injuries. I mean, there was always an excuse. I mean, even in our 2015 season, dude, we lost people for the year. We lost people to injuries, some of our best players, and we still fucking kept going. It's like you have to get through that shit. Everyone has injuries in the league. Everyone has shit not work out or work to their.
you have.
I mean,
to.
and there is some luck, especially in the 15. What's up?
Next man up.
Yeah. Well, and a scheme has a lot to do with it. Well, and preparation. Like, so many teams, like the number ones, go against the number twos, and then on defense, the number ones go against number twos. In our 2015 season, we had number ones going versus number ones in practice every day. And not everyone does that, which I don't quite get. Like, let your teams go at it. Let them get at it. Let them see who's better. Let them see what they got to work on, you know? Especially if you have talent on both sides. People are always worried about injuries these days. It's
I mean, the thing
you
I'll say
can't be
about
scared
that
of the
2015
second you're scared of injuries is they're going to have them.
The thing about that 2015 season I will give y'all credit on is that 2015 season, y'all went out and y'all destroyed the league. Y'all literally did. Y'all were the.
I'll say that you're close. We destroyed the NFC. If you look at the other side that year, you know how you play 4 AFC teams in the same division.
We would have played the Colts,
and the Texans,
that
and
Colts
the Jaguars,
game,
and the Titans, and they were all dog shit.
I know that 2015 when y'all went 15-1, that Colts game went into overtime.
Yeah.
That's when they had Andrew Luck, and that was his best year.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'll be honest right now. That was a great game. But A, we were at home, so it
Oh,
wasn't on
Monday
their
night.
turf and shit. And B, it rained. So you're taking a turf indoor team and putting them on grass and in the slop, and we barely won in overtime. The Giants game, they weren't even that great. That game went back and forth and back and forth. That was when
Well, all it was about that game was
OBJ and Norman.
Josh Norman.
Yeah,
So-
everyone remembers that part. But people forget that game was just back forth, back forth, back forth, and they weren't even that great. They just matched up well with us, like it was a matchup thing. The Texans game we barely won. Everyone remembers Cam Newton doing the front flip or whatever the fuck. The Jaguars game earlier, we were struggling that one until Josh Norman got a pick 6. Same thing with the first matchup with the Bucks. We had 2 picks. One of them went for 6, and one of them went down to like the 12. Like that's the only thing that won those games. But that was early on in the season when we were figuring ourselves out. But we had brought in Jared Allen as a free agent, one of the greatest sacks guys in our time. We brought in Charles Tillman, Peanut from the Bears, and he taught Josh Norman shit, and he taught our whole secondary the peanut punch, and we got more turnovers because we were punching out balls on the run and on catches and shit. Like, there's a lot of little things that no one knew about. And when Cam Newton got his security blanket, Kelvin Benjamin tore his ACL, he had to distribute the ball more because he lost his number 1. And that's why I was dogging that New Orleans guy earlier. I'm like, when you lose your main guy, you distribute it more and get everyone involved. Like, everyone counts us out right now just because McCaffrey's out. Bet if we don't fucking distribute the ball better. And actually, we might actually, I hate to say it, but we might actually look better on offense because you won't be a focal point.
You know, I'm going to say this. If y'all do better without McCaffrey than the Saints do with Thomas, I will laugh my ass off because you guys lost because y'all got more weapons. It shows that the fact that Matt Rule, a rookie coach, can do better with what he has and turn it into something.
Oh, that's Joe Brady. Joe Brady was the coordinator for LSU last year.
And he was with the Saints.
He turned a 5th round draft pick quarterback that got fucking thrown out of Ohio State into the Heisman Trophy winner and a national champion. Like, he knows how to use his weapons.
Do you even think that Burrow?
He made Thaddeus Moss, the tight end, look like an all-star who was Randy Moss's son. Thaddeus Moss got drafted and didn't even fucking make it through training camp without getting cut. I don't even think he's on a team right now. He made him look like a superstar. He made Edwards-Helaire look great. He made everyone look great on that whole team.
Justin Jefferson.
And he's our offensive coordinator. Like, he knows how to use weapons. Like, the only thing he's missing right now is he doesn't have a superstar quarterback. He's got Teddy Bridgewater. That's the only thing that's
Which, I mean, to be fair, you know, Teddy isn't bad for a journeyman. I mean, you could have worse.
I like his attitude and his professionalism over everything. And in the first game, he did exactly what I said he'd do. He didn't turn over the ball. This last game, he threw 2 picks and fumbled. So, I mean, I've seen yin and yang. We'll see what happens. But
honestly,
overall, I like him.
I like Teddy as a person. I do kind of root for him, you know, because I think that, you know, with Minnesota, took him to that division win. He was set up to, you know, not have an all-star career, but set up to have a good career with Minnesota.
If you ask Minnesota fans before the injury, they were excited. They hadn't had a good quarterback since like Culpepper. Like, they were excited, but then he got hurt and it destroyed everything.
Brett Favre was good for that 1 year, but his old ass couldn't manage right in the NFC.
But he was a merc. He was a merc just like Tom Brady. Okay, let's say the Bucks did. Let's say they went 16-0 this year and won the Super Bowl.
You think that's gonna fucking happen every year? He's a merc. Dude, you bought him just to win now. And if you win now, great. But you're not building your team for the future. You're not building it to win consistently. You're just doing it for now. And the fact that it's not going well makes me laugh. I wish we would have beat them, of course, because it's my team and everything. But I wish I would have beat them because it made me right. And honestly, if we hadn't done such a shitty start, we would have won that game. We were down 21-0 and made it a game with our fucking shit defense and our squad. Like, it makes me laugh because nobody realizes this division, especially on the national fan base wise, like I do. Like I was like, dude, first of all, the Bucks ain't winning the division unless they get hot. They'll get hot late, like mid to late. Once they all click and everything, they might do that. But I never saw them winning out the gate. You're not beating Saints week 1 at their house, and then you have to play us. Good luck with that. Like, we always play tough. We play tough even when we have a shit squad. We've always played tough. And even when you guys ruled us, a lot of those were like we were either playing tough when we didn't have the squad, or we had the squad and we made stupid mistakes. I mean, that's all it is. Like, we either beat ourselves or we don't have the squad to do it. That's one thing I love about my team. Like, we've never gone out there and just had the best squad in the world and just shit the bed. We've never had the best squad in the world, first of all. And we don't normally shit the bed. And when we do, it's just a bad year, and you know that. But I don't know.
You know, something
It just sucks this year that we're in the rebuild because it's the year that it's wide open in our division. Anyone could win it this year, and we're in rebuild. This sucks.
You know, honestly, I'm going to say this, you know, because New Orleans, they will probably win the division, but, you know, if they lose Sunday night versus Green Bay in New Orleans, which could possibly really happen, I think
they will. Oh, they will.
If they do.
The only way I see them winning is if Devontae Adams doesn't play.
And honestly, and we were about to talk about that Saints 2018 NFC title game. Look, you had the fucking ball first in overtime, so I don't want to hear any shit. It would have been different if it was like the Falcons in the Super Bowl.
Dude, Drew Brees threw a pick. That had nothing to do with the Rams.
If we had a coin, you know, like us, where we didn't win the coin toss in the overtime of the Super Bowl, they got the coin toss.
It should have never got to that point. That's my whole thing in all of them. Anybody who blames an onside kick return or a ref call or anything in the NFL, you should never let it be decided by one play. And if you do let it be decided by one play, you didn't win the game anyway. You know what I'm saying? If you beat a team, one play doesn't matter. Like if you actually beat a team and they get a Hail Mary for 99 yards and score a touchdown at the end, you should be ahead enough that it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like, if you actually win a game, you don't have to worry about one play.
But we had to both times, you know, we had to worry about a coin toss and we had to worry about a onside kick. But honestly, that's coaching. And coaching is Dan Quinn, and Dan Quinn has got to go.
I think the biggest mistake for you guys is your coordinator picks. And Dan Quinn's probably going to lose his job over it.
He will. Dimitrov probably will too. And honestly, I remember thinking earlier in the offseason, like, you know, in February, before any of this COVID shit, you know, came around and, you know, put us all in lockdown, when we were still right after the Chiefs won the Super Bowl, and I saw y'all hire Joe Brady. I was like, I wonder, did we make a fucking rule to go out and hire Joe Brady? Because I don't know if we did or not.
Well, I don't think you guys were actually looking, but your offense isn't your problem. Well, it kind of is in certain ways, but even when you have one of the best offenses, Shanahan and your whole fucking team fucked that up because if I remember right, Devontae Freeman was averaging 7 yards a carry by the third quarter, and you guys just stopped doing it for some dumb reason. You started throwing to Julio, forcing it, and being dumb. Like, I think they were going for the cutthroat, but the extra cutthroat would have been running the ball and playing fucking possession game because You know what Tom Brady does if you only give him a limited amount of time. And most people think about the limited amount of time, like if you leave him like 2 minutes left and he's down a score or needs a field goal to win it, of course he's going to do it because that's what he always did. But he was in that mode every single possession because they were down. So every single possession, it's like, we have to get this. And he just does that. If you hold the ball and don't give him the ball back, it's like beating the Chiefs right now. And you don't compare this Chiefs team to that Patriots team. The Patriots team didn't have that offense. They didn't have that big play capability. They didn't have that splash shit. They could score 21 points in a quarter and fucking get you, unless you back them up into a corner. And then they do play that way. So you created the whole thing, like from top to bottom. Like I remember I was at a big Super Bowl party for that. And of course I was cheering on the Patriots, even though it hurt me inside because fuck the Falcons. But I remember at halftime, everyone stopped, like we were playing pool and shit, and because my buddy's got a pool table and everyone stopped watching. I'm like, dude, you guys better pay attention. They're like, well, this game's over. I'm like, nah, dude. And this is at halftime. This is before 28-3.
Yeah.
This is the halftime, and I was like, dude, if you think this game is over, you don't know football. Belichick, first of all, is the greatest all time at halftime adjustments. He's gonna fuck shit up. Watch this. I was like, if they don't win, they're at least gonna make it a game. Everyone's like, yeah. And then that happened. I called it at halftime, dude. First of all, I knew you guys better than anyone in that room because I live in Iowa, and you guys are my rivals. Like, I know you guys better than everything. And not only that, I respect Belichick and know him better than all that. Like, I told him this game is not fucking over. It's far from it.
Honestly, at that point in time, because that was when I really started to get a lot of my knowledge on football, but at that time, when we were up at halftime and we were up in the third quarter, I was already celebrating, and what was gut-wrenching was, as soon as the game ended, if the Falcons won, the merchandise for Super Bowl champion shirts would have immediately have gone on sale. And it was our first Super Bowl. Of course, everyone would have wanted to go buy it as soon as possible.
It wasn't, or it would have been your first Super Bowl win. I get what you're saying.
Super Bowl win. But, the fact that we went from that time at the end of the third quarter, we're going to win the Super Bowl. We're about to, have our first ring. We're about to have a parade on Tuesday, to then just how an utter heartbreak. And I don't even really know. There really isn't even a proper way to describe it.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of have similar a little bit, just because, we went 15-1. We got over the hump by beating Seattle, not only in the regular season in their house, but in the divisional round or whatever round, and we beat them. And
you didn't.
We destroyed the Cardinals, destroyed them, and everyone had us favored, and then just go out there and play one of our worst games.
But I'm going to say that y'all never had a big lead. Y'all never did.
What, during the year?
Y'all never had a big lead in that Super Bowl. You see?
No. But that's what I heard about it. Like we never even got there. And we knew what we were capable of. If we play that game 5 times, I bet we win at least one. I'm not saying we win all of them, but unless we win at least one. The fact that you guys got a huge lead on one of the greatest defensive minds in all of history was awesome, but you didn't know what to do with it. You had never, actually that year kind of hurt you guys because this division never gave you that much of a fight, at least we had we had our one loss to you. We had really close games in the division, but we never that next year we didn't give you a big fight when we played y'all. The Saints didn't give you a big fight.
The only team that didn't sweep us in that division in 2016 was Tampa. That's when Tampa had their.
That's what I said. The two better teams didn't give you a fight. We didn't do proper by you by giving you a good adversary or a good opponent or a good
adverse situation to get you prepared for the Super Bowl. And we kind of fucked up on that point. Like, honestly, when we lost that game to when we lost that game to you guys, I was happy. I'm not even lying. Like, everyone's like, aren't you pissed? You didn't go perfect, blah, blah. I'm like, no, we need to lose so we have game film of bad shit so we can learn from it. And they're like, well, losing, I'm like, I'd rather lose now than losing the Super Bowl. And that's exactly what I said. I'd rather lose right now in week 14 than losing the Super Bowl as our first time.
What really now thinking about this, maybe should we have gotten a big lead so that if it happened to us in the regular season versus us in the Super Bowl, would it have hurt more regular season or Super Bowl? It would have hurt obviously both, but Super Bowl it would have hurt way more. Obviously.
Well, no. And that's what pisses me off because like we had our one situation that prepared us for that, and we didn't have no answer. I mean, their defense was so good, and honestly, our right tackle was shit all year. It just never got exposed, and they exposed us. Our right tackle was shit all year.
Von Miller.
It wasn't just Von Miller. It was Mike Remmers. Like Mike Remmers was a shit right tackle all year, but we kind of masked it. Like we would chip on that side. We would put a tight end on that side. We would run the opposite way. We would do a lot of different things. But honestly, what really changed that it was a little bit of our O-line. It was a lot of it Von Miller. But the other thing is they had the best secondary in the whole league. There was called the no-fly zone. And since our guys couldn't get open quick for Cam to get rid of the ball, he had to hold on to it, and then we got sacked because of Von Miller and the shuttle on that side.
Oh, remember what happened when all Cam had to do was dive on that fumble, and maybe that game would have been different?
I don't believe so. I know a lot of people point out to that, but my big thing as a Panthers fan, it was way early in the game. Like, I almost called us losing at the very beginning of the game because at the beginning, it was a defensive battle on both sides. They had the best defense in the league. We had I would at least say top, I don't want to say top 5. I'd say at least top 7, maybe defense. I don't know. We had the number 1 offense in the league. They had the number 1 defense, but our defense compared to their offense was way better. And, but at the beginning, Jericho Cotchery caught a ball, and he goes down. It's for a first down. It was like a second and long, third and long, something like that. And he caught it, goes down, and they say incomplete. And I'm like, how the fuck is that incomplete? Like, he caught it. It was in live fast time.
And then the next play.
And then we challenged it. No, we challenged it. And when we challenged it, we lost, and we had to punt. And I'm like, dude, I saw it live, and I'm not just being a homer for the Panthers. Like, I saw it live, and that was a catch. I saw it in slow-mo, high-definition replay, and it was still a fucking catch. And they said it wasn't a catch. And that was a drive killer, and it was one of the first ones, and we never had any sync after that. I mean, we did score 1 touchdown after that, and we picked off, and that was because of pick off of Manning, because Manning didn't do shit that game. Manning passed for 149 yards and 1 pick. That is not a Super Bowl winning quarterback stat line.
Now, honestly,
they ran the ball and
you know what that 2015 Peyton Manning season could possibly be like for one quarterback this year, Drew Brees.
I mean, I guess the only reason I would compare it is because when Manning went out that year for like 6-7 weeks and Osweiler went in and won a bunch of games, the only reason I'd even compare it is I think if Drew Brees did go out with an injury, it was almost comparable last year when Bridgewater came in. Taysom Hill or Jameis Winston could come in and probably do better. I'm not just talking shit. Like, Drew Brees is close to cooked. Like, if he comes back next year, I'll be fucking damn surprised. Like, he is.
I've seen it for fucking 2 years, and now this is the third year. He is done. Like, he is close. If he wasn't as smart and accurate as he normally is, his arm's gone. Like, his arm is gone. First of all them years when they had no run game, he threw 50, 60 times a fucking game. That catches up to you. Like, you get all the stats and you win a lot of games, but that catches up to you. Like, that arm is done. That arm is cooked. I said it was going down 3 years ago or 2 years ago. I said it was going down last year, and now it's done. Like, it's done. Same thing with Tom Brady. Like, those arms are cooked. They're not going to beat you deep. They're not going to do shit. They're not going to beat you with their arm.
know, after
They'll
that
beat you with their knowledge.
2016 season where Breeze, like, he was third most all time in passing yards, and he had 40 passing touchdowns, 30 or 40. His team went 7-9. Okay, 2017, he passed for about 4,300 yards, about 30 touchdowns. Not a bad year for Drew Brees' standards. Kind of a little bit of a toned down year, but pretty good, still. Then 2018, I remember they went on that big winning streak. Everyone's like, Drew Brees for MVP. The game I knew that the Saints were not going to go to the Super Bowl, that Week 13 Thursday night game versus Dallas in 2018 for them.
Yep.
That
They got exposed in their own house.
No, it was in Dallas, but that game was
Okay, my bad. I know what you're talking about, though. I remember that year.
That gave Breeze. That just, how Sam Darnold last year said he thought he was sawing ghosts, and now it became a meme and shit. Guess what? Drew Brees saw ghosts in that game versus Dallas. So, I mean, yeah, that's when I immediately knew that the Saints were fucked. And
I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. No. I'm just saying they're using Michael Thomas as an excuse. Like, if you take one player out, it's not going to change your whole thing like that unless it's your quarterback. I'm sorry. It's just not. Because I guarantee you take Tyreek Hill out of the Chiefs, they can still score points and do whatever.
Because Mahomes has that deep ball.
And dude, not only that, like, all right, say we go out Sunday and beat the Chargers without McCaffrey. We're gonna show it. Like, you don't need your best player to still fucking execute your offense if you have a decent offense.
Your quarterback. You see,
I don't know, man.
Drew Brees, statistically, he is one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time.
They never used to run, dude. You know why Brett Favre's one of the greatest of all times? It's because they didn't have a fucking run game for like 10 of his fucking whatever years. Also, you want to know the first, other than the consecutive games started, that's the one reason I truly respect Brett Favre when it comes down to it, is because he took a beating throughout his whole career and never missed a game. So I'll never disrespect him for that. But you want to know the first actual statistical record other than game started that he had was he led the entire league for its entire history in interceptions.
Yeah. I mean,
because he threw the ball more. I mean, if you're a gunslinger, you're a gunslinger. You're going to make a lot of picks, but you're going to make a lot of great scores too. I mean, it's kind of like Phillip Rivers without the results.
If I'm being honest with you, I really think that at this point in time, you look at it top to bottom, I still think the Saints should win the division, but they ain't going anywhere in the playoffs.
They should win the division, but I don't think anyone in this. The only one I think in this division that could make noise in the playoffs, if they got their shit together, would be the Bucks.
I
don't think they'll get their shit together, and their O-line isn't good enough.
I don't think they could. I think that if the Falcons if they had a good coach, they could probably make a lot of shit happen at this point.
No. because you have the same problem. Your O line is shit.
Well, yeah, true. You
The O
know,
line, you can't have a shit O line and win a championship in this league. It's just impossible. If you
especially
don't believe me, look at the fucking Philadelphia Eagles right now. Their O line went to dog shit and they're dog shit. Look at the Cowboys right now. They're missing a couple on the O line and they look like a mediocre team. Like, and that's what scares me about y'all is you guys are healthy on the line and you look like a fucking mediocre at best team. Like that's the worst. It doesn't matter about run. It doesn't matter about defense. You guys look like a fucking mediocre team. Everyone thinks we're under mediocre, which I don't understand. I think we're mediocre too, but I don't get how we're under mediocre.
you know, if there was one team that I could maybe see making noise in the playoffs if they got there out of our whole division, might actually be y'all. Because what Matt Rule has done these first two games is Matt Rule has.
I wasn't gonna say it, but I kind of agree. Like if we figure shit out, I mean, look how good the Raiders have looked. And I don't care what anyone says. I would not be surprised if the Raiders go beat the Patriots right now. And the Patriots, look what they did to Seattle. Like Cam looked fucking brand new again.
He did.
He did. He looked like old Cam. I mean, and it's so funny in the first week, they're like, well, he ran more than he passed. Well, he didn't run more than he passed against Seattle. He threw for like almost 400 yards, like with no talent. Julian Edelman's like 35, 36. They had this little guy named Demir Bird that used to be with us. That's why I loved watching that game because Demir Bird used to be like a fan favorite who always had the talent, but he's too small. He always got hurt. He's over there. So it's kind of funny. They brought him and his little guy just for his little security blanket, his friend. When he threw the pick, the bad pick, yeah, that was to that Demir Bird. But Demir Bird had all the catches until Edelman finally woke up. I don't know. It's just kind of fucking weird. I mean, we could see, I see what you're saying, and I'm not being a homer at all. Like, if we got, like, the 7th, because I think that's the best we could probably do is probably get the 7th. If we got the 7th and made one of them, like, New York Giant runs, I could kind of see. But I don't know. My number one for doing shit in the playoffs would have to be the Bucks if they figured it out. And the Saints if they got fully healthy and figured it out.
And
but I don't think either one of those two or you would do shit in the playoffs, or if it came down to it to the Super Bowl, because your O-lines are just. I mean, New Orleans probably has the best O-line, but they've been playing like fucking shit.
they have.
Like they've been playing bad, and they were supposed to be like top 5. Dude, Ramczyk supposed to be getting all this money, supposed to be one of the best in the league. He's looked like dog shit. He's got like 5 or 6 penalties in 2 weeks. Like it doesn't make no fucking sense. And I just don't get it. And it might be a little bit they put that new kid at fucking center, but I mean,
You know, I'm going to say this. I really do think that as far as it goes right now, Alvin Kamara is probably the best player on their team. He's been the best player on their team these first 2 weeks, but
I mean, it's got to be him. It's got to be him or Michael Thomas. I mean, their defense is so bad that they can just key in on Cameron Jordan, and he's their best defensive player, and they just key in on him. Okay, they have Marshawn Lattimore. Lattimore had a great rookie season, but then people figured out what he does and his tendencies, and they either can beat him or they go away from him.
and
Then
then
they bring in Malcolm Jenkins in there instead of Von Bell. I thought Von Bell was a decent safety, but they get Malcolm
now
Jenkins
they
instead.
you also got to remember they got fucking Demario Davis.
They've had him for years.
They've had him for about 3 years.
Yeah. He's not new. I'm just saying, like, he's awesome. But I'm just saying, Cameron Jordan is the best defender, period. End of story. Look up the fucking stats. Look up the grades. Look up people's opinions. Look up anything. Cameron Jordan is their best defensive player, bar none. But when he's on the line and there's nobody else, double team him. Game over. Like,
Yeah.
it's easy. It's easy.
I'm going to
fix.
say this about Kamara. I think Kamara, he is not
Kamara is not that great. Kamara is not that great. He is not that great.
Henry.
Dude, when they were all their best, he was probably 3rd in our division because Devontae and C-Mac were better.
Like,
Honestly, I think he was better than Devontae because I think Devontae, especially last year, Devontae just sucked. But you also got to give that.
I was talking about more about like his first year, but honestly,
Well, his
back
first
then,
year,
honestly, his first year, everyone thought that C-Mac sucked. So I was talking about Kamara's first year. I'm sorry. Everyone thought C-Mac sucked.
they were both.
Kamara looked really good because he overperformed. Devontae didn't look as good because he didn't do as well as he had already done. C-Mac didn't look good because we didn't use him. And it was funny because even when that happened, I was like, dude, everyone's talking shit about Kamara. He's going to be best in this division. But no one expected him to do shit because he was a lower draft pick. He wasn't a high draft pick. Came out of nowhere. And I'm like, once they figure him out, he ain't all that. I was surprised the Raiders didn't actually shut him down because they tried to shut down McCaffrey. It kind of worked, kind of didn't. But
I'm going to say this. I think that Kamara is nothing more than a weapon. He cannot be a workhorse. He cannot be a Derrick Henry. He cannot be a McCaffrey. He cannot be an Adrian Peterson. He can't be a Barry Sanders. He can't be an Ezekiel Elliott. He's nothing more than a weapon. And look, next year when they have either Taysom Hill in at quarterback or Jameson at quarterback, they're fucked. They don't have no Drew Brees anymore. All they're going to have is a mediocre 6-7, maybe 8-1 team.
yeah, I don't know, man. I
wouldn't.
I almost think they'll be better. I almost think they'll be better without Brees because Sean Payton uses Brees as his fucking little security blanket. Case in point, last year that Brees goes down. What do? He gets smarter with the fucking scheme and makes Bridgewater a fucking all-star. Like Bridgewater looked great when he started and won games. And they didn't run the same scheme. He dumbed it down and made it awesome and just did what they do good. Wait. Why can't you do that with Drew Brees? Just dumb it down, do what works, and make it good with Drew Brees. And he can make the extra plays that Teddy can't. But he tries to get all fancy when Drew Brees comes back in, and then they're not as good. Like he's too smart for his own self. You know what I mean? Like he wants to get all fancy and shit. Just do what works, motherfucker, until they prove you wrong.
Yeah.
Like I don't get why people think they're so good. Like McVay did the same thing. McVay thought he was a brilliant motherfucker until the second year, and he was like, "Okay, wait, I'm getting stupid." But if you watch that Cowboys game or last week against the Eagles, he dumbs it down, makes it simple and easy, and they win games.
Yeah.
Duh.
You know, something I don't know how I haven't addressed this all. These fuckers that want to say Michael Thomas is better than Julio Jones. I know you hate both the teams. What are your takes on Michael Thomas being better than Julio? Your voice, your volume.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
I don't know. My fucking shit's fucking up.
What
Sorry.
are your thoughts on these idiots saying?
No. Here. This is an easy comparison. This is easy to fix. Let's swap them right now. Let's put Michael Thomas on the Falcons and put Julio Jones on the Saints, and who does better? Julio all day. All fucking day. If you put Michael Thomas on the Falcons, they would suck. If you put Julio Jones on the Saints, they might win one.
I mean,
and that's just facts. Because if you look at it, Drew Brees has never had that kind of wide receiver. Ever. I don't care what people think about Michael Thomas. Like, at one point,
he ain't no Jerry
Drew Brees' best wide receiver was Marquise Colston, who was like a 7th fucking rounder.
Yeah.
He's never had that first round badass motherfucker. He never has.
Michael Thomas was second.
I don't give a fuck. He wasn't first.
Yeah.
I don't even know where fucking Michael Thomas went to college.
I think it was Ohio State.
See, but you think like I think it was too. Now that you say it, but I had to think about it. You know what I'm saying? It it's not even close. The only thing that might make it different right now is that Julio Jones is older and has been through more hits, more injuries.
But you see, even through all that, Julio is still better because
By
one thing
far,
about-
dude. Anybody who knows shit in the league would say the same thing. And I'm not
Yes.
even saying division. I'm saying the league.
these little, people, we all know the Saints fans aren't going to admit it. We know that these other little people that just became fans of football 2 or 3 years ago aren't going to admit it. Like, I've watched football since I can remember back to 2008, Matt Ryan's rookie season with the Falcons. That's when I can start dating back to watching games, remembering watching Atlanta Falcon games. I've watched Julio, Moss, Luke Keithley. I've watched Julio make so many great catches. Like, I literally remember sitting at my TV, at my flat screen, old style TV on, it was Monday Night Football. It was the year after we went to the NFC Championship game in 2013. It was against the Jets, I believe. Yeah. And Julio Jones just made this incredible one-handed catch. My question is, could Michael Thomas ever make that catch?
Have you ever even seen any like highlight reel catches from Michael Thomas?
Hold on, your volume was going out a little. But
have you ever even seen Michael Thomas make a highlight catch once?
I watched him make that highlight catch in the Pro Bowl versus Tre'Davious White, but that's the fucking Pro Bowl.
Pro Bowl, the fucking it might as well be like the fucking
Flag
combine
football.
or some shit, flag football. Like, who cares? Julio Jones has a whole career of that shit.
He does.
And
Julio
Michael
Jones
Thomas,
is a jackass.
Michael Thomas just does basic shit. If you man him up, no one can man on him. If you fucking zone it, he'll beat the zone and Drew will find the window. Like, that's all he is. I mean, he's good at regular football, but that doesn't make him an elite receiver. Like, they just do the simple things great. Julio Jones can do that play that no one else can do. Like, I put D-Hop over him, and I have for years, but I didn't have Antonio Brown over him ever.
I think the only real receivers that can make a one-handed catch on a consistent basis are Julio Jones, Randy Moss, and DeAndre Hopkins. Would you agree?
We have to put. I would replace Randy Moss with OBJ, but
you could put Randy Moss in there too. Those are the only.
No, Randy Moss was just the first one to make it look cool, but it wasn't like his thing. But I don't know. Randy Moss was different. Randy Moss was the beginning of this new era of receivers. That's what he was. He was, hey, NFL, this is what's going to be from now on from the greats. That's what he was.
And we hadn't seen
that talent yet.
You know, a guy like Jerry Rice today, in the NFL, they're nothing more than maybe at best a top 4 or 5 receiver in the league.
Actually, it's kind of weird because I hate to say this, but Jerry Rice is kind of similar to Michael Thomas in a lot of those ways.
They are. He is.
Because they're the simple, every single down, every single play. But I'd still put D-Hop over both of them because D-Hop does not drop passes, first of all. It just doesn't happen. He went a whole season without a drop pass. That's fucking absurd. It's never happened before, and I don't think it'll ever happen again. Like, he never dropped a pass. That is fucking retarded.
And
that
honestly,
is stupid. And the one catch he did against the Steelers, like, I watched that fucking shit live. I will never, ever forget that catch in my entire life. That wasn't the between the legs one either. That was the one where he batted it down with his right arm into his left arm and caught it
diving out of bounds, got his toes down and caught it. Like,
It was a
he was
touchdown.
pissed off that he tried to catch it with one hand and didn't get it. So he tapped it to the other hand and one hand to catch it with his weak hand. Like, who the fuck does that? Who the fuck even thinks of that? And he's toe dragging, diving out of bounds at the same time. Like, that's just absurd. That doesn't
You
even
know-
make any fucking sense.
Yeah, Michael Thomas could never even imagine making that type of catch. I mean,
I know.
all he does is he might make a catch. He might make a 10, 20-yard catch, but then he'll go down right after it. That's all,
All
he
right,
does.
man. I mean, I've enjoyed this and shit, but it's gone way too fucking long, and
Yeah.
this girl's fucking trying to call me again. I gotta fucking go.
All right. You want a final word real quick for making the stream tonight?
I mean, hey, I wish you the best, and I wish you the best personally, and I wish your team the best until you play the Panthers, and that's about it. And it might sound stupid, but I honestly do. I'm ready for this division to gain more respect, because right now we're looking like the NFC least, and I fucking hate the NFC least. Like, they suck. Their whole division sucks dick. Fuck the Giants. Fuck the Cowboys. Fuck the, fuck them all. They're not that good. None of them are that good. I thought this division was going to be something that was going to be highly competitive and wreck shit, but it looks like we're only going to be highly competitive with each other. And that makes
Yeah.
me sad, because we're going to be disrespected in the whole community of football, and I hate that.
Yeah,
So
well,
that's my final fucking word.
thank you for coming in, man. So, I mean, yeah, thank you for coming in.
Yeah, it's all
Um,
good, man. If
yeah.
you need anything, holler at me. I mean, I don't know if you're subscribed to me, but
Oh, I
hit me
am,
up.
man.
Hit me up, and fucking, if you need anything, I'll holler at you.
All right, man.
All right, man. Take it easy.
All right. Okay. So right now, I'm probably about to end this. Thank you, obviously, for J-Dub for basically making the stream tonight, because let's face it, without J-Dub, this stream probably would have gone at most an hour and 30 minutes, and it would have been over. So, J-Dub, thank you for showing us your sports knowledge. Everyone else who popped in the chat, Sports Talker, we had some trolls early on. Clover, Joseph, Purge, Ballard, thank you all. And let's get this one on Sunday. Until then, rise.